Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. Firstly, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Premier Chris Minns and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure of the Premier's portfolio. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome and thank you again for making the time to give evidence. Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Most witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn. Witnesses who are appearing in a different capacity or did not attend the initial round of hearings will now be sworn prior to giving evidence. So, Ms. Kate Boyd, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kate Boyd, Acting Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Premier for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before holding a session with witnesses from independent agencies from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, why haven't you sacked Anthony Dowdham from his executive responsibilities?
Well, I had made a decision. I think from the get-go, I think it's important to say that it's important that everyone speak with moderation when it comes to the issues of the Middle East. I think it's important to note that there's not much that can be said, or little that can be said from the New South Wales Parliament that will affect the peace in the Middle East, but it could certainly rupture the peace here in New South Wales. My responsibility is to the communities here in this state to keep them safe, to keep them secure, to ensure that they can live in their own city free of persecution. That's obviously the most important responsibility of government. Even though it seems like a long way off, ultimately my responsibility is also to sow community cohesiveness and togetherness, which is very difficult at the moment. I've made a decision that, firstly, a lot of what Mr. Dowdham has said has been inflammatory. In some cases I regard it as wrong. I've ensured that the people of New South Wales know that that's not the view of the executive government or myself or the New South Wales Cabinet. I think sacking him at this point in time would exacerbate community division and potentially provide a platform for even more views from Mr. Dowdham. And as a result of the fact that he's a relatively junior member of the Parliamentary Labor Party, I don't think it's in the best interest of the state to do it.
Well, Premier, have you spoken to him about this?
Well, in a sense, I've gone one better. I've made it very clear in all public fora and forums that his views do not represent the views of the parliamentary government, the cabinet, the myself as the Premier of New South Wales, and I've done that in a public way, and I've done that very deliberately, so that your average citizen in the state doesn't believe that this member of parliament speaks for the government or the cabinet when he doesn't. And I can't promise. I can't promise unanimity on this issue. I can't. I don't think any political party can. But I am confident that the public knows what the government's view is and what myself as the Premier is.
So I accept that, and I accept the sentiment behind that. So you haven't spoken to him directly. Is that what I infer, though, from that response?
Well, no, but I've made it clear in public commentary, I think almost on a weekly basis, what those views are, and that was a conscious decision. I don't want to be in a situation where it can subsequently be inferred that the government is attempting to, I guess, pull this behind closed doors and have a private discussion. That's not been the way I've approached this issue. I've made it really clear to the public at large that I don't agree with those views. In some respects, I think they're inflammatory and not conducive to community cohesion.
But a parliamentary secretary is appointed by you, is that right?
That's correct.
And the parliamentary secretary earns an additional income of $33,000 per year, is that right?
Well, I think you know the answer to that.
Well, I do know the answer.
Yeah.
So he earns an additional income of $33,000 per year in his position as a parliamentary secretary. Correct? Correct.
Yeah.
So in those circumstances, notwithstanding that he is part of your executive government and on your own admission is engaging in behaviour which is divisive, you still continue to allow him to remain as part of the executive government and express the views that he does.
Look, I think everyone's got a responsibility to speak with moderation in when it comes to this issue. And I repeat the point that there's not much, if anything, that can be said in the New South Wales Parliament that will affect peace in the Middle East, but it could rupture peace here in New South Wales.
And isn't that the point, Premier?
I'm going to get to the end of my
that's
answer.
the point, though,
I'm going to get to the end of my answer. And I want to make it clear that I can't promise unanimity on this issue from the Labor movement, and I can't promise it from all members of the Parliamentary Labor Party. What I can say is the view of the New South Wales Cabinet is clear, and I've thought deeply about the question that you posed to me. I'm not dismissing it out of hand, but given the context, I think it would be more divisive in the community to remove him and potentially provide a platform to say even more things on the public record, and therefore wouldn't be in the public interest.
Premier, if your true sentiment is to, in fact, avoid divisiveness, in circumstances where a member of your executive team engages in behaviour which you have construed and characterised as divisive, how do you continue to allow him to remain as part of that team? And I know your answer is that it is your view. It is your view.
Can I get an answer out?
No, but I'll tell you, it is your view that to sacking would be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can only provide you with the rationale and the reasoning for it. I mean, it may well be that that's not suitable enough for you or other members of the community, but I'm being honest with the question and I'm engaging with it, I think, in an appropriate way. For a couple of reasons. Firstly, the government's view and my public commentary has been clear and consistent repeatedly. I've never allowed a situation where I regard an inflammatory comment to be made either by a member of my parliamentary team or a member of the broader community to go unchecked. And that's for a deliberate and specific reason, so that your average member of the community doesn't regard inflammatory rhetoric as being the same as or consistent with the government position. And as a result of that, and the fact that most people would have either not registered who that member of parliament is, and certainly believe that they're not a member of the cabinet, I think that this would be more divisive, because it could well be the action of sacking this individual could mean that a platform's been given to say even more commentary in the public domain. Look, in relation to this issue, it is the community is in an incendiary environment. I am concerned about community harmony in the weeks and months ahead. We're not through the woods in relation to this. The conflict continues in the Middle East. We've got large communities across Sydney that are in some cases, vehement opposition to one another. I think with the obvious exception of the opening days of community protests, the police have been working with all sides to keep community tensions low. And while ultimate community cohesion is a long way off, the best I can hope for right now is to ensure that we don't have a rupture in our society. And I think I'm being genuine when I say this. I need help with that. All political leaders need to speak in moderation in this issue, because words have meanings and they could be construed by individuals for terrible ends.
So, moving on to, have you heard from the ICAC in relation to Mr. Crackenthorpe?
Well, look, I'm not going to comment about that. I'm not trying to be coy with you or the committee or the people in New South Wales, but I think it's important that they're able to do their inquiry free of. Well,
you would have heard if he had been cleared. You would have heard if he had been cleared, would you not?
Well, look, again.
You would have heard if you had. But so today, as we sit here, you have not heard whether he has been cleared.
Oh, look, I'm not accusing you of trying to be tricky, but I'm worried that I might unintentionally tumble into inferring something that ICAC's doing, which I don't want to do right now. I think the safer thing to do in the interests of the full investigation is allow them to do their job. If they had information that they wanted me to share or they would share publicly, I'm sure that would happen. But you can understand I'm in a difficult situation because we've got an independent commission against corruption. There's been a referral to the ICAC for them to do their job, and for me to rule in or rule out, it's a difficult situation because I might be stepping on their right to do the inquiry.
But you just made reference to a full investigation, did you not?
Look, I'm not making a reference to that. I'm not commenting about it.
Well, you used the expression they ought to be allowed to conduct their full investigation.
Well, if they were to do a full investigation, they ought to be able to do that. I'm not inferring anything. I don't want you to suggest that I've in some way announced a full investigation.
Well, in your public comments previously, you have indicated that if there was to be a full investigation, that Mr. Crackenthorpe would move to the crossbench. Have you not?
Well, again, I'm not going to make a comment about whether there is or there isn't an investigation from the ICAC.
Well, it's 7 months since the referral was made. It's 7 months, and he still participates in your caucus, does he not?
Well, look, I'm not responsible for the timing of inquiries by that independent agency, and I think you should leave it up to them to do their job.
Well, in relation to Mr. Crackenthorpe, in those circumstances, can we infer that that he has not been cleared? And that
don't infer anything. I'm not ICAC. I'm not investigating it.
We're alive.
But
you've answered the question.
But you should
Point of order.
ask
Point of order's been taken. Order. Point of order's been taken. Mr. Nanver on a point of order.
Chair, I have refrained from taking a point of order for now a number of questions. This is straying into a breach of paragraph 13 of the procedural fairness resolution regarding making adverse reflections on people who do not have that procedural fairness extended to them in this hearing. I just ask that you uphold paragraph 13.
Premier, I don't think you need protecting.
Well, I do. Yes, I'm aware of that section. So yes, I do.
He loves the procedural fairness.
I love it.
He pulls it out every day.
It is beginning to stray, and so I would ask the member to refrain from any adverse mention.
Look, can I just say, Mr. Chair, I'm not trying to be coy about it. I mean, we obviously I took decisive action, I think, and I think a reasonable person would suggest that was the case in removing him from the cabinet. We made a full disclosure to the ICAC. Any information that the government had was given to the ICAC. I mean, in terms of the way that they operate, the length of time they take to conduct their inquiries, if there's a better way or a different way, I guess you should make that public But otherwise, we should let them do their job.
Well, we may take it up with them this afternoon.
I mean, I think that's reasonable.
Yep,
You
thank
should do that.
So, Premier, have you received a briefing in relation to the impact of the NZYQ High Court case?
Can you give me? Is that an acronym for? What's that an acronym for?
It's the name of the case.
Of course, yes. In relation to the federal
You
government.
don't
yes.
know what that
Indicate,
case
you know.
is?
If it's in relation to the federal government's immigration changes, and in particular the continuing detention of those who are not Australian citizens in Australian correctional facilities, then I have been given a brief.
When were you given that briefing?
I'd have to take that on notice. I couldn't recall the date off the top of my head.
Or were you given a briefing before the decision?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, you don't know when you were briefed about the potential of a release of asylum seekers from detention centres.
Well, look, I mean, I'd probably get 8 briefings a day. Presumably,
Well, Premier, this is a
no,
pretty
no,
important matter.
I'm gonna let you're gonna have to let me finish my answer. I'll probably get 8 briefings a day. That decision came down. Was it 6 months ago?
No,
How many months ago?
about 3 months ago.
About 3. Well, can you tell me the date?
No, I don't.
Well, that's outrageous. I can't believe you don't have the date off the top of your head.
Well, I can't believe you don't know.
Premier
I
is committed.
can't
How
believe
dare
you
you?
didn't know the
Ask the
case.
questions.
Come on.
I don't believe you didn't know
But
the
let's
case.
be fair dinkum here. I mean, if you provide the information, I'm happy to give you an honest answer. But if
Well,
if you're going to drip feed
No,
information
but
out, do you want an answer
you're
or
the
not?
Premier. You're the Premier, and you don't know when you received a briefing
Well,
about
in the context of being reasonable, could you tell me the date the High Court
Yep.
decision was handed
So,
down?
Premier, did your Attorney General provide you with a briefing in relation to intervening in that proceeding? Those
But
proceedings?
don't you think that's a material question for me to ask you?
I'm asking the question.
And can I just
sir.
make the point? I don't
Did your
think it's
Attorney General provide you with a briefing in
but Mr.
relation to
Tudor-
intervening
Order,
in the proceedings?
order.
I'm just going to get this answer out. I actually don't think it's unreasonable that you don't have the date at the top of your head, Mr. Tudor, but I also think the courtesy should be applied to me.
Did your Attorney General provide you with a briefing in relation to intervening in the proceedings when they were on foot?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Do you think that New South Wales should have intervened in those proceedings?
As like an amicus brief or a friend of the court?
78B intervention in relation to a constitutional matter.
As a party to the
Yes.
action in the federal court?
Yes.
Did any other states pursue that? I mean, I'm just genuinely asking.
Well, no, I'm asking about New South Wales.
Well, no, we didn't do that. I mean,
So,
that-
okay, so,
hang on.
so you know we didn't do it.
So I'm going to step through the answer. Obviously, we didn't provide an amicus brief to the court or a friend of the court submission in relation to that. It was a constitutional matter for the Commonwealth. I guess the question I'm asking you is, did any of the other
you don't get to ask
jurisdictions
the
pursue it?
Premier, this works that I ask you the questions, you give
Well,
the answers.
I mean,
okay?
I'm happy to have a dialogue in relation to it.
Do
not
you
a
think it
dialogue.
would have been appropriate for New South Wales to have intervened in those proceedings to make submissions in respect of the impact on New South Wales?
I can't speak to that. I'd have to take some advice about the constitutionality of that suggested intervention, the prospects of success from a state intervention, whether it would have made a difference to the ultimate decision of the High Court or not. Look, it's an interesting proposition. I presume the opposition put out a media release while the case was underway, suggesting the government do that.
I'm suggesting that the government would have known about this and would have received a briefing about it and would have had to have made a decision about whether to intervene.
Well, look, I'm not sure. I'd have to take it on notice and come back to you.
So do you know how many asylum seekers have been released into the community?
Perhaps I could refer that to
You don't
our
know?
officials. Well, again, not off the top of my head, but I can certainly provide the information to you. It's not a closed book exam. Presumably, you're after the answer, right?
I am after the answer,
Okay, well,
Premier.
give us a
I
moment.
am after the answer.
New South Wales Police have been briefed consistently by the ABF and other federal authorities on the number of persons released into the New South Wales community following that decision. I would stress, though, that the ongoing supervision of those detainees is a matter for the Commonwealth Government.
Well, they are in fact released into New South Wales, are they not?
They are, but
And they're
they are,
monitored in New South Wales, are they not?
they are subject to the Commonwealth's supervision following legislative changes that were pursued by the Commonwealth Parliament post the decision. So
And
the responsibility for monitoring those detainees is the responsibility of the Commonwealth
Correct.
Government, although New South Wales Police are briefed on the status of those individuals. Yes.
So do we know how many of those individuals have been charged with serious criminal offences?
Yes, that information is available to us. I will take that on notice in terms of the precise numbers. Yes.
So do we know how many of them are in fact have been either charged with or have had convictions in relation to murder?
Yes, that
We
we
do?
have quite detailed information about the profile of each detainee.
And that includes those detainees who have been charged with or in fact have been convicted of offences relating to sexual assault?
Yes.
And do we know where they are all residing?
I believe that police do have that information. The Cabinet Office does not.
Premier, you don't know this material? Have you been briefed in relation to this?
Yes, we've had extensive briefs in relation to it.
And do you think that the people of New South Wales deserve to know exactly the numbers, where they are potentially residing, and the manner in which they're being monitored?
Of course, but that information, as the acting secretary has said, is publicly available.
Are they all being monitored through with ankle bracelets?
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Namber.
Just goes to relevance in the terms of reference of this inquiry. We're now traversing subject matter that is the remit of the Commonwealth Government rather than the New South Wales Government. So I just ask that we stick to the terms of reference, and that is the estimated expenditure of funds from the Consolidated Fund.
Costs money to keep an
It
eye on these
keeps
people.
money.
Yeah, I won't uphold the point of order. I do think it is in the remit of the inquiry to pursue this line of questioning, because it does fall within New South Wales, and there is a cost to the taxpayer of New South Wales in overseeing this issue. So I will allow the question.
So
I
I'll
just
just finish the number that are in fact wearing ankle monitors.
I believe a majority of detainees
So there
are
are some
subject
not?
to electronic monitoring as part of their visa conditions, but the precise number we'd have to take on
So,
notice.
some not.
I'm not quite sure. I'll have to take that on notice.
Ms Boyd, you just said before that you have quite extensive information about these individuals. Is that publicly available, as the Premier's just indicated?
I believe post the decision that the total numbers of released detainees were publicly
But
available.
what they may have been convicted for or where they're living, that's not publicly available.
I
is
don't
it?
think their residential addresses are publicly available for obvious reasons.
What
but
about
I-
their potential convictions?
I think for some of them there are public notification requirements around registration of certain offenders, and those are obviously a matter of public record. But we can give you the detail that we have on each offender. But I think another aspect is it's dynamic. I mean, people move around, so it's continually changing. But the key point to make, I think, is that it is the responsibility of Australian Border Force and the Australian Federal Police to monitor these detainees.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Premier.
G'day, Mr. Borsak.
Thank you. I just want to ask you some questions around an area of particular interest to me and our party, and that's regional crime, and especially youth crime in the regions. Have you travelled lately to regional New South Wales, and what are you hearing in regards to the issues around youth crime in regional New South Wales?
Yeah, I have. I was in the Shoalhaven on the weekend, and the week before that I was in Casino, Lismore and Ballina. And I've speak to mayors and speak to local area commanders, local communities as well. Look, there's mixed views, I think that would be fair to say. Some communities are quite concerned about crime, regional crime. Others, probably the major issue that they would raise with me would be housing and cost of living issues, maybe planning and density changes in their local town. So, I would say like bustling, busy communities in regional New South Wales, there'd be a variety of things that they'd raise with me.
So is it turning up as a particular area of concern, especially when you go inland? Because you talked mostly about the coast, I think, in your answer.
Well, I've been to Orange as well in, I think, the last month, and Eugowra. Spoke to the mayors of both those communities. And
Walgett?
Not to Walgett. I think I was in Walgett not too long ago. I have to give you the date for that. speaking to local communities, the local members of parliament as well, it certainly has come up, Mr. Borsak, yes.
And so, obviously, and the feedback I'm getting certainly is that regional crime is a growing problem, but I also am told that what's the current state of play in terms of police and policing in those regions is an issue. Have you got any comment in relation to that?
Look, I do. I mean, the challenge the government is facing and the New South Wales Police Force is facing has been a almost unprecedented departure from the public sector, particularly police officers, over the last decade. And I would supposit that the reason for that is a couple of things. Firstly, the wages cap in place that put a huge disincentive on people staying in the system, becoming public servants and being a frontline emergency service worker, a police officer in particular. And I have to report to the committee that we saw over 2,000 constables leave over the previous 4 years, close to 1,000 sergeants or 700 sergeants leave over the same period of time. That represents decades worth of experience on the front lines, particularly in regional communities who have up and left. So we've made decisions around the wages cap. We've also made a decision to pay for new recruits to enter the police academy so that we can get a more diverse group of people entering the public service, particularly the New South Wales Police Force. We hope that boosts the ranks, bolsters the ranks, and as a result has an impact on crime.
So how far under-resourced are they in terms of numbers? Is it 2,000, 3,000?
We believe the vacancies are about 1,600, maybe a bit more than that. Now, there is a glimmer of hope. It's too early to declare success, and I'm not suggesting that, but since the government made a decision to add a $30,000 study payment to recruits at the Goldman Academy, we've seen 40% increase in the interest of people who are considering becoming police officers in New South Wales.
40% is a good proportion, but what is that in actual numbers? Do you know?
I have to get you the number over the last 12 months.
So is that the only thing you're doing to turn around police numbers?
No, I mean, I think the biggest change would be the removal of the wages cap in the state. You'd know, Mr. Borsak, that provision in place over a prolonged period of time meant for many workers, while the cost of living continued to escalate, it was very difficult for people to stay in their job. And two things happened, particularly for the police force, that was very damaging for New South Wales Police. A, it was difficult to recruit new people to the New South Wales Police Force. And secondly, we weren't retaining officers for the duration of service that we were previously getting. So we were effectively, if you like, losing them from the top and losing them from the bottom. So it's going to take time, but boosting that authorised strength, the only way to do that is to change pay and conditions for frontline workers, and that's what we're doing.
Well, the Police Association tell me that they would be looking for, or would like to have, a deal like the nurses got, for example.
Well, we're in negotiations with the Police Association and other frontline workers in the state. The nurses in particular, my understanding, had a 4.5% wages deal. New South Wales Police had the same 4.5% for this 12-month period. But there's active negotiation on both those awards with the government in the months ahead.
Just talking about some specific areas, for example, motor vehicle theft has increased and youth crime is an increasing concern, as you know. What interventions can we put in place in the bush? And I'm particularly interested in that because there is a view also that those that come out of the academy, there is a preference to be allocating those people to Sydney as opposed to the bush. The bush is disproportionately poorly represented when it comes to police. And I might add also in many places like Tamworth, for example, police stations.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that's historically been a fair point. A couple of things that those interventions we believe will make a difference. We've allocated $7.5 million to try and attract people to regional New South Wales. Now, that hasn't been a raging success since it was unveiled by the previous police minister, but we're hopeful that combined with the training supplement along with the removal of the wages cap and whatever agreement we strike with the Police Association in the weeks ahead, we can get real change. That's got to be a priority. Regional policing commands must be a priority. I know that, and having spoken to the police commissioner as well as deputy commissioners, they do have innovative policing methods, both in terms of investigation and detection, to catch people who commit criminal acts right throughout New South Wales, but particularly in regional New South Wales. But the bottom line is, it doesn't matter how clever or innovative the police response is, you need boots on the ground. And I have to say, the best and most long-standing intervention we can make to ensure that crime comes down, regional communities are safe, is to recruit and retain police officers in the state. And the only way to do that, Mr. Borsak, is to pay them.
Premier, is the recruitment money actually new money, or is it recycled money?
No, it's, the government has set aside $3.5 billion over the forward estimates in an essential workers fund. We've been heavily criticised for it, but obviously that's an allocation of funds that is essential for the state.
So that's a pool of new money that is being, any increases in subsidies will come out of that in relation to the frontline services. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the police budget is increasing, Mr. Borsak, and I have to say it's not free to increase the wages and conditions of public sector workers in the state, but there's no other way to get better schools, to get better hospitals, to have safe streets, unless we attract and retain workers. And we can't expect them to do that unless we have the removal of the wages cap and genuine negotiations. That's what we were elected to do, and that's what we've done.
So it goes without saying that you respect the role of the cops, especially in rural and regional areas, and they would be treated exactly the same as any other frontline workers?
I do. Of course, I respect them. I can't imagine how difficult that job is.
No, of course.
Friends of mine from school joined the police force. First thing they were told is, every day of your working life, you're meeting someone on the worst day of their life. They're either the victim or the perpetrator of a crime, and that takes a huge toll. So we need to make sure that we've got the help and support in place, and that we say to people, particularly young police officers, that you can have a wonderful career in New South Wales policing. It's also, of course, a rewarding career. Look, I'll just divert for a bit. It's one of the reasons why we're pursuing our housing changes so closely. We regard it as so important for the state. The reason is, I met a couple of police officers. Both of them were married. They had young kids. They were finding it impossible to make ends meet because the cost of housing in Sydney was so extreme. Now, for well over 100 years, we've had a situation where if you had two decent public sector wages, middle class incomes, that was historically more than enough to live in Sydney, raise a family, join a community. Increasingly these days it's not, so something's got to change. And
we would do the same in the bush? Extra allowances for cops who move to the bush?
Yeah, obviously we'd be guided by the union. They're a tough union, I'm not going to lie about it. They drive a hard bargain, but you'd expect that. You'd expect that when they're working for their members. We want to sit down with them, get a good outcome, attract and retain the best to the New South Wales Police Service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Borsak. Good morning, Premier. Premier, do you accept that in recent years there has been an explosion of organised crime activity across New South Wales that has manifested itself in gangland violence on the streets of Sydney?
Well, look, I'd probably use my own words to describe organised crime. I think that there's obviously real concern. Certainly the police have indicated that that's the case. The New South Wales Crime Commission have distributed several reports indicating that they've got a concern about organised crime in the state, and it remains an ongoing subject or topic of investigation for New South Wales Police.
But do you think it's that the violence is out of control and that it's alarming the New South Wales community, that is impacting on the quality of life, the safety of people's neighbourhoods, the value of their properties, and Sydney's reputation as a safe place to do business, live and visit?
I probably wouldn't say all of that. I don't think it's affecting house prices, for example. I don't think it's probably synonymous with most people's view of Sydney who don't live in Sydney. So I probably couldn't concur with that statement.
You don't think that gangland shootings on the streets of southwest Sydney and Greenacre and Belmore make people less likely to want to live in those places?
Well, I guess that's not how you phrased it or the question that you asked me. But look, I mean, if your point is organised crime remains a problem in New South Wales and is the subject of police activity, then the answer is, of course, yes.
Do you think those concerned with this organised crime and the associated violence are a minority, or it is an issue or do you think it is an issue that is generating sustained and deep community concern?
Is your question, do I think the people who are concerned about organised crime are a minority?
Yes. Do you think there's a broad, like you would have seen the front page of the 8-page spread in the Daily Telegraph this week? Do you think that's people? Do you think the people are concerned about gangland violence in this state are a minority? Is it a woke issue, or do you think that there is deep and broad concern about gangland violence in this state?
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to quantify, if I'm going to be honest. I think it would be a concern. Do I think it's a greater concern than cost of living or other genuine concern for families? My personal opinion is probably not, but again, that doesn't diminish from the fact that it remains an issue and something that we need to confront.
Premier, is anyone in the government assessing the monetary cost to the New South Wales, in terms of whole of government, to the cost to the New South Wales taxpayer of this crime, in terms of the government response, police resources, court time, the cost of incarceration? Does anyone bring together a whole of government perspective in terms of the cost of organised crime in this state?
They do. There's been published reports, I think a recent published report, that gives or attempts to quantify a couple of things. Firstly, the size and scale of the illicit market or the black market, the impact on the broader economy of that kind of intervention. The New South Wales Crime Commission issued a report last year, or maybe it was in 2021, about this exact issue. I think that they put some numbers around it, but certainly it's in the billions, and it does create an unequal playing field for.
So it costs the New South Wales taxpayer billions of dollars.
It does, and not just that. The reporting indicates that those that have access to illicit funds may impose themselves in other part of the economy, whether it's to improperly use cash or whatever, but that has an impact on the private economy as well.
So, Premier, in terms of this crime that's occurring on the streets of New South Wales and in particular Sydney, why are the bullets flying? Why are these crime gangs kidnapping, torturing, murdering innocent bystanders, murdering each other? Why are they destroying the quality of life in some areas and reputation of communities? What is it? You mentioned illicit substances, but what is it that these gangs are fighting over? These organised crime groups are fighting over. What is it that they is causing this violence?
Well, I can assume it's power, criminal activity, access to money.
Could it be drugs?
Well, of course, yeah.
Well, so could it be illicit drugs that they're fighting over? That's the power over drugs, the money associated with illicit drugs, the distribution of illicit drugs.
The latest reporting indicates that the illicit trade of narcotics is one of the big factors of organised crime, along with
isn't it the biggest?
Well, there's other things that they pursue. For example, prescription medication, vaping, illicit cigarettes, and other parts that wouldn't be classified Class A drugs. But yeah, I mean, I take your point.
So, do you think it's expensive to run a drug cartel, to run the mafia? Do you think it's expensive to run an organised crime syndicate?
I don't know.
What's the inference?
Yeah. I have to say,
If you
you're
consider the
unlikely
amount
to
of-
get
if you
one of them to
consider the
appear at
amount
this
of money
committee
that
to
the
find
New-
out. But
if you consider the amount of money that New South Wales Crime Commission talks about flowing around through these organisations, many of these people involved generating wealth in the order of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, is it possible that it's a very expensive business to be in and to run?
that is possible.
Yes. And how do you think these organised crime groups get their money initially? How do they start up? Do they do a GoFundMe, ask an uncle for $100 million? Do they go to the bank? How do they generate the money to begin their operations?
Well, I assume it's access to this illicit market that generates income, and then their cartel grows. But I don't want to provide a how-to for some of these people. I'm not an expert in relation to it.
Shouldn't you be? If you consider it's costing the government billions of dollars to enforce the taxpayer, that, we've got our major tabloid running a 4-page, 8-page, ongoing campaign that is, in my opinion, alarming people. Shouldn't you be an expert about how these organisations get off the ground?
Well, look, like a lot of issues, I think a reasonable person would say that I've got access to experts and that I've got enough information to make good decisions in the interests of the people of New South Wales. But look, I don't pretend to have expertise that I don't have, and you'd appreciate, Mr. Buckingham, that people devote their professional lives to both investigating, prosecuting and arresting these criminal gangs, and I'm not one of those people.
One of the people that has one of those organisations that has is the New South Wales Crime Commission. And in their report from 2021, 2023, and you alluded to the access to illicit markets, what they say is that it is actually illicit cannabis that is the progenitor of the revenue, the black market in cannabis that provides the resources to these crime gangs to begin. In particular, they say, since 2002, the size and scope of domestic cannabis cultivation has significantly increased in New South Wales. Investigations between the Commission and the New South Wales Police Force identified a syndicate operating large cannabis farms in New South Wales with crops in excess of 30,000 plants per farm. The estimated value of cannabis plants seized from one syndicate in 2022 alone was just under $500 million. So isn't that the business model for organised crime? Get a few seeds, get a few bikies, head into the bush and grow $500 million that then you then put into firearms, meth, coke, human trafficking. Isn't the prohibition on cannabis creating the business model for organised crime to generate billions to fund their war that's exploding on our streets?
Well, look, I'm sure that cannabis production, distribution and sale is part of the business model, whether it's the sole driver of economic activity for organised crime gangs.
But
you got to let me finish, because I'll answer all your questions, but I've just got to get it out. So I don't know whether that's the sole or major or principal source of revenue. I also can't sort of answer the counterfactual as to whether, if it were taken out of the marketplace for illicit drugs, whether that would be subsumed by some other form of illicit commerce that drives their economic model. I couldn't answer that either. But I think your central point is illicit cannabis production and distribution is obviously part of the organised crime commercial operations.
Thanks, Premier. Questions now from the opposition.
Just turning to the NZYQ case. The decision was made, or orders were made, on the 8th of November, and in fact judgment was delivered on the 28th of November 2023. So now that you know that, do you know whether you received any briefing before either of those dates in relation to the impact of that provision?
I'll take it on notice. I'll have to give you the exact date.
Do you know, Ms Boyd?
Well, no, we'll take
Do you
it
know
on
Ms.
notice.
Boyd?
No, you can direct your questions to me.
No, but I'm-
You can
Point
ask
of order's
any-
been
you can
taken,
ask
Mr.
any
Nanva, on a
question
point of
this
order.
afternoon.
Point of order, Mr. Nanva.
Paragraph 11 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution,
Okay,
a
you're on
witness
to
is
now,
entitled to
Boyd.
take a
Charlie?
question on notice, and he has.
My
That's
question
correct.
is to Ms.
Paragraph
Boyd. Do you
11
know?
does say that. And so
Do you
the
know?
Well,
Premier
can't
wants to
I can
on
take
notice.
the
He
questions,
can.
right?
No, you can take it on notice. I'm now asking
Yeah,
Ms.
but
Boyd
hang on,
whether
how
she
does it-
needs to. She may not need to.
Order, order.
Mr. Chair, how does it
Help you
work?
out.
Can I?
She's
Is
very
this
smart.
questions to me?
Yeah.
All right.
Order.
So
No.
you can ask whoever you like this afternoon, but I've only got
Okay.
3 hours here, so
Witness? Ms. Boyd is a witness.
Yes, like if you've got a
A question to Ms. Boyd.
yeah, okay, let's
Ms.
let's
Boyd,
just
do you know?
maintain some decorum and not badger each other. Mr. Tudhope, you have a question for Ms.
Ms.
Boyd.
Boyd, do you
Sorry
know?
to disappoint you, Mr. Tudhope. I'll have to take the exact date on notice, but I understand in accordance with our usual practice that a written brief was provided to the Premier around the date of the decision, given the significance.
So
of it.
before the decision was made, do you recall?
I'll have to take that on notice to double
So
check.
it may have been made before?
I'll have to check the date of the briefing. I don't.
well, you've
recall
got your
off the
answer.
top of
We'll
my
have
head.
to take it on notice.
Can you ascertain that material during the
Point
morning
of
tea
order's
break?
been taken.
Yeah.
Point of order's been taken. Yes, Dr. Kane.
Pointing to the part of the resolution that deals with treating our witnesses with courtesy, it is verging on badgering Miss Boyd. Now, you've asked her 3 or 4 times the same question, and she's answered adequately that it was around the time, and they'll get the details to Mr.
think-
Tudor.
Yes, the
Boyd,
question
you
has
can-
been
Ms. Boyd
taken
can
on
handle
notice, and so I'd ask the
Ms.
Mr.
Boyd's been
Tudor
coming to these
to
hearings
move
a lot
on.
longer than me.
What's,
Time is limited. Yeah, that's
I don't
right.
treat a bit.
Mr.
Can you ascertain that during the morning tea break?
Yeah, I'll double check our records and let you know.
During the morning, and can you, in the morning tea break, can you ascertain the number of detainees currently in New South Wales?
Yes.
Can you
I
ascertain
believe it's 62. I've just received some information to that.
the 62?
Yes.
And can you ascertain the number who are currently being monitored by ankle bracelet?
Yes, we will get that information to you separately on notice. if That's all right.
Well, in the morning tea break, can
well,
you
no,
ascertain
we'll get
that?
it to you when we can get it to
We'll
you.
see.
I mean,
We'll
you
we'll
don't
need to
get
confer with police, I would think, who are getting the briefings from the federal authorities.
And would you attempt to do that during the morning tea
We
break?
will do our best,
Thank you.
as always.
Premier, are you going to see Taylor Swift in Sydney this weekend?
No.
Are you a Swiftie?
Not a around the clock fan, but yeah, so I'm not going.
That's a shame. She's bringing millions into the New South Wales economy. It would have been good to support her, but maybe you can go next time. Premier, will you apologise today to Rochelle Hicks for her treatment by your government?
Look, I mean, anyone in the New South Wales government that believes they've been in a situation where the workplace or circumstances in the workplace have not been good enough, of course I'd apologise to any of them.
Will you apologise to Rochelle?
Well, I would just say in relation to that specific incident, from what I've read and the circumstances around it, obviously any employee, Rochelle included, who didn't have a satisfactory experience or time inside the New South Wales government as a public sector employee, I'd do that immediately.
This is not satisfactory, though, is it, Premier? This is not a question
Order.
of being satisfactory.
Order. We are here to ask questions, and
That is a good
Question.
That is a question. It's all right.
is it? It's a commentary, really.
This is not a question of being satisfactory. This is a woman who was threatened with death.
Yes,
So that's more
again,
than just satisfactory. This is a serious impact on this woman.
I'm not
in
in
circumstances where she was
dispute. But
portrayed.
hang on, I'm not in dispute with you. I've said anyone that Ms. Hicks in particular. Of course, I'd apologise.
Premier, you said last year before the election that the state government should be a model employer. Do you think you've been a model employer for Rochelle Hicks?
Well, I can't answer that specifically. I understand that there's obviously an inquiry that's taking place. But, there's 400,000 public sector employees in the New South Wales government. I think, in large measure, the government's taken steps to ensure that we are a good employer for the state and for those that want to work in the New South Wales public sector. But I couldn't apply it in all circumstances because the size of the public sector is just so large.
I'm asking about a specific example. Have you spoken to Minister Atchison about this matter?
I have spoken to Minister Atchison.
When did you become aware that her Chief of Staff was trying to discredit Ms Hicks by talking to crossbench members, questioning her mental health? Are you aware of that?
Well, obviously, I think you'd be aware that Minister Atchison's staff member disputes that.
Well, that's not what elected members of Parliament have said publicly on the record.
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Namber on the point of order.
We, again, are traversing an issue where we are making personal reflections and making adverse inferences against third parties who are not here, and where procedural fairness cannot be asserted by them. I just ask that you uphold the adverse reflections provisions of the procedural fairness resolution.
Yes, whilst Mr. Mitchell, you haven't named someone, you have certainly identified them by using their job description. So I'd remind you not of the requirement not to mention people adversely, and to refrain from doing so.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, do you think calling somebody mentally unstable for raising concerns about workplace safety, including in this instance a death threat, is what you'd expect from a model employer?
Well, I think it's important to note that that's in dispute, that the staff member
Sorry,
says...
what's in dispute?
That the staff member made that allegation. I mean, you're asserting it as a principle of fact, but the staff member's saying that that's not the case. You accept that, right?
No, because I am aware, as an upper house member, of these discussions, and there are crossbench members who've made that clear.
Which so I'm clear, I mean, maybe there's information that you're aware of that I'm not aware of. Which is the crossbench member who has alleged to have heard it?
There are members in the crossbench who are reported in the media of discussing this.
So
the point is, Premier...
Can you...
Premier,
no, but honestly, I'm happy to engage with it. I think that you want honest answers, but I just need to know, who are you referring
Premier,
to?
I get to ask the question.
But is that an outrageous
No, it's
request
not
from
an
me?
outrageous.
Order.
My question to you is, you have been on the record saying that New South Wales should be a model employer. You have a woman in Rochelle Hicks, a regional woman who's worked very hard as a Department of Transport employee, who was subject to a death threat, who has been treated appallingly. And you as Premier have not shown any leadership on this issue. Do you think it's appropriate that senior transport staff stopped other staff from raising concerns in relation to this matter?
Well, look, I'd let an independent investigation take place in relation
Premier,
to that.
this is on the
Well, hang
public
on.
record. There were
Order.
papers
Mr. Chair, I
released
think
in
I'm
Parliament.
entitled to get all
Order.
the
No, I don't
answers
need a point of
out.
order. You've
And I
got to
don't think
let
it's
the
reasonable
Premier,
to ask a question and then another 4 questions.
Yeah,
You should
and
really
allow
let
the
me
Premier
the
to
opportunity
answer.
to answer.
Yep.
Just want to make the point that if there's an independent inquiry in relation to that, that should take place. It's very difficult for me to ascertain the circumstances relating to it, and I think a reasonable person would suggest that it's fairer for an independent body to investigate those allegations. In relation to the staff member, I mean, that is a very serious allegation that you've made. I think it's important to note for those that are watching the hearing and may not be aware of the circumstances, that the staff member has denied it, said that it didn't happen, and if there's more information, for example, if you could tell me who the staff member is alleged to have said it to, then that would be beneficial to me.
Premier, can I just ask you this?
Sure, of
Do you
course.
disagree with your Treasurer when he said on the 8th of February, I immediately, unreservedly expressed my support, sympathy and apologised to Rochelle Hicks? You seem to be moving away from that position expressed by your Treasurer in the upper house.
Well, I think that would be
Having
a
heard
huge
exactly the
misrepresentation of what I said. I think the first question was, would I offer an apology? And of course I would.
Well,
So you can't rewrite
well,
history.
you seem to be, though, in fact, doing so in a circumstances where you're reserving your position.
I
Isn't
don't
that
think
the case?
I don't think that's fair. And I'm not reserving my position. The allegation was put to me that a staff member said obviously quite outrageous things to a member of parliament, an unnamed member of parliament. I think it's reasonable in the circumstances to explain to the committee that the staff member says that that didn't happen. Now, I wasn't part of that conversation. I've tried to get to the bottom of it. I've spoken to the minister involved. I still don't know who the staff member is supposed to have said it to. And I think that information would, I mean, if you're asking me questions, presumably you want answers.
Yeah, I do,
That's
Premier.
that's
So
a
if
reasonably
Chair, if
straightforward
I could just
piece
answer.
of information to supply, if you have it.
Can I
if you have
please-
it.
Thank you, Premier. It's my turn to ask questions. So what I'm going to ask you now is, are you concerned, and this is all on the public record in the documents provided through the upper house, that senior public servants may have engaged in obstruction of justice on this matter?
Well, look, I'd be concerned in all circumstances if a public servant was obstructing justice. So, I mean, that would be a standard concern of any responsible government.
It's not exactly model behaviour for an employer, though, is it, Premier?
Well, if proven to be
The
true.
entire treatment of Rochelle Hicks and what's gone on here.
No, I mean, of course, I've got concerns about it, and
So what are
it's
you
a
going
big
to
public. It's a big public sector. There's 400,000 public servants in New South Wales. Any of them that have been treated in a way that is abusive, that's led to them resigning, of course, I offer an unreserved apology.
Premier, have you got confidence in your Education Minister, given that yesterday she wasn't able to tell these proceedings how much contaminated material was being removed from Liverpool West Public School or how long it would take?
Yeah, of course I do.
Premier, if someone from the public hadn't raised the issue in the first place about asbestos, you would never have known about it, would you?
Well, I mean, information's provided to me on a whole range of issues, but I can't answer that. It's a hypothetical.
But no, well, it's not a hypothetical, because the only reason that the government has been alerted to the current issue with asbestos is because a member of the public reported it to Transport. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right, but I've got no idea whether it would have come up in other checks.
Right, but
that are
nothing was
conducted.
done about it for a week after that email was received. That's correct, isn't it?
No, that's right, yes.
Yeah, so if someone from the community hadn't reported it, you wouldn't have known about it. It was reported and nothing was done for a week. You've got contaminated mulch in schools that shouldn't have been there in the first place. You've got most areas of Sydney with parks that are now fenced off. We've got new contaminated sites coming in every day. What's been going on? Where have you been? Have you been asleep at the wheel on this issue?
Point of order's been taken, Mr. Namber.
Just the courtesy paragraph in the procedural fairness resolution. You know, the member needs to be respectful, respectful
to the
and
point of
courteous to
order,
the
Chair.
witness.
Oh, to the point of order.
To the point of
Ms.
order,
Higginson.
Chair. Budgets has always given wide latitude. We're talking about a Premier of New South Wales here who is very robust and very capable of being accused of being asleep at the wheel. It's a very common, typical accusation we make when we're suggesting somebody's not doing their job on a policy matter, which is precisely the scope of budget estimates.
Thank you, Ms. Higginson. Yes, I won't uphold the point of order. It is a commonly used term, and I don't believe it's discourteous. So,
I'm just waiting for an answer from
yes,
the Premier.
the Premier is, if he's not asleep at the wheel, can answer the question.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that the distribution of the asbestos has been going on for more than 12 to 18 months.
Premier,
So
I'm
what did you
asking
know about it?
Premier.
Are you fair dinkum? Did you come to
Premier.
estimates and
Premier,
accuse
don't-
everyone?
Don't,
Were you
don't
asleep at the
belittle
wheel?
me asking you questions.
Procedural fairness?
Yeah,
Were you the education minister?
Yeah, I was Premier, and I'm really
I can't
concerned.
believe it.
Premier, I'm very concerned that yesterday your Education Minister had no idea how
What,
much
what
mulch
did you
was
raise
being
the
removed.
whistle when you were the Minister
Absolutely
for
I did.
Education?
Premier, this is not about me.
I think it was
It's a
distributed
really,
when you were the
really-
minister.
You are the Premier of the state, and your response in a budget estimate
I've got to say, I
is
would
to
have picked
reflect
someone
on
else
me
to
as
ask
a
that
member of
question.
the committee.
Order,
No
order,
offence, I mean.
order. Let's not make commentary. Both Ms. Mitchell and the Premier should avoid making commentary. Let's ask some
I mean,
questions.
I'll
provide
answer
some
the question. I mean, in
No,
all
no,
seriousness,
sorry, no,
in these
no, no, no.
circumstances,
The Premier is
the
answering the
supposition of the question is that in actual specifics was the government's been asleep at the wheel. If it's the case that the distribution of this asbestos, this alleged asbestos, happened under your tenure as the
Premier,
Minister for
that's-
Education,
well,
weren't you
Premier,
asleep
Premier,
at the wheel?
That's incorrect. We got evidence yesterday from your education officials that this mulch was put down over the summer period, Mr. Premier. My point
Well, there's
to you- no,
798 sites across New South Wales, and the
Premier,
company's been operating
Premier,
for longer than 12 months.
Premier, my question to you is, what are you doing? You are the Premier of the state.
No, I'm happy
You
to
have-
say
no,
that.
no,
So
no,
the
I
government's
haven't
established
finished
a
my-
task
I haven't
force.
finished
Order,
my
Mr.
question.
Premier.
No,
Premier,
she's-
I've not finished
Sorry,
my
Premier.
question.
Yeah, the question was, what are we doing? And I'm happy to
I'm
give
the
a
Honourable Sarah
proper-
Mitchell. Can you
a
please
proper-
Order,
address me
Premier.
appropriately?
Let the honourable member.
How dare you?
Order.
Sorry.
Order.
Well, I mean,
Order. Please allow
I've not
the
finished my
question,
question.
the question was,
to
what are you
conclude.
doing about it, right?
I haven't finished
Okay,
my
sorry.
question, Premier, and I would like to be afforded courtesy and respect as a member of this committee from you as the Premier. Would that be okay?
Order. Please ask your question, Mrs. Mitchell.
It is.
Premier, my question to you is, you've said you've set up a task force. Why is every time that there is a crisis that your government is faced with, it's a task force, it's an inquiry, why won't you lead and actually do something about these serious issues?
Oh, look, I think just sort of grandstanding from you here, which is not helpful. I mean, there is a difference between an inquiry and a task force. The specifics of the task force was about supplementing the agency of the EPA so that they had more investigators on the ground so they could see more sites and give the public confidence that the significant amount of mulch that had been distributed in the community had been tested, come back negative, and it could be returned to public use. And I think in those circumstances, the establishment of that task force, which involved the EPA, Safe Work New South Wales, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the coordination of the Premier's Department, was a comprehensive response. What it enabled us to do is identify 798 sites across New South Wales, test those 798 sites, and confirm that 47 on the last count, did contain bonded asbestos. Now, that's a comprehensive response. It's a multi-agency response. It's not a case of us navel-gazing or having some kind of committee meeting. It was the rollout and distribution of highly trained and quite specific investigators across New South Wales.
Thanks.
It
Sorry,
was
Premier,
exacerbated by the fact that the company involved, the EPA has two roles in this inquiry. The first one is to conduct an investigation, a criminal investigation as it relates to this, and secondly to identify potential sites where there is mulch that's been distributed in the state. Now, the information I received about over a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, was that yes, they were making progress in identifying the sites, but there were 3, perhaps even more, subcontractors that had got the quantum of mulch and then sold it on to third parties.
Thanks,
and as a
Premier.
result of that, it was a complex, almost contact tracing endeavour. It wasn't an easy thing to do.
Thank you,
and,
Premier.
and
I've
it did
seen the
result
EPA
in,
provide that information in a
well, I
media
mean, why
briefing.
ask a
No,
question
thank
if you don't want the answer?
Thank you. I'd like to just move on to a different issue and picking up from what my colleague has spoken about in relation to regional crime. Can you tell me how many break and enters into dwellings there were in regional New South Wales in the 12 months to September 2023?
I can't give you that exact number.
Well, I can
no.
give it to you. It's 10,869. Do you know how many in Greater Sydney?
Well, I can't give you the exact number.
Yeah, so
no.
it's 8,898. Does it concern you, even though there's less homes and less people living in a regional area, we've been subject to more break and enters than those in the metro area?
Yes, it does. It does concern me.
Okay,
And
so
it
last
does,
estimates-
Hang on, I'm
Order.
not finished.
Please allow the Premier to answer the question.
It
I
does
thought he'd
concern
finished,
me.
sorry. I
I don't
done.
think he has.
And the truth of the matter is that concern is exacerbated by a couple of things. Firstly, the distribution of police officers, particularly in regional New South Wales. The authorised strength is lower, as I said earlier from Mr. Borsak's questions. The authorised strength is lower today than it should be, over 1,000 officers short. Now, I would regard that, or the reason for that, is because of historic and systemic underfunding by the previous government for frontline public sector workers. It's just too expensive. Well, you
Premier-
say that it's wrong.
well,
I don't think it's wrong.
With respect, in last
And the way to
estimates...
confront, I've not finished my answer, Mr. Chair. The way to confront crime, and I acknowledge that in certain categories it's risen in regional communities, is to have New South Wales police officers in those communities arresting perpetrators. And the only way we're going to turn that around is to attract and retain New South Wales police officers to the New South Wales police force.
Sure.
And I think the decision the government made, I mean, a question that Mr. Borsak
Yeah,
asked
look.
me recently about the training supplement. Now, that has been an ask from the New South Wales Police Association for, I think, over a decade. Give us that training money, like they have in Victoria and other jurisdictions. And if we have the training money, we can attract more people to the profession.
So, Premier, is
And
there a
not just-
requirement of
I
that
haven't-
training
sorry,
money
Mr.
for
Chair, I
anyone to
haven't
have to go
finished.
to region? Well, I have very
Order,
limited time.
order. The
And-
Premier
very
can
limited
conclu-
time.
And the
Order.
truth of the matter
Well,
is
there's plenty of time.
that training money has
I have 3
been
seconds
supplied
left.
by other states
No,
and
no
other
time.
jurisdictions. So what's happened, particularly in regional communities, and this is why it's a particular problem for regional communities, is that if there's no wages cap in place, and if there's a training supplement that's provided, then many people that live on New South Wales side of the border will join the police force of South Australia, Victoria and Queensland. And we have to turn around that systemic decline.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Just a bit more on regional crime, Premier. What are you seeing and doing about surges in youth crime in the bush? And what is your government and police doing about it?
Well, I mean, as I said, the best and most lasting way that we can impact youth crime and keep the criminal rates, particularly in regional New South Wales, low, is to recruit police officers. So that's happening. That's something that the executive government can do. In relation to specific strategic decisions that local police officers have made, they've been responsible for and released a whole range of operations. Operation Mongoose, which was established in relation to Western region of New South Wales. It started in September 2023. And it has identified 273 break-and-enters, 270 stolen vehicles, and the focus has been on arresting those who've been responsible for that criminal behaviour, particularly in New South Wales Western region. They've issued 870 cans as well as 87 juveniles that have been identified and charged by New South Wales Police.
All that's good, Premier, but police are getting quite frustrated, for example, in Moree, where magistrates basically have a revolving door process going on with bail, and that some of these characters that keep getting out on bail all the time are actually ramming police vehicles. Have you had a chance to talk to the AG about policy in relation to that?
We certainly have spoken about regional crime, particularly youth crime. And I know that the AG will work with New South Wales Police as well as the Police Minister about developing a comprehensive reply to it. But look, I'm not pretending, and I won't say to this committee that it's been solved. We know we've got a long way to go, and we know that more police officers in those regional communities with incentive and pay will make a difference.
I'm certain you're right if they can get more police officers and better resourcing, but in the end of the day, when they're presented to the courts, if the magistrates' guidelines are such that they are just simply going to let them out again to do the same and again and again and again, shouldn't we actually be looking at what could be done to try to tighten that up?
Well, look, happy to look at the specific case. Obviously, it's within the remit of the Attorney-General to examine those cases, to call for a transcript and ask for answers from his particular agencies. And if there's a specific case, then we would and have in the past looked at it. I've got to say, the government is offering incentives, particularly for areas that have been identified as high crime or increase in crime or an alarming increase in crime. $36,000 payment for police officers to relocate, and Moree is one of the towns where that scheme is
just
made
focusing
available.
back into the courts and the revolving door process on bail. What can be done about that?
Well, Mr. Borsak, obviously there are, in many cases, strict bail provisions in place for those that commit offences. I'm not pretending that's applied consistently across all of New South Wales, but I'd need specifics. You've identified Moree, for example. I'd need specifics to offer a commentary about it.
Could you take that on notice, please?
Yeah,
I'd just like to get some commentary in relation to what actually is happening, for example, in Moree, because the police will be very, very frustrated. You could provide all the resourcing, all the extra police, but in the end of the day, if the same offenders keep turning up all the time and being bailed, it's not going to make much difference to the crime rate in town. Just turning to Kosciuszko National Park and the culling program that's going there now, especially in relation to how it affects regional jobs and the economy down there. Can you update us as to exactly where we are in relation to that horse control program in the park? And also, when will the park be closed and for how long will it be closed?
Well, it's closed at different points when there's culling operations that take place in the national park. My understanding is that the cull has responsible for about 1,000 horses that have been culled as a result of aerial culling in that space of time. The fear is that the number of wild horses in the national park is potentially up to around the 20,000 mark, which is a very high number and way more than the park can handle. And as a result of that, a change in policy we believed was needed to ensure that the national park could survive. It's not the end of wild horses in the national park, but the last count I got was the cull was about 1,000.
So is there a systematic program for the culling?
I'm sure that there is, but perhaps I can take it on notice and get information from the Environment Minister.
Thanks. Do you know what impact the park closures will have on the ski resorts and tourism businesses that rely on the national park?
Well, I'm advised that there'd be no impact on the very important snow season, particularly for Cooma and Jindabyne and Perisher and Thredbo. I went down to the park before the decision was made when we were in the consultation period to speak to local business owners to understand firsthand from National Parks and Wildlife how potential change in policy would work, how the existing regime of culling wild horses was failing to work in effect. And that was one of the first questions I asked. So I don't anticipate any impact on the ski season.
So it'd be right to assume that the park won't be closed in the ski season, for example, and I think that usually opens round about the long weekend in June.
Well, it certainly won't overlap with the designated skiing areas, and I don't anticipate, and certainly none of the Chamber of Commerce or the businesses in that part of New South Wales have indicated to me that they're concerned about the aerial culling program having an impact on tourism. In fact, it may well be the opposite.
Sorry?
It may well be the opposite, that as a result of controlling the wild horse population, tourism opportunities in the park actually increase.
You say about 1,000 horses have been culled so far. I think it's actually probably more than that. You might like to take that on notice if you can.
Of course, I'm happy to.
Are those is the program actually running at the moment, and are horses actually being shot at the moment?
My understanding is that it is running, and it is in operation.
And do you know how many helicopters are actually engaged in the shooting?
I don't. I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay, thanks. What are the results of the preliminary aerial shooting program that the government held in November last year? Do you know that?
I don't, but that program obviously provided the confidence for the government to progress with the further culling of wild horses in the national park.
In relation to the actual count of horses in the park, and I know there's a range of horses because I sit on the Animal Welfare Committee inquiry that's going on at the moment in relation to this. Are you confident that the updated count numbers of the horses in the park is in fact correct? Because there is a rather large span in terms of the number of horses they believe are there. And are you confident of the count method?
Well, I don't pretend to have expertise, but obviously the government's been presented evidence that the possible size of the wild horse population is anywhere between 12,000 and 20,000. I can't tell you the exact number, but given that the ultimate aim of the culling program is to get the wild horse population to, I think, around 3,000.
Well, 3,000 is what the legislation says.
Yeah.
And that leads me to the next question.
Sure.
How can you or I be confident that when we've reached 3,000, that is in fact the number?
Well, I would be relying on the experts that provide evidence to the government, but given the 3,000 legislated number, even the lower estimate of the current population in the national park is 4 times that number. I think we could say with reasonable confidence that left unchecked, they're well above what the park can sustain.
And is there a process by which certain parts of the park will be made totally free of horses, and other parts be allowed to have horses? to that 3,000 limit?
Yeah, yes. The intention is that, from memory, that roughly a third of the park would have wild horses in it.
And that third of the park, is that area where people, for example, conducting tourism on horseback, etc., would be allowed to still interact with the horses in the park?
I actually don't know, Mr. Borso, but I'll take it on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. Premier, this is a long question, so I'll just have to bear with me. Premier, the commander of the Drugs and Firearms Squad, Detective Superintendent John Watson, said that after a seizure of a large cannabis crop that was grown by the president of the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang, that the bust, and I quote, highlighted the link between large-scale cannabis cultivation and organised crime in New South Wales. They all amount to one thing, and that is they produce profits. Those profits get diverted into other illicit activities, including drug manufacture, ice, and money laundering. Premier, you said that you don't believe that that prohibition. We don't know whether or not prohibition is a major factor in organised crime in New South Wales. In the context of what that senior police officer has said, do you maintain that?
No, I don't think I said that. The question, and I'd have to inspect the transcript, but I think the question you asked me was, is this the business model that organised crime undertake? Like, as in, they start with marijuana cultivation, they sell that, then they move to other more illicit or other forms of illicit drugs. And my supposition to you was, I don't know what the counterfactual is. I'm not sure whether they would move into other illicit substances to build their criminal enterprises.
So they might move into something else, but at the moment, the situation is, according to some of our most senior police, that is their business model. I mean, after the raids on a number of indoor cannabis growing operations across Sydney, Detective Acting Superintendent Michael Cook said, and I quote, "Cannabis is the jet fuel of organised crime. We have seen money raised in this process being diverted into the importation of illicit drugs and precursors and used in the establishment of clandestine drug laboratories." Our most senior police, from the New South Wales Crime Commission, Strike Force Raptor, saying at the moment it is the business model of organised crime to begin with cannabis. In their words, it is the jet fuel. Do you agree with our most senior police?
Well, again, Mr. Buckingham, I'm not going to. I think your central premise, which is that cannabis, the distribution of cannabis, is central to the business model of organised crime, I'd agree with. I mean, I can't speak to you whether it's the jet fuel, whether it's the primer, whether it's the opening stages of their criminal enterprise. I don't know. But yes, it's certainly
shouldn't you be
integral.
listening to our police, the most senior police, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the New South Wales Crime Commission, you know, some of our most senior police saying that it is...
Yeah, but I don't think I'm in disagreement with you. I'm prepared to take them at their word, of course.
Okay, thank you. Premier, are you aware that there actually is a jurisdiction within New South Wales where the possession and cultivation of cannabis by adults is legal?
Well, if they have a prescription.
No, within New South Wales, the adult recreational use of cannabis is legal. Are you aware of that?
Legal or subject to police discretion?
No, totally legal.
Perhaps you could enlighten me.
It's called the ACT. It's called Canberra. It is within New South Wales.
I thought you were going to say your office.
Well, you should come up to my office sometime. But I've got a prescription. But the ACT was within New South Wales, and within that state, the personal possession and cultivation of cannabis by adults is legal. So have you turned your attention to what has happened in terms of drug law reform, especially cannabis law reform in the ACT? I know you've been an advocate in the past for cannabis, the end of cannabis prohibition, but are you aware of what's happening in the ACT in this area and has happened?
I mean, I think I broadly knew that it was legal in the ACT. I think you're allowed to have a couple of plants. Is that right, for personal use? I don't pretend to be an expert. Perhaps you could tell me.
Yes, in the ACT...
Break the suspense and let me know.
Yeah, well, in the ACT, you can possess up to 25 grams. You can grow up to 4 plants. And have you heard anything from Canberra, from colleagues in Canberra, about the sky falling in, adverse outcomes from our nation's capital since they legalised cannabis 4 years ago?
Well, I've heard a lot coming out of Canberra that I don't like, Mr. Chair, but no, not in relation to that law reform.
Well, I would encourage you to have a look. I'd encourage you to have a look. The ACT, in the ACT, a recent parliamentary inquiry into the impacts of cannabis legalisation found no increase in cannabis use across the community, no increase in hospitalisations from cannabis misuse, no increase in psychosis, no increase in RDT offences, but a 95% decrease in offences for possession and cultivation, but also for supply of cannabis. How do you respond to that? A model there in the ACT of ending prohibition and a massive reduction in crime and savings to the community, whilst in New South Wales, cannabis remains the jet fuel of the crime gangs that are shooting each other on our streets, killing innocent bystanders, and funding a whole heap of other alarming illegal activities.
Well, look, I'd say a couple of things. I mean, firstly, in relation to cannabis use in the community, and you alluded to it earlier, there has been major changes in the common understanding or usage of that drug, mainly as a result of prescription and mainly as a result of widespread availability in the community. And I think the statistics I saw a couple of days ago indicated that prescription use of cannabis in the community a couple of years ago was 1,000, and we now believe it's over 120,000 or 130,000 prescriptions for medicinal cannabis in the community. So I think that the regulatory and usage has changed in Australia's largest state in a short space of time. Now, I'd like to study that data, understand how it works in the community. We don't have a mandate to repeal cannabis in New South Wales. We didn't stand on that in the election campaign, and I acknowledge that. For such a major change to drug law reform, we'd need the community's mandate to do it. We are having a drug summit, however, and I am interested to see how the intersection of that major change in our community has impacts on illicit substances usage in the community and whether it affects either health or crime data. I'd be particularly interested to see whether it shows up in the Crime Commission or New South Wales Police's understanding of organised crime, because if the common consumer can access medicinal marijuana via a prescription, has that had an impact on the illicit market and therefore the business model of these organised crime gangs? I don't know the answer to it because these are reasonably recent changes, but I'd be interested to find out.
Okay. Turning to another issue, Premier, the government had a signature policy leading into the election, which was to create future jobs and investment authorities across the state for coal mining impacted regions, Illawarra, North, West, Central West, and Hunter. When will these authorities be populated and operational in the context that we've learnt in the last short period that the Russell Vale Colliery in the Illawarra is closing with the loss of 145 jobs, and Whitehaven Coal is closing the Werris Creek coal mine in the coming weeks. When will these authorities be populated, and when can we see some of the millions of dollars they have in the bank flowing to these coal mining affected communities?
Well, look, that's a good question. I'll have to give you the exact dates about when we expect those agencies to be operating. It's a big challenge for the New South Wales economy. So
could you take that on notice?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Sure, thank you.
It's a big challenge for the New South Wales economy. Last year New South Wales sold over $40 billion worth of coal to trading partners around the world. It was New South Wales' single biggest export. Twice as big as education, which was the next biggest export in the state. And every single partner that we sold coal to has indicated that they want to get to net zero by a particular time. Now, they'll do it in different ways and they'll do it on different timescales, but everyone in New South Wales, particularly its political leadership, has to be cognizant of the fact that our biggest export, our single biggest export, our trading partners are indicating to us that they want to get out of that industry. Now, that's going to be a challenge more generally for the economy because we effectively have to fill a $40 billion export hole in what we export in the years ahead. It's a particular challenge for coal mining communities. We need to make sure that manufacturing is in place. We need to make sure that the jobs of the future are ready and available. And I have to say, it's one of the leading reasons why the government made the decision to build transport infrastructure in New South Wales and end the practice of the previous government of offshoring it, because we have to provide jobs and a future for those mining communities.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions, Robert, right now? You don't, I've got to go.
No, you go.
Okay, thank you. So, I accept that. Oh, sorry, opposition. Apologies. Opposition.
Thank you. Premier, I just want to come back to regional crime, and I have a bit of a lengthy question, if you'll allow me the courtesy to ask that. Thanks, Premier. You said before that you visit regional communities and people are talking to you about this issue. That's correct?
Yes,
Yes?
I think I said that, yes.
So I just wanted to raise these are specific examples that have been shared with me for people who live in regional communities, crime that they have been the victims of. An elderly man stabbed in his front yard in the afternoon during broad daylight. A couple in their 70s who woke up literally to masked men in their bedroom with a knife, stealing their car keys. I know of a woman, a mother, who was at home with her children late at night while her husband was at work, only to wake up to find 4 men armed with machetes stealing their valuables. These are real examples of people that have been through this in recent months. My question to you is, why will you not support an inquiry into regional crime so that the Parliament can look at this properly, so that witnesses can give their evidence, and so that community can come to government with solutions?
Well, the main reason is I think that there's decisions that the government can make that will make a difference, particularly in regional communities. And I'm certainly not coming to this committee and in relation to your question or to regional mayors or to those that have been the victims of crime and suggesting that they're wrong or
It's
that
awful, Premier. It's really bad.
I'm going to get to the end of my answer. I'm certainly not coming here and suggesting that they're wrong or that change and action isn't required. I do believe change and action is required. And that's why we've put so much time and effort into recruiting the police force of the future, particularly in regional communities, because we want to confront illegal, illicit, criminal behaviour in those communities and send them a message that if you break the law that you'll be arrested and that you'll be charged. We're coming from a long way back, however, and I do note, and I'm not trying to be tricky here, but one of the questions you asked previously was, why do you have so many inquiries? And your subsequent question is, will you hold this immediate inquiry? I mean, the answer is because I want to make sure that we're putting boots on the ground, we're investing money, we're making change immediately.
Thank you.
And
So
I think that we can do that. I think we can do that in concert with regional communities. Now, that doesn't mean that we turn our ear off or we don't listen to regional mayors in particular, of course not. But I don't want an elongated, long political discussion about it. I want action so that we can arrest criminal behaviour.
So do we. People are scared. You need to take it seriously. It's a real problem.
Yeah, I would not want. All right. Thank you, Premier. Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell. Premier, are you aware of the gas code, the recently announced gas code by the Federal Resources Minister and also the Honourable Chris Bowen for Climate Change and Energy? So Madeleine King and Chris Bowen announced a new gas code which secured gas supply for the East Coast gas market.
I don't know the specifics of it, but perhaps you could.
Yeah, it was announced in last November. It was 2 enforceable commitments signed with APLNG and Cenex, which totaled up to 300 petajoules of gas to 2030, therefore ensuring a price cap essentially and a supply of gas into New South Wales. So that's good news for gas consumers in New South Wales, and alleviates any gas supply crisis in the short term, does it not?
I'd have to take advice on that, and I'm happy to take it on notice. The industry, particularly the manufacturing industry, remains concerned about access to gas, particularly for manufacturing, and I'm not denying or suggesting that announcement from the Commonwealth Government won't help, but if the question is will it alleviate industry concern, I couldn't say that the answer is yes. My suspicion is that it's no, that they're still concerned about the availability and the application of gas in particular for manufacturing.
At the moment, Santos is exploring, as maintains 4 petroleum exploration licences over the Liverpool Plains area.
Yep.
They are conducting exploration there and building the planning to build the Hunter gas pipeline through the northwest from the Hunter to Queensland. Would you meet with a delegation of farmers from the Liverpool Plains who were concerned about the expansion of the approved Narrabri gas project, but the expansion of that project into the food bowl, as it's been described, or the Liverpool Plains?
Of course, I'm happy to meet with a delegation of farmers.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, everyone, that in 2 seconds will conclude this morning's session. Oh no, it doesn't. Yes, it does conclude because the government is not asking questions. So we will have a short break, and we will be returning at 11:15. So thank you very much. For returning in such a timely manner, we will reconvene and we'll start with questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudorhope.
Thank you. Ms Boyd, have you had a chance over the morning tea break to ascertain when a briefing was provided to the Premier in relation to the NZYQ case?
I have. We'll have to take it on notice to give you a full account of all of the briefings that took place in November following the decision, but I am aware that a written briefing was provided to the Premier and signed by him on the 17th of November prior to the written reasons being handed down on the 28th.
So nothing prior to the 8th of November?
I'll have to take that on notice. There were a number of verbal and other briefings provided to the Premier around that time, but we have been able to track down that written brief, which was on the 17th of November.
Would you be prepared to table that brief?
I don't know. It may contain legal advice and there'd be other issues of privilege we'd need to consider, but I'm happy to have a look at that.
I'll be asking you some more questions about that this afternoon.
Sure.
I'm sure. Premier, the most difficult periods of people's lives, of course, is when they're dying, is it not?
I mean, it's different in every
Especially if they are dying in pain. Would you agree?
I think that a lot of people die in pain and it's extremely difficult for them.
Yep.
But as for the most difficult period of their life, I know people that have gone through heart-wrenching, extremely difficult periods because they've been riven with disease like cancer or other, which have been devastating to them.
And you and I probably are on the same page in relation to that, but that needs to be something which is very well handled and dignified. Will you agree that in the next budget you will restore the palliative care funding which was removed in the last budget?
Well, obviously the budget is due to come down this year, and like a whole bunch of spending initiatives, we'll release it on budget day, but I'd expect the New South Wales government to contribute a large amount of money for palliative care in the state. I think the last financial year the number was $338 million, as well as $93 million for capital investments.
But
a significant amount of money.
Can we just agree on this now?
But I can't. But to the question that you asked, I can't confirm that. Not because I'm being coy, but obviously the budget will be released mid-year, and we'll announce the figure
then. Can we at least agree on this, that you did cut $250 million from the budget of the previous government in relation to palliative care, didn't you?
No.
No. Well, you can't agree on that. We now have had an order for papers, and we've got significant material in relation to that.
Well, I guess you asked me a question, so can I answer it? If you look at the actual budget numbers, the figure for 23-24 was 6.8% higher.
Premier, you have engaged in
Sorry,
this. You've
Mr. Chair, I do need to get this out. I'm not trying to. I will genuinely answer all of the questions that you have. I'm here for 3 hours.
Just admit.
I do think it's irresponsible. I think it's unreasonable for you.
Premier, please come to order, please.
Mr. Chair, I think it's unreasonable for you.
I know, it's unreasonable
I'm genuinely
for you.
trying to engage in the
You're
answer
not
for him
being
just
reasonable.
to scream at me.
You're not being reasonable, Premier, because you won't admit
Well,
what
again,
is
I mean,
patently obvious.
This is not, you're not providing me with an opportunity to answer, and I'm happy to engage with you, but I don't think that's reasonable.
Well,
what I would say is that if
Premier,
you look at the
admit it.
if you look at the budget figures-
Okay, point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to be reminded, Chair, that when the Chair calls order, that ordinarily means the participants need to cease.
Yes, I was just going to do exactly that. When I do call order, that means that everyone participating in this inquiry desists from yelling at each other, comes to order, and continues in a respectful way. So
look,
Mr. Tudhope, that would be greatly assisted if you weren't interjecting as the Premier was making his answer continuously.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer his question quite genuinely.
Well, please go ahead and do so.
Thank
now,
you.
Premier.
Well, the only thing I'm objecting to is I do think it's important to put this in context, and I do think it's important to, as far as the budget figure is concerned, explain to all committee members and anyone who's listening what the actual numbers are. Now, you can dispute them with me, but I think it's unreasonable for you to scream that I'm trying to mislead you or the public. That's not the case. What I would say is that in 23-24 it was 6.8% higher than the previous government spent on palliative care, and 8% higher again for 24-25. Where we had an issue in terms of funding for palliative care was the Coalition's promise at the election campaign for increased funding beyond that period. And the reason for that, and I think we explained it at the time, was that after the election was completed, we discovered that 1,100 nurses that were essential for the good running of not just the emergency departments and ICU, but palliative care as well, were unfunded. And I would love to be able to say, look, that didn't exist, those numbers weren't relevant, that we don't have to worry about 1,100 nurses. But that cost $500 million. Mr. Chair, it was not an option to not fund those nurses in our public hospital system. That would have had a devastating effect on, yes, emergency, yes, ICU, yes, elective surgery, but also palliative care. So we had to make that decision.
So you made the cut.
Fair enough. You want to ask me a question, but I'm not trying to be cute about it.
You are.
Well, I don't think I am.
You are, Premier, because you will not admit that in relation to the previous government's funding package, you have cut $250 million from that package.
Well, I've explained to you, Mr.
You may
Tudor.
explain why, but when you admit that you have done
there's two
it...
things that are important. Firstly, funding increased compared to what you actually spent by 6.8%. And secondly, in terms of the package that you announced, it would not have been possible to roll out that package if we had withdrawn 1,100 nurses from the public hospital system. Do you agree with that?
Well, I could answer that question. I don't agree with that, Premier. But you're the Premier, and you will be marked as having, in fact, cut $250 million for funding for dying people. Is that right?
Look, I have to make this clear. Funding for palliative care increased this year compared to the last year of the last budget that you were responsible for. That is a fact. It cannot be whitewashed and it cannot be taken out of context.
With other health
the second
funding
point here is,
increases.
in terms of the funding announcement that your government made for palliative care, we discovered upon assuming office
that we were
cut
palliative care.
But Mr. Chair, this surely...
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Namber, on the point of order.
I'm happy to keep going. I mean...
Well, no, we've got a point of order taken.
Let it just accord with the procedural fairness resolution if the Premier could complete his answer without the constant interjecting. It's a really important area of public policy, and it does require a question and answer session in a way that's just not littered with the interjections that we're seeing at the
Yes,
moment.
I uphold the point of order, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I uphold the point of order. It doesn't assist with the conduct of the inquiry. For us who are listening in and interested in the question and the answer, and also for Hansard, if there's constant interjections, the Premier may not be giving the answer you want, but you can't demand an answer that you want from the Premier. He is seeking to answer your question in the way he sees fit, and he should do so without interjection. So, Premier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, look, this is important. The context is extremely important. There was a surge workforce that the previous government, and they need to be given credit for this, recruited and deployed during the COVID emergency. It was 1,100 nurses, and it was crucial to deal with the surge that we were seeing in emergency departments and ICUs as a result of the COVID emergency. That happened to coincide with the previous federal government's decision to effectively defund primary health care in the community. What we were not aware of, and it was never disclosed in the election campaign, and with respect to you, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you didn't disclose it either, is that those 1,100 nurses were about to be removed from the public hospital system, and I would not have been able to deploy, even if it was $250 million for palliative care, without those frontline workers. And that's the truth of the matter.
I'll move on, but part of that palliative care package was to recruit those nurses, but you can ignore that if you like. In relation to your decision in relation to Rosehill Racecourse, it has been a signature position of yours that this was a planning decision which would have will deliver a significant housing opportunity. Isn't that the case?
Well, we'd like that to happen. We see it as a real opportunity for Rosehill Racecourse, for the ATC, for racing in the state, as well as housing. But that decision will have to be decided by members of the ATC, not by the New South Wales government.
So effectively, what you want to actually see is going to be decided by members of the ATC, not the New South Wales government.
Yeah, but I made that clear
When did you first find out about
Hang on a
this?
second.
Order,
I made
order.
that clear when we made the announcement, that this was going to be up to the ATC to decide and its members to decide, not the New South Wales government. But it was important, I believe, to explain to the people of New South Wales that we were not only receptive but open to the offer, that we thought it would be good for New South Wales, that we thought it was consistent with public transport infrastructure and infill development, but ultimately the decision has to be made by them.
In relation to that, when did you first find out about this proposal?
I can't give you the date, but not long before it was announced. I have to take it on notice.
Do you remember who you found out it from?
An official at the ATC.
Who was that?
It would have been, I can't remember his position, but Steve McMahon at the ATC.
And he's a mate of yours, is he not?
Well, I have known him for a long time, that's
Yeah.
right.
So Mr. McMahon came to you with a proposal, or a suggestion that this might be something that would be of interest to the
Yeah, but
government.
I don't think that would be outrageous. I mean, obviously, when you're in government, people come to you and say, look, we've got an idea. We think this would be good for our organisation. They might make a pitch that it'd be good for the state as well. Would you consider it? Now, if the initial reaction from me or the Minister for Planning or the Strategy Committee of Cabinet said, absolutely not, well, no one wants to waste their time.
But in fact, you've suggested that this proposal will be treated as an unsolicited proposal, have you not?
That's right.
Are you aware of what unsolicited proposals require?
I am, but I'm also sure that given it's important for the ATC to provide their vision for Rose Hill, and the government will assess it when it comes through. But
Well, you've already assessed it, haven't you?
no, I haven't.
Did a press conference.
Well, the press conference, in fact, this was an...
Yeah, but you can't rewrite history. At the press conference, I said they're going to present a plan to the New South Wales government. We'll assess it at that time. But I want to make it clear I think this would be great for the state if everybody can align.
Well, yeah,
I don't know whether you didn't listen to the press conference, but you can't rewrite history.
Yeah, you've called it a once-in-a-generation opportunity.
It would be, if it were to come to fruition, it would be a great opportunity for New South
You
Wales.
signed an MOU on it though, Premier. It's in your press release.
Again, made it clear on the date at the time when the announcement was made that this is not a done deal. This has to go through the ATC. The New South Wales government has to be comfortable with the proposal. There's many things to be negotiated. I think it would be good for the city.
Well, how is it impartial, though, Premier, if you're giving an indication
You can
that
just
this
imagine.
is a
You can imagine
once-in-a-generation
the.
opportunity?
You can imagine
Sorry,
the
point of
reverse
order.
position, can't you? That you'd have a situation where
Premier,
none of this.
point of
Point
order's
of
been
order.
taken.
So many
Point of order.
interruptions. Goodness
Mr.
me!
Mitchell,
I come here
point
for
of order.
3 hours. Can't we just have a discussion?
No,
This is
no,
ridiculous.
Order.
Thank you.
I'm happy to...
Oh no,
Order.
I'm happy to as well. I think you and I are happy to have a discussion.
Order, Premier, please.
Sorry, my point of order was that Mr. Tudor-Hope hadn't actually
Oh,
finished his
such a profound
question.
point of order.
Sorry, Premier.
I mean, can we just get on with it? Obviously, you want to ask a
Well,
question.
we're
I'm happy
doing
to
it
give an
within
answer.
the rules of the committee,
Yeah, the
so
rules of the
we're,
committee.
we're hearing
We're
a point of
happy.
order,
Okay,
and
Okay,
I'll
fair
rule on
enough.
that.
Apparently.
How dare I?
Thank you. Good?
I'm not actually. I'd like to continue
Order!
to answer
Order!
Mr.
Premier!
Tudor's question.
Premier, it would assist us all if we stopped interjecting and having a conversation
Thank you.
across the table.
My point of order, thank you. My
let's
point of order, Chair, is
proceed.
that Mr. Tudor-Hope had not finished his question. He was still asking it, and the Premier spoke over the top of him already. I think that the member should be afforded the courtesy to ask his question.
Well, both Mr. Tudor-Hope and the Premier are both speaking over the top of each other, which, as I've already said, is very difficult for others to understand what they're saying, for Hansard to be able to record it. So if we could have a respectful process in place where we ask a question, we answer the question, and then not interject over each other, that would greatly assist me, the Secretariat, and Hansard. So I can't remember who was answering asking a question.
I'm happy to answer his questions. That's why I'm here.
Thank
That's
you,
what I'm
Prem.
here to do. Having a vigorous discussion.
struggled with that a bit so far.
I'm not taking
Mr.
umbrage.
Tudor, please,
I'm not
come
taking
on.
umbrage with your questions. Hopefully, you're happy to let me answer. I want to make this point though, that if we were in a situation where that remains secret, my suspicion is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, and you can't disprove it, but you would have been completely outraged that that was taking place in private. And so the decision was made, particularly as it did require the consent of ATC members, that they know that the government was considering it and that the ATC was prepared to provide the opportunity for a change. And I fully acknowledge that ultimately that organisation will have to agree to it. I'm hopeful that we can progress negotiations, but I made that clear on the top. At the time, it was publicly released.
Well, if I could just take you to that, Premier. The unsolicited proposal process was adopted by the previous government in respect of projects which it was required to consider and did not make them public in the way that you have become a cheerleader for this, in fact, proposal.
But can you imagine the reverse situation, Mr. Tudor? I mean, imagine a scenario where there were discussions between the government and the ATC. The ATC is not a private company. It does require the consent of its members. As a result of the consent of its members, they're going to have to explain to them what their proposal is. Now, there has not been a breach of the unsolicited proposal program in New South Wales. If you've got evidence to the contrary, you should provide it, but we've been very clear and careful in relation to this process.
Well, one of the requirements is to be impartial,
honestly,
Premier.
Mr. Tudor, the Premier is answering a very important question and providing very important information, and so please allow him to answer your question.
In those circumstances, it would not have been possible to have a situation where the ATC said, look, ultimately we would like to have a sale of that property. We would like to have residential developments on it. As a result of that, we'd like to use the revenue for other programs, but we've got no idea whether the government's going to come to the table or not. I mean, that would be an exercise in futility that would waste everybody's time.
Premier, let me just put this to you. There is a difference between an unsolicited proposal brought to you by an organisation where you are impartial and a circumstance where you actually go out and become a cheerleader for the project. Now, you may say all those other things in fact exist. What I'm saying is that in terms of demonstrating impartiality, it doesn't pass the pub test.
Well, I'm disagreeing with the premise of your question. Well, there may well be, as part of the negotiations between the ATC and the government, irreconcilable differences, particularly in relation to the disposal of property, the size of the rezoning, what the density of housing, how much open space is available, what the links are and contact with the metro line is, what the actual arrangements for the sequencing of moving out of Rose Hill require. That may be a deal breaker for one or both of those sides. But in fairness to the government, we made that clear when the announcement was made. And I'd invite you to explore the reverse, or the suggested reverse position, which would be this was all conducted in secrecy, and an organisation that is a mass membership organisation would, under those circumstances, not be able to present to their members what their plan and their vision is.
Well, of course they would be.
So
able
how
to
are we supposed to advance it if it wasn't public?
Premier, what I'm suggesting to you is that signing the MOU in those circumstances was in fact in breach of...
No, it's not, and that's never been suggested to me. You've never made that claim before. Obviously, there are probity advisors associated with every aspect. Hang on, inside the New South Wales government, inside the new project. Again, there are obvious probity checks and advisors.
Who is the advisor
for
this project?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
I'll take that on notice. But your suggestion, Mr. Tudor, that in fact they're absent, I think is unfounded, not based on reality, not based on any evidence. And if you want to try and pull, I guess, not present your personal position on Rose Hill, whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, and instead pull apart it at the seams, that's at your disposal.
I'm not trying to put.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Heaven
you
forbid,
should.
butter wouldn't melt in your mouth.
I'm just saying this is your document, Premier, and you should.
And I'm making
with
and I'm making the
requirements.
assertion, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well-
we are not in breach of that. And if you've got evidence to the contrary, you should present it.
So, if in fact the members disagree with this proposal, or in fact vote against this proposal, does that have any implications for your housing targets?
No, the housing targets are not dependent on Rose
You
Hill.
do have a housing target, do you?
Well, look, obviously, when it comes to the national agreement that every state...
I said
Hang on a second. I'm going to get to the end of my answer. In relation to every state and territory, New South Wales included in the Commonwealth Government, there is a national housing target. New South Wales' pro-rated housing position is a component of that, and I've made no secret. That's what we're aiming for. We want to get a yearly figure in that ballpark, over 70,000 on average. We're not going to meet it this year. I'm going to remove as many impediments as I can in the planning system so that young people in particular have got a place to live and work in Sydney. And I've seen there's a difference between the opposition's public rhetoric in relation to housing, which is we need density, we want to support it. And it just so happens, Mr. Chair, that on every single issue or policy change or zoning proposal that we have put up, you or your colleagues have opposed it.
Well,
so
that's
in
just not
theory
true.
you're in
That is
favour
not
of
true.
density,
That is not
but
true.
in practice you're completely
That is
against
just not
it.
true, Premier, and you know it's not true.
Well,
Thank
really?
you, Mr.
Is
Tudor.
that
Hope
right?
your time has
Yes,
concluded.
Premier, you
Thank
do.
you.
What's your view on the R2
Order,
R3 changes?
order.
My view
The
is
time
that
for
Yeah, your view is
opposition
what?
questions is
No,
concluded.
I'm happy to.
We'll have it offline.
Premier, please
Offline.
desist.
We wouldn't
Mr.
want to do that in
Borzak.
public.
Well,
would
I'm
we,
happy to
Mr.
do it in
Jack?
public.
We
I'm
wouldn't
happy to
we
do
wouldn't
it
want
in
to
public.
have
Order!
a public position.
Order!
Mr. Chair.
Please stop. Thank you.
I'm happy to give you a minute of my time, Mr. Tudor, if you want to continue this discussion.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Borzak. Just let me ask you this. So, in terms of the impartiality around Rose Hill Racecourse, your mate brings you a proposal. You, in fact, then sign an MOU in relation to it, and then you become a cheerleader for it. Isn't that how it's properly
Well,
characterised?
I think that's outrageous.
That's how it's properly
I think that's
characterised.
outrageous for you to
Well,
make
that's
that
exactly
inference.
what's happened here, Minister.
No, it's not.
Premier.
That's not the case. It's
what has
unfair to
happened.
someone who's not at this committee who can't defend themselves. You've provided no evidence to,
Well, you've
I
told
think,
us.
defame his
You've told us.
credibility.
It's your
Well, what have we discovered? The ATC has a proposal for Rose Hill. They've presented it to the New South Wales government. Of course, we're interested in discussing it with them.
You become a
and then, as a
cheerleader.
result of that, Mr.
They like
Chair,
doing
no,
deals
I
with
want to
me.
get this out. As a result of that, they have to go through the indignity of someone like you deciding to defame their character
no,
for simply doing their job. I think it's outrageous.
I'm saying
and it's
you
out
have
of character
become
for
a
you as well.
cheerleader.
It's out of character for you as well.
Thank
Well,
you.
would you like to be defamed like that on the
I haven't
basis of
defamed
no
him.
information? I think it's outrageous.
I've said to him that it characterises the manner in which you have thwarted the unsolicited proposal process.
Thank
should
you,
have a
Mr.
long heart
Tudor
for
Hope.
yourself. That's
Thank you,
not
right.
Premier.
Mr. Premier,
Unedifying
on
exchange.
something totally different.
Mr. Borzak.
What is your government doing around decommissioning of renewable energy projects like solar and wind farms when they reach the end of their useful life?
Well, that is something that needs to be considered as part of land use changes, particularly for private landholders that take into, I guess, assess a proposal from a renewable energy provider. The government, I understand, has released a calculator so that the landholder has the complete knowledge of what the projected end costs associated with remediating the land would be once the solar project or the wind project has come to their end of life. It's obviously important for the landholders to have that information, because I think that the upfront fee that people receive for hosting or using renewable energy sites on their land is important, but they need to know the full picture, and if decommissioning is part of that, they've got to be remunerated for it.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, obviously there are a lot of projects already operational and been installed, and I think in most cases bonds haven't been paid or there's no money put aside, and a lot of these wind companies and solar companies may well not be there. Do you think the government will end up having to pick up the tab?
No, obviously, well, best practice is that it's reflected in the original price paid to the owner of the property. Remediation costs are part of the price, whether it's the yearly fee paid to the landholder or some kind of upfront payment. Where the government can come in and provide clarity to the land user is to give them the calculator and the information that they need.
Well, do you think that developers of solar farms, for example, should be required to pay a bond?
Look, I wouldn't propose that. I'm not sure what that would do to the economics of the model. And if in the end we're producing or the landholder is comfortable or confident enough to be assured that they're receiving enough remuneration to cope with not just the rent of the property but also the decommissioning, then it may not be required.
Well, do you think if a lot of these wind farms and solar farms ultimately aren't remediated properly, that we may well lose a lot of arable land? Because there could still be a problem there if, if people are taking the money, taking the contract, there's no sinking fund, for example, for the future. We could end up with a situation where there's a lot of dead solar farms and wind farms all over the state, and the arable available land would be reduced.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for the owner of the land to have the complete knowledge of what the ultimate costs are, including the decommissioning costs. Look, I'd note that in terms of a bond, bonds are traditionally used for land-intensive mining in particular, and the distribution of solar and wind farms on land in New South Wales is not as intrusive or destructive to the land as open cut mining, for example. So I'm not sure that the economic model that's been applied to open cut mining should be applied to renewable energy projects because the impact on the land isn't as destructive.
Where are the renewable energy zones up to?
Well, we've got the RES in particular for the Central West, which we're in the midst of. The government has significant challenges, particularly with the cost and time overrun on that project. The original cost, I think, was estimated to be $600 million, or at least that was the advertised price from the previous government and the minister responsible, Matt Keane. The ultimate costs is over $3 billion, I think. So that's
$3 billion?
$3 billion over. Might have to just take that on notice, but I'm getting a sort of nod. Look, significant increase in the renewable energy costs for Central West Arana, and that's adding to the cost of these projects. The years as well, the blowout, it was meant to be, I'd have to come back to you with the exact year, but they're over time and over budget, which is putting pressure on renewable energy timelines. We've got a massive task ahead of us. We have to produce, I think it's 30 terawatt hours of electricity per year by 2030, which means that we have to convert the greatest amount of energy in the shortest period of time from fossils to renewables in the history of Australia and potentially every other jurisdiction in the world. I think it's possible, but the pathway is incredibly narrow.
Well, that leads me to ask the question, where are you up to in relation to your negotiations with Origin and Eraring power station extension past 2025?
They're continuing. I don't have an update for the committee. The government is in negotiations with the company. I'm not trying to be opaque about those negotiations, but obviously we want to make sure that we drive the best deal possible for New South Wales taxpayers. I don't have anything to announce today, but we haven't walked away from the table and the negotiations continue.
Well, if the time is, and it's going to be so difficult, haven't you got your back against the wall in relation to that, commercially speaking?
The advice is no, but I will admit that the time frame for renewable energy projects and the projected decommissioning of coal-fired power stations on the East Coast energy grid is really tight and tighter than it needs to be. And we're under pressure in terms of time and cost. So that project, if there was nothing else happening, the building of metros, the building of houses, getting schools and hospitals under control, energy is almost a full-time job by itself for a government to undertake, because the state has never attempted to swap out its energy mix in such a short period of time before.
Yeah, it's never done it at all. In fact, are there any issues, particularly around the partly privatised electricity grid, that will also affect the investment process and getting that electricity to market on time?
Yes, there is. And I regret the fact that particularly transmission was privatised. In my view, it was a big mistake for the state. And as a result, you have maybe just to go back a step, the big advantage for New South Wales in terms of manufacturing and economic growth is that previous governments made decisions to build coal-fired power stations on top of coal mines. So transport cost was zero, you dig it up out of the ground, put it straight into the power generator, and as a result you would have, in comparative terms, cheaper electricity for New South Wales. We are now producing energy inland and transmitting that power over vast distances to the East Coast energy grid while still keeping our manufacturing industry up and running. So the challenge is massive. If the transmission lines were held by the taxpayer, then you would have a neutral or disinterested party. We have to manage these things with private entities now, and it's difficult. It's difficult for market players, it's difficult for access, it's difficult for transparency in the private market.
So how does the government, given the fact that private investors got to come in and negotiate with any of these privatised grid owners, how does the government actually handle that? I mean, you're sitting on the sidelines really with no commercial interest, or partial commercial interest.
Look, sort of. We hold bids, and we allow bids for the transmission from renewable energy zones to the East Coast energy grid. Part of the conditions for those bids is that they allow market access for private interests and private participants.
And yet they have to come to a deal with somebody else.
Yeah, they do, but they have to do it on commercial terms as a result of our bid.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. The Greens.
Thank you, Premier. We have very short time, so we're going to do a quick speed date, and you're going to answer quick and concisely.
Good luck.
Back to the contamination issue. We know how important the circular waste economy is, and we know how important it is to have integrity and accountability. And thank you for taking the matter of the asbestos contamination so seriously, supporting the EPA and the task force. We know that it's actually much more than mulch and asbestos. It's being revealed day by day that it's also the contamination is in the recovered fines, that it's much more than asbestos, it's lead as well. Is your government going to maintain the zero tolerance of these contaminants in this very important circular waste system?
Yes, I mean, we've got no plans of changing the rules. In fact, we've made it really clear in recent days that we will be having discussions about increasing penalties for those that break the law or breach these conditions and are responsible for distributing toxic substances in our community.
And I think you've identified that possibly even changes to regulation if that's what's required and needed.
Potentially. I mean, we want to get information from the EPA as well as industry. I just want to make it clear that the investigation of the firm involved is ongoing, and it's a criminal investigation, but obviously, and I think this is reasonable to point out, no one's been convicted of anything yet.
No, that's right. In terms of outside of the investigation, though, this notion that it is not just mulch and it is not just the products that have gone into the mulch and that it's not just asbestos, at the moment, are you requiring that there is transparency with all of New South Wales about precisely what we are looking at in terms of the investigation, and that are we looking beyond just the mulch and asbestos, given the revelations that it is also recovered fines that are coming from the construction industry?
I don't quite... Sorry, would you mind?
Yeah, so we know that it is more than just the mulch.
Yep.
And we know that the system has been corrupted in some way through wrong products going into products. We know it's more than mulch. It's these recovered fines. Are you going to demand the continuation of transparency around what the EPA is investigating and what we're looking into?
Well, I just want to be careful in terms of what we know. I mean, obviously there's public information that's been released. There's an ongoing criminal investigation, but it is important that not only...
Respectfully, Premier, my question's not going to the investigation.
Well, I know that, but you did make that claim, and I just
it's outside of the investigation. Sorry, it's outside of the allegations with this particular...
Right.
I'm talking about the broader waste circular system, the chain of custody, and where these products are getting contaminated from, and through what sources and what streams.
I support the EPA's decisions in relation to this latest investigation, the task force that's been formed, the communication with the public. I think that they've been able to inspect and test a vast area in metropolitan Sydney in particular and communicate that to the public. As far as other recovered substances and their reporting obligations, I'd have to take it on notice. I mean, is the suggestion that it's not strong enough, or you prefer more transparency?
Yeah, definitely more transparency, Premier. And I think that, we're seeing half of Sydney, large part of Sydney taped up. I think that the community deserves to be kept completely abreast of what it is we're looking at, and that the fact is this is not just mulch, and this is a bigger issue. The fact that you've got a task force, which we commend you, are you committed to continuing utmost transparency, the improvement of regulation, and that will be continued to be communicated with the public?
Well, obviously, we want to make sure the public are aware of when there are toxic substances or suspected toxic substances in the community, and that will continue. As far as the next steps, I'm happy to take it on notice, mainly because I want to have a chat, speak to the EPA, understand what their current reporting obligations are, and see how they can be strengthened.
Thank you. So you are, and the zero tolerance is the really important element here, Premier, and you're committed to continuing that because obviously environmental stewardship and public health is a priority.
Well, the public has to have confidence in this economy. They have to have confidence in this marketplace. Otherwise, that entire sector is under threat. There are heavy penalties in place already for willful, deliberate conduct in relation to toxic substances in the community, over $1 million.
And so, Premier, did you see the investigative report by Lisa Cox in The Guardian that is showing the perverse testing regime and what looks like regulatory capture that's gone on and that we've known about since 2013 in relation to these recovered fines?
I don't think I did. Was that was there a photo of you?
No, I don't think so, Premier. Thanks.
I did read an article in The Guardian.
So the reality is, Premier,
that's the one I read.
I think what you
need
need to know, Premier, is that we've got some really serious problems in the waste cycle. We know how important the circular waste economy is for New South Wales, but we also need to have it with integrity, and it needs to be healthy and guaranteed that we're not polluting the environment. Will you undertake to providing the names of the labs who have been testing and retesting that were featured in the article for absolute transparency and for identifying and for communicating with the public where this system's gone wrong in the past and how you're going to fix it?
Would you allow me to take that on notice?
Yes, thank you, I would. Can I just move very quickly? In November 23, last year, you seemed to open the door to the idea that we would look at exiting native forestry to a sort of looking at a carbon credits type system. and we spoke about this, I think, at the last estimates, and you said to the effect, yeah, we're looking at something like that and we would need a system in place. And I think you were referring to maybe the developments of ACCUs, the carbon counting units, carbon credit units. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, I would have to read my words from the transcript. Is that what I said?
Words to those effect. But is that something you're looking at, Premier? The idea of allowing large carbon emitters and land developers to use offsets through our forest estate. Is that something you're considering?
We don't have any public announcements about that, and I don't have any policy changes that I'm going to announce today. In relation to forestry, emerging industries, innovative marketplaces that could be adapted in Australia, that we could see in other jurisdictions that could work. I'm not going to rule it out.
Would you rule it out if the economics just don't make sense and the accounting system doesn't make sense, and it's in the public interest and New South Wales interest to just bank that carbon in the forests and not trade it?
Look, there's multitude of views on it. I'm not going to rule anything.
But there's just accounting as well, Premier. Carbon in forests.
Yeah, but look, I mean, if you want to have a deeper discussion about it, you do have eminent people like Ken Henry who believe that this is a viable...
I don't think he said our forests are the right way to go.
Well, hang on. There are people like Ken Henry who've come and spoken to us who believe that this is an innovative marketplace for the state, for the country. But look, I don't have a policy change to announce here. I think that a reasonable person would acknowledge that a government as big as New South Wales will be looking at all kinds of industries and opportunities for the state. But I don't have a policy announcement today.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Just in the last 55 seconds.
Sorry.
Hello. Just coming back on that asbestos issue then, for a quick one. Those of us who have been paying attention for a number of years have seen asbestos being dumped across the state in lots of different contexts. I live on the Central Coast. We've had it at Mangrove Mountain. We've had it at the Vales Point Power Station. Construction materials containing asbestos being dumped around the state, and it's great that we're now having attention on it here. Are you concerned about corruption in the waste and construction industry in New South Wales?
Well, I haven't had specific allegations of corruption presented to me. And I'm
concerned about organised crime with the waste industry in New South Wales?
Well, I mean, I'd have to take it on notice, but I don't recall of being presented with that allegation.
Would you support a special commission of inquiry into the waste industry in New South Wales?
Look, I'd be reluctant to do that. I think that the best course of action is for the New South Wales government to be exploring enhanced penalties to ensure that those that break the law are investigated and punished, that the EPA has the resources in place, and that the public has confidence in the marketplace. I mean, I'm not, if you've got evidence or information of widespread corruption, we have both the Independent Commission Against Corruption as well as the option for judicial inquiries, but I'd prefer action rather than an inquiry.
Thank you, Premier. Questions now from the opposition.
Good, thank you. Premier, I just want to now ask you some questions about the local small commitments allocation, and there are some documents which I wish to put in front of you in respect of those allocations. Premier, looking at the document in front of you, these are extracted from documents which have been produced pursuant to a Standing Order 52 to the House. You will see that the first page deals with your own commitments during the election campaign, and you will see from the document that there are a number of commitments which you made, and in relation to that they were notified to a person, Liam Rankin. Do you know who Liam Rankin is?
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah, but you'll also note that the date notified was the 7th of March 2023. This is just the first page I'm asking you to look at.
Right. Look, I don't. This is just being presented to me. So
no. It's a document that was produced by your office.
If you say so.
Yeah.
But I don't know the provenance of it. I mean, I'm not sure who passed it over.
Well,
the order of the
it's-
House,
it's
SO 52.
52.
Right.
It's from-
As
it's
I
come-
said,
it's
that's
come
what
from-
you've said.
It's
Yeah.
come from your
It's
office.
Okay.
So the second page which I'd like to now then take you to were nominated. The next two pages were projects nominated by the candidates for Castle Hill and Kellyville, respectively. You recall that the candidates in that for Labor in those two seats were Tina Cartwright and Alex Karki, Karki, prior to the election. The next two pages.
Look, I'm
Yep, well,
happy to take your questions, but I don't know the provenance of the,
Good.
the
So-
document.
So your understanding of this process was that in relation to small local commitments allocation, they needed to have been made by the candidates as part of the election process. Is that right?
Yeah, I think my recollection is candidates, or it may well have been shadow ministers that identified a particular project in that community, or it might have been Chamber of Commerce
but
president.
prior
Hang on,
to the
I'm gonna get
election.
to the end of it.
Prior to the
It
election.
might have been a Chamber of Commerce president said, "I've got a great idea." It might have been a local community organisation that said, "We think that this would be a really good thing for our community." It may well be a blend of people that have
So, but they were prior
identified
to the election.
identified the initiative.
Prior to the election, that was the criteria, was it not?
Some of them were prior, but everybody got 400,000.
But prior to the election, they had to be nominated, did they not?
Not
As a
necessarily.
Oh. You say that there is another criteria to nominate projects after the election?
My understanding is that there's some electorates or communities that the full amount, the full $400,000 wasn't allocated.
Oh, well,
And-
that's true.
hang on a second. So rather than ensuring that community missed out, as in they only got 200,000 or 150,000, we made sure that everybody got the same, all 93.
Correct. And that's the way that it was. If in fact the full commitment hadn't been made before the election, then in some ways the community did need to get the benefit of those funds by way of allocation to the local council, for want of a better expression. So if you go to the Castle Hill election, can you look in the last column, and so you will note that the date notified was the 24th of July 2023. You accept that that's the
No,
date
I
of-
don't accept it because I don't know
It's
what.
right in front of you.
Yeah,
right in
but
front.
didn't you hand me this?
It's your document.
Well, that's
Came
what
from
you
a
say.
call for papers.
I'm happy to take your question, but I don't know the provenance
Well,
of it.
the document discloses that it was made, and it was made to people. Paul Mills. Do you know who Paul Mills is?
Yes.
Does he
yes.
work in your office?
He does work in my
Yeah.
office.
Do you
yes.
know who Reece Patton is?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Well, would you
Not-
accept
not
from
off the
me
top
that he
of my
works
head.
in Minister Harris's office?
Perhaps. Not necessarily. I'm not sure whether your information's up
So
to
Premier-
scratch or not. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me just put. And this is where we're getting to. So this is the nub of it. Premier, if the projects listed for Castle Hill and Kellyville were in fact never nominated by candidates prior to the election, but added to the list by Paul Mills and Reece Patton on the 24th of July 2023, would they still be eligible for funding under the LSCA program?
Well, I don't know whether they added them or whether community groups lobbied the government or potentially local MPs, like the eventual winner of the seat, might have lobbied the government for a change in the project, or it might have been a civic leader or a mayor. I mean, there was a few examples of Liberal MPs that were publicly jumping for joy, putting out social media posts about local small commitments.
But they were made
And I
before
think
the
I had a
election.
few discussions with MPs that said, look, like the project, but we think it could be better applied somewhere else. So,
But if they were added to the list and they weren't election commitments.
but we already discovered that there were some communities where the full 400,000 wasn't
but
applied.
these are specific projects which are nominated
well,
as election
what's
commitments.
the reverse?
Well,
That some of those communities miss out.
No.
That's what would have happened under the previous government.
What
you
I'm-
remember?
What I'm
We
suggesting.
couldn't have that. I mean, the bottom line is we couldn't have a situation where some communities, some electorates
But
missed
Premier,
out.
if in fact a member of your staff was engaged in a process where these were not election commitments, but were in fact nominated by someone after the election.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I don't know the provenance of the decision or where the information
Well,
to
if
pick that
was true,
project
would that
came
be
from.
well, would that be a breach of this
Well,
program?
but that's a supposition
Well,
on your
would it
part.
be?
No, but it's a supposition on your part. I'm not sure how a particular small commitment was determined or decided in Castle
What
Hill,
date-
for
what's
example.
the date on that?
And I'm not prepared to make a comment about it because I don't know how it got on the list. And I don't think that's unreasonable. There would be thousands of local small
We'll
commitments.
go to the
that would have
last
been
page of the
distributed.
document, if you would, because a document was brought into existence on the 25th of July 2023, all new projects. These projects didn't even exist prior to the election.
Well, I mean, I guess if your inference is that government small commitments that were announced in the election campaign were not subsequently delivered, that's not true. But there
I'm
may
saying
have been,
these
there may have,
projects
I'm going to
didn't
get my
exist.
answer out, but there may have been some electorates where the full allocation wasn't exhausted. And I just say, I throw myself down on the mercy of the committee and say, can you imagine if the government
Well, you're
went
misunderstanding
after
the
the
point.
election campaign and
You're
said, well, we've
misunderstanding.
allocated the full 400,000 to Cogra and Rockdale and Penrith and Riverston, but we've decided Tamworth only gets 150.
I'm
you'd
not quibbling-
be
I'm not
completely
quibbling with that.
outraged
I'm
by it.
quibbling with the process. I'm quibbling with the process. The projects
Well,
were
your
added-
supposition is that the staff member is responsible for the addition to it. I don't know the reason why. I'd have to
Well, the
investigate
projects
it.
didn't exist at the time of the election.
But
At the election commitment, these are new projects brought into
your
existence
supposition
after
is
the
that
election.
a member of my staff picked that project in that.
Well-
I'm simply reporting to you that we fully
We know.
acknowledged at the time that the local small commitments program did have, in certain seats, not the full allocation applied. Now, the government made a decision that that would be unfair to those communities and that the full $400,000 needed to apply to all 93 seats.
And Premier, we are completely ad idem in relation
But
to
you're
that as a
not actually,
proposal.
because you've been highly, well, not personally, but the opposition's been highly critical of even that proposal.
We are ad idem on the fact that the $400,000 was to be allocated. What I'm raising with you is the process by which projects were added for this particular seat, not in
Months later
accordance
on.
with the small allocation grants program.
Well,
And that they weren't commitments made at the time of the election.
But it's important that the committee understand that the government has already conceded and admitted and was fully transparent, I think even during the campaign, that there were seats where the full allocation of the $400,000 wasn't applied. Just let me finish. And as a result of that, rather than those communities getting less, say 150,000, obviously we wanted to make sure they got the full
And
400.
I have no
now the
quibble.
process for that I'll have
No
to come
qui-
back
I
to
have
you
no
on, but
quibble.
I don't think.
I have
I
no
think a
quibble with
reasonable
it.
person would sort of step back and say, well, I'd rather you spend the money in my community rather than saying.
No problem with that,
following your own
Premier. I'm
guidelines.
concerned with the guidelines and the process where potentially a member of your staff, in fact,
Oh,
inserted.
sorry, what's the allegation now? Because you've actually thrown a few out.
No,
So
no,
what's the
well,
allegation now?
I'm saying perhaps
I
a
don't
member
think
of your
Perhaps.
staff made.
Well, why don't we deal with realities? I'm happy to
Well,
take it on notice
well,
and
I-
get you the answer,
Thank
and,
you.
and I'll save you the opportunity to besmirch another member of the public. How about that?
Well, I haven't besmirched anyone,
that
to the best of my knowledge, Premier. Premier, we started talking earlier about your commitment to build 75,000 new homes each year in New South Wales. Have you abandoned that commitment?
We haven't. We
So
need
you
to do
haven't?
it, and the reason we need to do it is that young
may
people
need to, but have
are
you
locked
abandoned
out
it?
of New South Wales, and as a result of that, the government's pursuing a whole range of zoning, planning, and density changes to New South Wales. And I'll just leave the committee with one fact which is just so fundamental and elemental to the state's future, and that is we are losing twice as many people between the ages of 30 and 40 than we are gaining. Twice as many. In the years gone past, it would generally be older communities that would move to warmer climates. Now we're losing younger communities.
And I understand
and
that.
You saw
I
that
have
the
a young
Productivity
family
Commission
of
has
my
said
own.
Point
in
of
recent times
order, Mr.
that unless we do something about it,
Please allow the Premier.
unless we do something about it, we will live in a city without grandchildren. So, I've been.
I understand the sentiment.
The government's been pursuing these changes. Most of the reforms that have been announced since December have been either explicitly or implicitly opposed by your colleagues, which is disappointing. But I don't know another way.
Is there a target?
Of providing?
What's the target?
It's been publicly articulated.
75,000 homes. Is that your target?
We want to get to 75,000 as an average.
Is that the target today?
Well, obviously that's what we want to get to, but I've been really clear prior to today's evidence that it's very difficult to meet that, primarily because the previous government left us with the paucity of supply opportunities, planning regimes.
We'll come to that.
Hang on.
We'll come to that.
Wait. And as a result of that, this is a big ship of state that needs to be turned around. It would be wonderful to be in a situation where I could promise that quantum of housing on a yearly basis on average over the next 5 years, because I think it would make a big difference to young people in the state. But when your government left us with a situation where you had 48,000 housing completions in a 12-month period, when the Victorian government had 58,000, we're coming from a long way back.
Thank you, Premier. So you admitted to the Daily Telegraph that you have no chance of meeting that target, did you not?
Well, I mean, I've asked and answered it several times already.
Yeah. So the leader of the government in your place says, and the upper house says that the target is being constantly updated. So what is the target today?
Look, I think a reasonable person would say, given this is, I could be corrected, but I think this is the biggest private market in the country, the housing market in New South Wales. And as it's a private market, the government isn't the largest seller of property or builder of property. It's private individuals making that decision. So you've got, these are the inputs that determine yearly builds and completions. You've got finance, you've got market conditions, you've got interest rates, you've got the immigration level, you've got ability to procure supplies, you've got labour market concerns. I mean, I'm just touching the surface. You've got 6 or 7 inputs that we're not responsible for. What we are responsible for is zoning and planning changes. And I've made it clear we're going to do everything we can to ensure that the government part of the blockage when it comes to completions are removed. Now, I'd love to be able to have the primary say on all those other aspects of the economy, but we don't have a command and control economy. This is an open marketplace and there's other inputs.
Well, one of the things you've just identified, of course, is immigration. Have you had any discussion? Are you aware of the number of immigrants came into Australia last year?
500,000.
Yep. How many came to New South Wales?
About a third.
About 174,000?
Yeah, I said about a third.
Yeah, 174,000. So that number came to New South Wales. Your target is 75,000 new. Is immigration a problem?
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, that was the yearly intake after the COVID pandemic. So net migration for the 2 preceding years was far lower. You shouldn't leave that out. Secondly, federal government's made an intervention in relation to immigration numbers into the country and dramatically reduced it. I think it's 300,000 for next year and 250 for the year after. And I think that was a reasonable and responsible decision to make given the pressure on the housing market, and not an easy one for them to make, but I think the right one. I mean, I make the point that I could want to double migration or I could want to reduce it to 0. But the New South Wales government doesn't have the power over immigration. And even if it was 0, we would still have severe housing problems in the state. And as a result of that, we need change in the housing market. And we released a number of changes which have been attacked. I mean, in all fairness, attacked by your colleagues in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm just wondering what, and I don't mean this in a flippant way, and I know that you've got to ask me questions, but if this is a genuine attempt to get to the answer of how to solve Australia and Sydney's housing crisis, if you don't want to do density, What would you do? What would you have me do?
It's a supply and demand. What you've outlined in your answer to the previous question was a supply and demand equation in relation to the delivery of housing. And the biggest, in fact, demand driver at the moment is immigration, is it not?
Look, in part, but and I think that's why the Commonwealth Government made that intervention.
Well, even if the immigration level is reduced to 250,000, we would anticipate potentially at least a third of those people still coming to New South Wales.
Look, potentially, but in any event,
and the targets that you're looking at,
I'm not responsible for immigration in the state.
Sorry,
is there some kind of constitutional arrangement I'm not aware of?
Have you made You're the Premier. You're the Premier. You represent the interests of this state. Perhaps you're unaware of that, but perhaps you.
No, I'm amazed. I'm all ears. My point here is I'm sick of the buck passing. I don't want to be in a situation.
Well, then don't buck pass.
Well, I don't want to be in a situation. I think I'm doing the opposite, aren't I? I'm genuinely coming to the table and suggesting to you and to the people in New South Wales that previous premiers have said, we can't take any more immigration, so therefore I'm not going to do anything about housing. That, to me, seems to be what you're suggesting the New South Wales government does.
I'm not.
And I'm telling you that is a recipe for inaction, a lack of housing, and selling young people down the river. That kind of rhetoric that you've sprouted today is the reason we are in this mess. We're not responsible for immigration, but we are responsible for housing. And my strong advice to you is we need to get on with it.
And you are a one-size-fits-all approach to the delivery of housing, is it not? The only thing.
So what's your suggestion?
The only thing that you suggest is your input into the solution of this problem is rezoning. Isn't that your position? I can't do anything else except rezone.
Look,
one size fits all.
I'll be honest with you. No, I'm happy to answer it. Can I just make the point? Literally everything you just said was wrong. Now, I don't know whether it's willful or ignorance, but everything you've said is wrong. And if I look at the comments from your leader, this is from Mark Speakman. This is December of last year, so not long ago. And I think this is important. The opposition is in furious agreement with ramping up housing
because this is not an answer to my question.
Order. I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor-Hope. It is an answer.
Sure.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, it is an answer to your question. The Premier should be heard in silence, actually, rather than constant interjections.
So this is from the Shadow Minister for Planning. A massive uplift in housing supply in New South Wales must be a top priority. That was on the 7th of February this year. The Leader of the Opposition said in December, the opposition is in furious agreement with ramping up housing supply that will involve substantial rezonings along major corridors. Now, you've come to the table today, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Presumably you're against Rose Hill. You've just suggested the government has a one-size-fits-all plan for zoning.
Premier.
You are suggesting a recipe for the kind of complete intergenerational inequity that we have seen presided over by you. And as a result of that kind of theory where you say, look, in theory I want density, but in practice the answer is no. And I will note that you've provided no alternative plans for New South Wales. That's how we get to a situation where rents have increased by 14%.
In my last 30 seconds,
the median house price in Sydney is $500,000 more than Melbourne, despite the fact that the two cities are roughly the same size. You are condemning the next generation of young Australians to a life without renting or housing.
I'm not, but in any event, can I just return to Mr. Diadam for a moment? Have you given Mr. Diadam a licence here today to say anything he likes in relation before you will dismiss him?
Look, I genuinely think a reasonable person would not draw any inference from my comments in relation to Mr. Diadam. I've been clear and consistent in relation to both his public commentary and the situation involving that kind of commentary in the community. The government's position couldn't be clearer. The cabinet's position couldn't be clearer. It's my strong belief that people need to speak with moderation in relation to this issue. And I repeat what I said earlier. Little, if anything, that we say about the Middle East crisis will impact peace over there, but it could have a major impact on peace right here in New South Wales because words have consequences.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Can I take you back to renewable energy again? We're jumping all over the place, but I think you're quite mentally astute enough to handle all this. What's the government doing to protect against human rights abuses relating to foreign-made renewable energy equipment, such as solar panels, for example?
The government is committed to the conventions that the country and the state are party to when it comes to, I forget the terminology, the phraseology in relation to slavery, modern slavery. Modern slavery. Sorry, Mr. Borsak, I just slipped my mind. Modern slavery conventions. My hope is that adherence to those conventions does make a difference in terms of whatever is being imported into the state. But you're right, we need to keep an eye on it.
Are we going to actually do anything with modern slavery laws in New South Wales to give them some teeth?
Well, I'm all ears. I mean, I think that, we do have a hung parliament in both the upper and lower house. We have been in a situation where we're open to crossbench MPs introducing legislation. If there's ideas that the government should be pursuing, particularly in relation to supply chains, then we're open to discussing them, of course.
Okay, thank you. Why is the government still focusing on renewables when nuclear is a far better alternative?
Well, I mean, we have looked at that. And the truth of the matter is the cost associated with starting up a nuclear industry for domestic energy consumption would far exceed our ability to pay for it. There's been one, I think, small-scale modular nuclear reactor that's been in its opening stages or its deployment stages in the US, and that one at the end of last year reversed course and they're no longer going ahead with it. So I don't think, given so much of our energy supply as a result of coal-fired power stations are coming to the end of the life, I can't take what I would regard as a risk of trying to step up and set up a nuclear energy industry that I wouldn't have confidence could deliver power to the people in New South Wales.
How are Energy Co working with farmers to protect agricultural land? And we talked around that a bit before.
Yeah. Look, Energy Co will, of course, partner with organisations, particularly in relation to battery storage, which is, I think, a really under-discussed part of the energy transition. There's been a lot of talk about wind and solar providing energy when there is sun shining and wind blowing, but there hasn't been enough discussion around hydro storage or battery technology when that doesn't happen. And the real purpose of the Energy Security Corporation, is to partner with firms that have got plans to do just that. Now, there are commercial returns there. There's probably more lucrative commercial returns than just straight out solar, but we can't do one without the other, solar and wind. We can't do one without the other. In terms of land use, I don't have easy answers for it, Mr. Borsak, particularly when it comes to transmission lines. There's been a suggestion that we underground them. I know the National Party have been insisting on it, as in fairness, a few regional MPs. But the latest information I had is that it could triple the cost for those transmission lines, and that would be beyond the reach of retail consumers in the state because it's a cost recovery model.
Do you support the Federal Hunter offshore wind zone?
Well, I need to see the specifics. They haven't finalised, or I don't think they're even in the early planning stages of several sites. So I'd wait and see how it would fit in with New South Wales' energy needs and what it would mean for the state. There's just not enough specifics out there.
Solar installations are being planned on arable land capable of small holdings and larger agriculture. Will the government prevent inappropriate installation of renewables in places like Goulburn, for example, that only has really sunny days 1/3 of the year?
Well, there is solar farms in the Goulburn region.
And there's a very large one being planned.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I don't pretend to be an expert in relation to the sun distribution in the central west or the southwest of New South Wales, or where the best sunlight is. other than to say that they're all commercial decisions that are made by private operators. So if they're wrong, they'll do their hat, and we're generally speaking not going to intervene because of the challenges that I spoke to you about before. I mean, we've copped hits from the Greens and Matt Keane about Eraring remaining open, and we've copped hits from the National Party and others about our renewable energy plan. I mean, it's really just driven by the economics of reliable, secure energy for the people of New South Wales and pursuing that energy transition. And it's a very, very narrow and tight path that we have to walk. But for me to start taking assets off the table or potential extensions or solutions to the problem, I think would put us further in a hole. If I added to the cost, it doesn't come from the government coffers, and it's not like we can just add it to the net debt of the state. It would come from consumers because it's that cost recovery model. So I'm not pretending our energy policy is perfect, but if we're going to meet the targets that were bipartisan, supported by the major political parties and certainly the Greens, then we've got to kick on with it.
Just specifically, do you support the waste to energy incinerator move to the Goulburn region?
I'd like to take that on notice, just because I'm not up to date with the latest information.
Yeah, because a lot of people down there have got concerns about it, of course, especially in relation to cancer and other things.
Sure. I'd love to give you an answer today, but I'd just like to confer with my officials about it.
Can I get you to turn your mind to my favourite, the Powerhouse Museum?
Yes.
When did you approve the closure of the Powerhouse Museum Ultimo for renovations?
It would have been, from memory, the fourth quarter of last year.
And who put the proposal to you?
I'm pretty sure it was the Minister for Arts, John Graham.
Okay, thank you. Are the water leaks in the Powerhouse Museum Ultimo, which were given as the reason for its urgent closure, the result of past decisions at the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences to not fund proper maintenance of the box gutters and window seals? What's actually going on there?
Look, I don't know, but for the purposes of this questioning, sure. Yep, I'm sure that's right, that the previous government didn't put... I mean, custom and practice would lead us to believe that they didn't put enough in the maintenance budget. But I'd have to take it on notice to give you a specific answer.
And a figure of $40 million to repair the roof was thrown at me. Does that sound over the top?
I'm just trying to remember the specifics of it. Look, it doesn't sound over the top. It's if there's... I'm not sure that the roof problems are strictly confined to seepage or water. I think there may be structural problems with the roof of the powerhouse that would indicate or explain why there's such a large number.
Right. What resources will be diverted after the Powerhouse Parramatta project is completed? Where will those resources go to that the money's being spent on that project?
We'd like to do both, and that's why there's over $200 million for the Ultimo Powerhouse. We're committed to reimagining it, opening it up for that community. That's a proud legacy of the Rand government, important for New South Wales. The community won an important victory in keeping the site open, and the previous government reversed their decision on closure, which I think they should be credited for. We want to make sure it adds to the things to do in Sydney, adds to our cultural legacy. The Powerhouse Museum at Parramatta is, I think from memory, over a $900 million project. So the two properties together would really reveal a massive opportunity for new art spaces, new cultural precincts for people to explore, which we're going to need to do if tourism's going to be a larger part of our economic mix. I've had sort of feedback in the not too distant past that we need more things to do in Sydney. And that
Are you committed to the Ultimo facility returning as a facility for science and technology as a museum?
I am, Mr. Borsak. That's important for Sydney.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just before I turn to the Greens, I've just got a quick question or two. Premier, the government has a future of gas statement and a strategic statement of coal, which guides the possible future development of coal and gas. Are you aware of who wrote those policies?
I'm not.
Would you be alarmed to learn that they were written by John Barilaro and that they're still operational?
Well, I mean, look, in fairness, I'd have to read them before I in a blanket way, criticised him.
So you haven't read them? Even though that's the largest export in the state, $40 billion per annum?
Look, I think I'm reasonably au fait with both the industry. I know about major potential closures and possible expansions for fossil fuel projects in the Hunter, but in all candour, no, I haven't read those specific reports.
Would you commit to updating those policies in the short term, considering the author and the lot of concern in the community about coal expansions?
I'd have to take that on notice, come back to you, confer with the Minister for Energy and the Environment.
Okay, and one last one. In a related matter, there's I suppose, journalist and podcaster, Jordan Shanks, known as Friendly Geordies, who is well known in the community. Recently, he's been the subject of a firebombing at his home. He's highlighted the potential links between Mr. Barilaro and crime figures in the community. He's had his house firebombed and he's received death threats. Are you alarmed at that development, and how do you respond?
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, I did make contacts with Mr. Shanks to see what the New South Wales government could do, whether there was any potential inquiries that should take place as a result of his concerns and his fears. My office has been in contact with him as well. And regardless of his journalism and people's personal taste, we can't have a situation where someone feels intimidated enough to give up on providing public information. And a free press, as well as freedom of speech, as well as freedom of expression, are fundamental to our modern democracy. And I was concerned about those allegations, very concerned. And I want to make it clear that the government reached out to Mr. Shanks and happy to provide any information or service that he needs. The press do have even modern forms of communication stresses on them as a result of providing information to the public, and I was concerned about those reports. Yes.
Thank you, Premier. The Greens.
Premier, we were talking before about housing. Obviously, the extent of the housing crisis is now so great that building houses eventually is, not going to be the only solution. You talked about the private market here in New South Wales. $39 billion every year is being pumped into that private market through federal tax concessions. Will you be following former Premier Perrottet in calling for a review into negative gearing?
No.
Why is that?
Well, mainly because it's a Commonwealth responsibility, and I've got enough on my plate in New South Wales.
It's making your job very difficult.
I'm happy to answer all the questions, but I think I'm entitled to get the context out. It's a Commonwealth responsibility. It's not a state responsibility, and they'll make up their own mind in relation to it. I often find that interventions from serving premiers are designed to evade responsibility or flip custody of a particular issue. And I don't want to do that. And I don't want to be in a situation where I'm kind of accused of shirking my responsibilities by saying it's all the Commonwealth's fault.
But you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that the housing crisis was not just caused by a lack of supply. There have been a decade or more of poor policy decisions made by federal and state coalition governments. We are now in such a serious position where the people of New South Wales are asking for leadership on housing. Are you going to send the message that something more than just building houses needs to be done?
Look, I'm not. And here's the reason why. The reason why is because there are really clearly defined distinctions between Commonwealth responsibility and state responsibility on a whole range of issues. And if I spend my time with
Yeah.
answering questions from you, or this committee spends its time
Yeah.
dealing with Commonwealth issues at the expense of state issues, we'll never get anything done.
So let me give
I appreciate
you-
your interest in it, and I know
Yeah.
you want to ask questions. I've given the
Okay.
answer.
But
I
we've
genuinely believe state politicians' responsibility
Yeah.
is state issues,
So let's
because
talk
we've
about
got so many
sure,
here that
let's
we need
talk
to solve.
about the state issues that you have, the levers that you have at your disposal.
Sure.
Then we've had discussions in the last term of Parliament about stamp duty and land tax, for example. That's a state issue.
Yep.
We have had 10 years ago, I think, we had the Labor's vendor duty, which got scrapped by the coalition. That was something that put a duty on people who were selling their property at more than 12% above what they had bought it at in order to claw back some of that capital gains discount. These are things that your government could be doing to try and correct the private market in New South Wales. Will you be looking into those?
No, and here's why. I mean, that vendor duty, I think, was excised by the Labor government as well. It was introduced by the Labor government, excised by the Labor government. And here's why. There's no prospect of us solving the housing crisis in New South Wales by taxing our way out of it, from the New South Wales government's perspective.
But no one's saying that.
And well,
We're talking about a
well, implying a
comprehensive-
duty in a particular transaction does suggest that. And
Well, no, that's
I
just
would just
one
say to
option.
you, when you've got a situation, this is the thing that worries me, is that by any objective measure, all independent economists, everybody suggests to you that New South Wales is not building enough houses, not enough social houses,
Yeah, absolutely.
not enough affordable
Absolutely.
houses, not enough for the private market,
Yeah.
not enough for LAC. And
So, Premier-
my fear is, my worry is that we're going to go down a whole bunch of cul-de-sacs and red herrings about import duty, stamp duty,
Premier, can you chew gum and walk
potentially
at the same time?
potentially negative gearing at the federal
Can we
level.
not be doing more than one
all,
thing at a
all
time?
with the view of obscuring what I regard, and you might disagree, but I regard
Yeah.
as the central issue, and that's this. New South Wales produces, since 1992, 6 houses per
Yeah.
1,000 people.
No one's disagreeing
Well,
on there
no, I'm
being a
gonna get
need
this out
for
'cause it's
supply.
Order.
We
Please let the
produce
Premier
6 houses per
conclude.
1,000 people every 12 months. Victoria produces 8, and Queensland produces 9.
Yeah, but with
So-
respect,
so-
you're not answering my question, which is...
I'm answering your question by saying any prospective solution that doesn't involve the increase of supply is
Yeah.
not a solution at all.
Right, and I have said to you, we're all agreeing that we need supply.
Unfortunately, that's
what
not the
we're
case.
saying is that it's necessary but not sufficient.
But what I'm saying to
Necessary
you
but
is,
not
if only that
sufficient.
was the case,
So
Ms.
are we
Boyd,
doing the other things that will
well,
actually
your
solve the
colleague,
housing crisis?
put out a statement last week, and I've got a big regard for the member for Balmain. I genuinely do. I'm not trying to be facetious or
We're not,
condescending.
this is not an opportunity to have a go at member for Balmain. I have,
Oh, well,
I
I'm not
have
having a go,
2
but
minutes
the
left.
statement
Can we
you just
talk about
made,
accessible?
again, I'm just
It
being
is within my rights to
persistently interrupted.
redirect
I have
you.
to get this out.
No, Premier, it's within
Order,
my
No, with
rights
respect, I've
to
been
redirect
answering
you.
questions
Order,
for 3
order.
hours,
The
and I'm
member has
allowed
asked a question, the
literally
Premier
30
can
seconds
answer
to
it.
get an answer out.
Okay, but that was, with respect to the point of, can I just make a point of order? That is not a question I was asking. So for a response to come back to me from the Premier, that is not a response to the question I'm
further
asking.
to you- further
It
to
is
the point
within
of order.
my...
To the point of order, I'll rule on the point of order. You raised a number of issues. There was
Okay.
a broad range of issues raised
I
in a
understand.
series
Look, I'm
of
not,
questions,
Mr. Chair,
and the
I'm not
Premier
trying to
was
be-
answering
I'll answer it
and
quickly.
being
So can
relevant.
I'm not
we-
trying to be
No.
facetious
Premier,
about
wait.
it. I just
Premier,
want
the
to make
Premier
the
has
point.
the call.
I want to make the point that the statement that you made
I have
was
my
that statement that you made is that we're all in agreement with the need for supply, but there
Yeah.
are other measures. That's what you just
No, I did
asserted
not.
to me.
No, I said there are also
Am I wrong
additional
here? Yes, so-
additional
so-
measures, not
okay.
other.
Okay, additional measures.
measures.
The point I'm making is your colleague
Yeah.
has suggested that the government's changes around density
No,
and
we're-
supply were a conspiracy for developers in
This
New
is
South
completely
Wales.
irrelevant to the
I
issues.
wish it was irrelevant. I genuinely
of
wish it was
broader
irrelevant.
tax.
It is
Can we
in
talk
fact
about
central to the
accessible
question.
housing? Why is it that the New South Wales government is the only government, bar one, in the entire country that won't provide accessible housing in terms of a minimum accessibility requirements under the National Construction Code? Every other state and territory is able to do that, but we have no guarantee of accessible housing in New South Wales. Why is that?
Is accessible housing for disabled citizens.
And older people and anyone who wants to live in their home for a longer period of time.
Yeah, well, that's a fair question. I'll have to take it on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. just in the last 24 seconds, will you, given the continuous failures of the previous government, and now we are also seeing, unfortunately, under this government, to provide adequately for people with disability in policy, and I point also to the school statement that came out that didn't even mention children with disability, is it not time now to have a separate Minister for Disability in your cabinet?
I'd have to take that on notice. We have a colleague of ours, Liesl Tesch, who's a fabulous person, parliamentary secretary. I think if she was giving evidence to the committee, she would say, in all candour, the government needs to do more, to be honest. And I take her criticisms, feedback, however you want to put it, very seriously. And I know that it cannot be the case that this becomes a second-order issue or falls off the government's busy agenda. So take what you say very seriously. And I can assure you that at the highest levels of government, we've got a passionate advocate who's demanding more.
Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you've got 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Thank you. Premier, last year the government ordered a land audit to be carried out in respect of land holdings by the state government. That land audit was to be completed within a couple of months. Still hasn't been completed. Why not?
Well, obviously the government's pursuing the largest reforms to housing, zoning, planning and eventual construction in the state's history. It's multi-agency. It's obviously in terms of the bandwidth of housing supply.
Hang on, you misunderstand me. The land audit.
No, I understand you. I understand you completely.
You're giving me 30 seconds of non-land audit.
Again, I know you don't like the answer, but
I do like it.
But in any event, I do understand what you're talking about, but I'm suggesting to you that the priority right now is the largest zoning, planning and housing reforms the state's seen. We will get to the housing audit. We know it's important in terms of the housing mix and ensuring that we're using available land, but sometimes government's about prioritising. We wanted to prioritise these.
Have you done anything about getting back the COVID money? Have you had discussions with Stephen Miles in relation to paying the debt that he owes to New South Wales?
Look, not directly, but I know the Treasurer is extremely exercised by it. I mean, at the end of the day, that was the agreement. Queensland owes us that money and everything's on the table in terms of recuperating it. We won't rest until that money is back in New South Wales' hands. I know that you, the previous government, and you as the Minister for Finance were delinquent in chasing that fee.
Well, that's just not true, but anyway.
So,
but at some stage, Premier, you may act like a Premier and stop blaming the previous government and take responsibility. But I look forward to that day. I look forward to that day.
I look forward to that day.
I look forward to that day.
I look forward to that day as well.
In any event, you lost $3.6 billion in Commonwealth funding in relation to infrastructure. Any progress in getting that $3.6 billion back from the federal government?
Well, we have had progress with the federal government. We were able to negotiate a GST agreement and a health agreement in recent weeks, which are important for the state. And we want. I mean, I want to make it clear. Federal government's got deeper pockets, particularly when it comes to infrastructure investment. We need their help and partnership, particularly as New South Wales is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to population growth and housing. We've demonstrated as a result of community feedback that we're serious about changes to planning and housing the young people of Australia in this state, but we can't do it by ourselves. And New South Wales taxpayers contribute a lot of money via income tax to the Commonwealth government, and we deserve our fair share.
Premier, just on the issue of housing, traditionally a large source of supply in regional New South Wales was concessional allotments. A rural zoning, a farmer or someone in possession of a rural allotment could build a second dwelling and then subdivide it off. That was really taken off the table in the 1980s. Looking at the proposals that the government's now considering, what's not in there is a return to a similar system. Rural residential allotments are clustered in certain areas for infrastructure reasons and the rest. But is the government not taking the opportunity to increase supply by returning to a concessional allotment regime in this state, which could potentially be deliver thousands of dwellings in regional and remote New South Wales.
Well, look, I'm reluctant to give a blanket endorsement of that as a policy, primarily because if you look at regional communities, maybe on the coast, for example, a big part of the lands that could be available for sublot or regional allotment are used for primary industries, and that itself constitutes a large part of those economies. And land use, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's agriculture, whether it's housing, is tightly contested, and fair enough. I completely understand it. The value of the property is obviously worth the most as housing and construction, but the community may benefit far more from primary industries and agriculture.
But it may not, and under
Sure.
rural zonings, you can build a second allotment on your property and rent that out, but you just can't sell it.
Yeah.
Don't you think that that's something the government should be looking at?
We are
Mindful of, environmental impacts
Look,
and
we
being
are
able to farm?
we are in a few areas, particularly those that have been hardest hit from natural disasters and the confluence of a natural disaster and a housing crisis. I think we've been moving too slow. There's been a few landholders, a few farmers that have approached me directly and said, look, we want to do something pretty straightforward and not particularly aggressive on the land. We're just being blocked as part of a blanket rule. So that'd be something I could look at.
Thank you, Premier. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Premier, thanks for... What's that? No, they're satisfied. Thank you, Premier, for attending this hearing. We're finished with our questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for further questions. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back to the committee members and to the new witnesses who are joining us. I note that we do have additional witnesses who have joined for the session from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. I note that Ms Dobbins and Ms Maher have already been sworn before the committee in the initial hearing. Ms Gillian White and Mr Marcus Ray will need to be sworn. Could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll start with you, Mr Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Marcus Ray, Deputy Secretary, Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms White.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gillian White, Deputy Secretary of Social Policy and National Reform at the Cabinet Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much for that. We'll start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. So, Ms Boyd.
Hello.
How are you? Good. In respect of the questions which we were examining before lunch, in respect of advice obtained in respect of the High Court decision, have you now had an opportunity of looking at that advice and being able to advise us the date on which it was provided?
It was signed by the Premier on the 17th of November 2023. Yep. I haven't had a chance to peruse the brief, so I can't fill you in on the contents of that.
Yep.
But we'll consider its release.
And was there any other consideration of that case before that date?
As I mentioned before, we'll go back and check the chronology of briefings. There were a range of verbal and other briefings on the matter, is my understanding.
You told us that I think 62 people have been, in fact, released as a result of the orders made in that case?
It's 62 people in New South Wales.
In New South Wales. Sorry, of a total of 150? Is it?
I'm not sure of the total.
But 62 number in New South Wales?
Yeah, as at a particular date, but we'll get you updated figures on those.
And would you agree with me that they are all, have been all assessed as high risk of reoffending?
I'm not sure what the assessment is of each individual, no.
Can anyone assist as to whether, anyone else assist as to whether there is an assessment in relation to those offenders?
The federal authorities have made that assessment and are communicating that on a regular basis to the New South Wales Police Force.
Have they communicated it to you?
No, not in relation to...
Not to your office?
The Cabinet Office has been present in a range of verbal briefings from police on this subject, but the figures are quite fluid in that people move around and circumstances change, so I wouldn't want to misrepresent the status of any of them at this moment.
Have any reoffended whilst being out of custody?
I understand that 3 of them are in custody again, so that would indicate to me that they have, but I'd prefer to give you a full account on notice if I could.
To the best of your knowledge, has corrections made any application to have parole revoked in respect of any of those offenders in relation to offending while they were in the community?
I'm not aware of that.
Just in terms of the nature of the offences, do you have any details in respect of the nature of the offending by those people who have been released?
My recollection is that a number of those detainees had been convicted of quite serious offences. I'm not able to give you a complete breakdown of what they were.
Would you be able to give us that breakdown on notice?
We can have a look at what information it would be appropriate to provide.
Is there any reason why it would not be appropriate?
I would say there are law enforcement reasons why certain information like that may not be provided publicly, but we'll have a look at the information and make that assessment. In respect of the, you were present when I asked the Premier in relation to the local small commitments allocation,
and Ms Maher, you weren't present, although you were on the previous occasion when this issue was raised. In an answer to a question from the last estimates, we were told that, and I think the Premier confirmed this in his evidence this morning, although I don't think he particularly understood where I was getting to with the questions, but the answer was that the program is structured into two categories of projects: the nominated community projects, and for which the location and purpose of the project has been determined in the election commitment nomination process. So, just stopping there for a moment, can you identify what the election commitment nomination process was?
Mr. Tudor, I can't, I'm afraid, because that nomination process wasn't run by Premier's Department. It was run, as I gave in my evidence last hearing, by Labor when they were in opposition. So
I can't hear.
It's hard to hear.
Sorry,
Sorry, Ms.
you-
Martin, we just can't hear you.
Sorry.
Ms.
Is that
Maher,
better?
That's
yes,
much
that's
better.
better.
Apologies. As I said in my evidence in the previous hearing, that Premier's Department has not been involved or was not involved in the nomination process. That was done during the election period by the government when it was then in opposition. So I'm afraid I can't provide committee with more information in regard to the nomination process.
Well, in terms of ascertaining what an eligible project would be, the definition says this: all projects must, one, have been nominated as an election commitment prior to March 2023 election.
Correct.
Correct. Have commenced after the 26th of March 2023. So they can't already be an existing project.
Yes,
So
a
they
new project.
have to commence after. And then the final thing is be delivered in the New South Wales electorate from which the funding was allocated. And then it goes on as a subheading. While a project may be delivered across multiple locations, those locations must all be within the identified electoral boundary. So if in fact a project nominated was not made as part of an election commitment, it would not be eligible under these guidelines, would it?
I think a project nominated, do you mean as in the nominations that went forward to the Premier Department for assessment?
Yes.
Yes.
So if it wasn't an election commitment, it wasn't eligible under this criteria.
That's broadly true. However, in some instances, there were some projects that were nominated as election commitments that have since not eventuated for a range of different circumstances. So there is some flexibility within the program for that money to be reallocated to, say, the Parks and Playgrounds program that is run through councils.
And that's the second component
That's
of the
right.
allocation, is
That's
it not?
correct.
Where the full allocation of $400,000 has not been committed to nominated community projects in an electorate. Remaining funds are allocated to playground and park upgrade projects to be delivered by local councils and distributed on a pro rata basis. So
Correct.
if in fact there are a number of scenarios which may exist, an election commitment may have been made purportedly in accordance with paragraph 1, so to speak, an eligible project, that is rejected, then it would fall under paragraph 2, so that electorate didn't miss out on that level of
Exactly,
funding.
on
And
the
I think
allocation.
the Premier
That's
was
correct.
pretty clear in relation
That's right.
to that. So, in those circumstances, we have pretty clear guidelines, do we not,
We do,
about
yeah.
what an eligible project. Now, I don't know if you have a document. If not, I
There's
can
some spare
arrange.
ones up here.
That's perhaps you can look at that document, but it is a document which was provided pursuant to Standing Order 52 from from the Premier's office, and it is a master list of local commitments which have been made. Did you have any input in relation to the preparation of that document?
No input into that document. We received, so the Premier's Department Local Small Commitment Allocation Program Office received that master list on the 28th of July. I think we provided that in evidence back to questions taken on notice. So so our involvement in this list was on receipt of the final list coming to us for our assessment process.
Where did it come from?
I think, as I advised previously, we were given this list from advisors in the Premier's office.
Right, so advisors in the Premier's office have compiled this list.
That's my understanding,
I suppose for the fullness of asking these questions, the province of this document is that it is a document prepared in the Premier's office by staff in the Premier's office and provided to your office for the purposes of then answering a question on notice and then in effect producing it as a document pursuant to Standing Order 52.
I'm not sure about the latter assumption there. We certainly were provided a complete master list of nominated projects for us to then take into our assessment process as part of the grants, as part of our grants administration function. So I'm sorry, I'm maybe misunderstanding what you're saying, but it wasn't provided to us for the purposes of a question on notice. It was provided for us to then go ahead with our job of assessing these independently.
Okay,
does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. It wasn't.
Thank you.
It was produced under two formats.
I might have misunderstood. Apologies.
So your job was to actually make sure that you had all the commitments and process them.
That's it.
And this document came into existence for that document on the 28th of July.
That's the document we've used, exactly.
2023.
That's right.
So, and I know we've discussed this previously, when you received this in relation to each of these grants, then you would process them for the purposes of whether they fit within the criteria?
Exactly, yep.
And that's a step which you take?
That's a step that the program office takes and our independent assessors take. So there are multiple checks along the way to make sure that that we have that level of independence and scrutiny. So the eligibility criteria is definitely the first step. And if projects aren't eligible, or if there's a good reason why, say for example, I might mess this up a little bit, but say for example, something's been nominated potentially by a candidate who thought that that project was inside an electoral boundary, but it might be just over a boundary, and they've got that sort of address wrong, as it were, but it serves people of all of those communities. Then our independent assessors will look at that and make a judgment call as to whether or not they might request in writing, documented to the minister as part of his decision making, that they waive or, sort of have some flexibility around the eligibility criteria. So I guess what I'm saying is it's quite a painstaking process to make sure that projects in the first instance pass that criteria threshold.
So did you do any checking to see whether they in fact were an election commitment?
So I will probably take on notice exactly the level of detail as to how that part of the process works. I mean, our assumption is that when that list was provided to us that there were election commitments, but I'm more than happy to find out in more detail for the committee. Yes.
To establish prima facie as to whether they are eligible projects that, in accordance with, I think, the categories of grants that they had been made as an election commitment.
Exactly, that's right.
And in fact, if you look at page 1 of the document which I have provided to you there, they are all projects within the Premier's electorate.
Yep.
And if you look at the date on which they were notified, there is, in the final column, there is a date on which they were notified. If you go to page 2 of that document, that purports to be a list of election commitments which were made by the candidate for Castle Hill.
Yep.
And if you look at the last paragraph, the last column in relation to that, you will see that they were notified on the 24th of July 2023. Would that raise any concern by you as to the date on which that commitment had been made, bearing in mind, of course, that the Premier's commitments clearly predated the election, but this advice is dated 24th of July 2023.
Yeah, and look, I can't speak to the date there, why that date is there, and of course we would be looking at if there was any anomaly in that criteria, in terms of it meeting the criteria, that would be something that the team would look at. So I'm happy to take on notice how that data might be, examined by the
So would you take
program
on
office
notice
team. Yep.
each of those projects, and are you able to identify as part of that process, the date on which the election commitment was made?
I'm happy to take on notice of trying to do that. I can't commit to doing
But
that.
is not that something that you would have looked at?
No, we wouldn't have looked at a date or no, we wouldn't have looked line by line on every project, the date in which an election commitment was made. No, sorry.
Okay, so these projects which are here, they're nominated projects as part of
That's
election
right.
commitments.
Yep.
This is not a Parks and Recreation allocation, is it?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm just not across the detail
he's the
of
Liberal
each.
Mayor, the contact name.
They are Hillshire Council. I'm just not 100% sure whether they fall under that criteria or some other in terms of the 400k for parks and playgrounds.
Well, how would you know that? Yeah. Wouldn't you have if in fact these projects were Parks and Recreation projects, it'd be just a one-line entry, $400,000 for Parks and Recreations, would it not?
It potentially could be, but I'm just not 100% sure of the provenance of it. I'm really apologise, and I'm more than happy to talk to the program office team
They look like parks and to read them.
Order. Let's not help Dr. Kane.
Noted, Chair.
Well, I'm happy for Dr. Kane to give the evidence if she wants to. Up here. If you go to the next page, of course, a similar situation exists in relation to Kellyville, and again, I asked the same questions in relation to each of those grants, where the grants are effectively framed as an election commitment, New South Wales to deliver up to, New South Wales Labor, New South Wales Labor. So they're framed as an election commitment, are they not?
I think that's. I'm not sure whether that's an interpretation of
again,
how election commitments framed or not.
If you look in the final column there, if you look in the final column there, again, they are all dated the 24th of July 2023, and again, what I'm suggesting to you is that date is inconsistent with a commitment having been made as part of the election commitments.
I'm happy to take that away and talk to the program team.
So, if in fact they weren't election commitments, and if in fact if they weren't in fact election commitments but were purported to be election commitments, then in those circumstances the production of this document identifying them as being election commitments would be wrong, would it not?
Take it on notice. I'm sorry, Mr.
Tudor. Is there a process for when you say that you embarked upon when you embarked upon a process for assessing whether they were eligible projects? Who assesses that? Who actually? What's the team involved in doing that assessment?
So we have 3 independent assessors. They're former public servants who've worked in grants administration for some time, and the way that they work is they have we first level, I guess, is a probity check, so that we make sure that they have no conflict of interest in respect of different projects that are coming forward for assessment. That's done by another party, another independent party called Procurement Co. So their job is to ensure that the assessors can declare whether they have a conflict or not, and then in instances potentially where they do, so for example, one assessor is a member of a surf lifesaving club, she doesn't assess any applications to do with surf life. The reason I'm going into this level of detail is to just explain that we're actually incredibly thorough and rigorous about this. Each project is assessed by 2 independent assessors separately, and then if they're scored and weighted. If there is a difference in view in terms of the merit or otherwise, or value for money, etc., with regard to the projects, there's a moderation session, which again is run through our independent procurement probity advisors.
Does that process also include any conflict of interest by the particular member who has made the election commitment?
So we don't. The guidelines are set up such that it's sort of it's not relevant in terms of the conflict of interest potentially for MP or candidate, because they're neither the assessor nor the decision maker. So it's totally at arm's length to them. However, at his discretion, the Special Minister has asked for the team, independent probity advisors, to look at some instances for potential conflicts of interest, but the guidelines do not factor in the need for a conflict of interest for MPs at that point, because they are not the assessor or the decision maker.
When would that occur?
So I think that's been applied in a discretionary way by the Special Minister of State.
So on a discretionary basis, he looks to see whether there is a conflict of interest.
That's right.
Between the member who had made the commitment and the commitment which they had made.
He asks the program office if we would run that conflict of interest process check for him. As I say, in designing these guidelines, and we work closely with our Office of General Counsel, with the governance team, the people who develop the grants guidelines out of the ACASTRAC review, we asked ourselves carefully those questions, and we're satisfied that under the grants guidelines, the MP, the candidate, are not the assessor. It's different to the Community Building Partnership Program, which members will all be familiar with. They're not the assessor, and they're certainly not the decision maker, so there's that check. There's that balance in between.
Thank you. We'll now turn to questions from the Greens.
Thank you very much, Chair. I might just start, if I can, with you, Ms White. What exactly is the Social Policy and National Reform Group?
Thank you so much for the question. So with the new arrangements of the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department, we work as sort of sister agencies but have different functions. So I lead the area which is responsible for shadowing the functions of all of the social policy relevant agencies. So education, health, DCJ. I also cover preparations for the Premier and myself and Kate for National Cabinet meetings and the associated things. So it's preparing advice to the Premier in relation to Cabinet work associated with those social policy portfolios. It's undertaking cross-government collaboration on key social issues and some crossovers between Mr Ray and me on issues like housing and homelessness. And then it's preparations for all of those key intergovernmental negotiations.
You might be able to predict what I'm about to ask, but the Premier previously, when I was asking about tax reform when it came to housing, was saying that basically it wasn't his role to lobby nationally, but we know that particularly now that we have Labor governments in every state and territory bar one, as well as a federal Labor government, that there is a lot of discussion going on in those cross-government spaces. Is it correct to say that the New South Wales government isn't putting forward ideas when it comes to these sorts of things?
I think the Premier in that response was talking about a specific issue which sort of fell within Commonwealth responsibilities. But to your broader point, absolutely, National Cabinet is a forum in which really key significant social and economic issues are discussed and debated, including the most recent December National Cabinet. And what we support is not just the National Cabinet, but of course all ministers go to ministerial councils, and there's a range of portfolio issues. So we support agencies preparing for those and ensuring that we've got clear New South Wales negotiating positions for those forums.
Are you aware then of, in relation to the disability ministers and the building ministers, probably more relevantly, talking about the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards? I know that that has been a topic of discussion at those meetings for a long time now. Has there been any shift from the New South Wales government on that?
I would probably have to take the specifics of that on notice, because we tend to, in the Cabinet Office, get involved in some of the more headline issues and not into all the specific details. So to give you an example on disability, we have obviously been involved in terms of the National Cabinet discussions on the establishment of the foundational support system and those broader NDIS review implications. But some of the more specific disability issues would tend to be more fully developed by DCJ and support Minister Washington.
Do you know when the government will be responding to the recommendations of that 2023 NDIS review?
That's under consideration. So, and I know that that's under consideration by the Commonwealth as well as all the states. And you'd appreciate that it's pretty seismic to have both a really significant Royal Commission handed down at a very similar timeframe to the NDIS review. So my understanding is both the Commonwealth and all the states are looking very carefully at the points of consistency and crossovers between those reviews and how to think holistically about the responses.
Thank you. I've got some questions around what used to be the old. Actually, can I ask you? We used to have Premier's priorities. Are they have they just gone away, or have we inherited the old ones, or are there going to be new ones? What's happened with that? I know it was a Berejiklian initiative. Do you want to take that?
The government clearly has a very public set of strategic priorities, one of which is housing, which we've spoken a lot about today, another is net zero, another is industry and local manufacturing. So there are clearly articulated strategic priorities.
But that concept that's a previous government thing.
Yeah, they're not known as that, but there also is a significant amount of work on budget outcome model to ensure that the budget papers and budget decisions reflect the priorities of this government. So that work continues to be underway.
For what it's worth, I think those Premier's priorities were mainly just useful for bashing the old government over the head in estimates. So, so can we? So it's fine.
No, we don't want any. We don't want any.
So when we look at one of those, because none of them ever seem to get any better towards target, which was always very interesting. But one of the ones that I'm particularly interested in is the percentage of people with disability working in the public sector. And I know that we have Ms. Lowe coming in later, and I can talk a little bit with her. But in terms of that the old Premier's priority was, I think, 5.6% of people in the public sector.
So glad you asked this.
And we never really got past, I think 2.5% was the highest it ever got to. What is the current government doing in terms of meeting that target? And please tell me that it's getting better.
It is for the Cabinet Office and for the Premier's Department. I'll defer to Katharina Lowe this afternoon to give you a snapshot of the whole of government, but I'm happy to report that the latest workforce profile indicates that 7.2% of the Cabinet Office are people with a disability, and 6.1% for the Premier's Department. So we're well above that 5.6.
And is
target.
that the those that have actively identified it versus those who are in the survey? Because I know there's quite a difference between the two.
Luckily, with this one, traditionally the workforce profile is lower than, in terms of self-reporting of disability, than the PMES, but even on this measure, we are above the target, which is reassuring. So we have made progress there, and I'll pass to my colleague Samara Dobbins, who is the lead for the work in the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department on disability inclusion.
Thank you.
And also to add, Ms Boyd, the 5.6% target is an election commitment of this government also.
Okay, good.
Yes, so the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department statistics that Ms Boyd told you from the workforce profile are correct, and also the latest People Matter employee survey data from last year, it's 10% for the Premier's department. The responses were too low, below the privacy threshold for the Cabinet Office. But there's always more we can do in this space, but we do a significant number of things across the two agencies to increase the number of people in our two organisations that identify as having a disability. I'm happy to run through those if it's helpful.
I'm curious so that's great, and I think I had a similar response to this question last year as well, but when it comes to the other departments, who has responsibility for trying to lift those other departments up to the same standard?
So it's essentially the Public Service Commissioner, so Ms Lowe, who will be able to speak to, as you said, later this afternoon, but there is a cross-government group that works on this target in particular, and we again, there's a whole series of recommendations that came out of a disability review from 2022 that are allocated, those recommendations are allocated to different departments across the sector, and there's a whole program of work to achieve that target.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so the Public Service Commissioner has responsibility for ensuring that each department has a program in place to increase the number of people with disability, or are they? I always viewed that more as a sort of taking the information and analysing it rather than pushing policies out. What's the?
It's both.
It's both.
The Public Service Commission has responsibility for both the workforce profile and the People Matter employee survey. So yes, they gather and report those data, but they also have responsibility for working across the sector to implement, to improve that outcome and to implement the recommendations that came out of that 2022 review. So it's things like consistent contemporary definition of disability across the sector, a workplace adjustment passport, so people with disability only have to tell their story to one agency once, and that information goes with them. Clear guidance for all communications relating to disability, a practical recruitment guidance and tools, training and support to upskill people managers, improved information sharing and reporting, better procurement practices to create more accessible environments, and very tailored actions for some departments that are below the preferred level of the target.
Do your departments record employees having different types of disabilities, so intellectual disability or physical disabilities, something that disability stakeholders often ask? I know that it's not reported on that basis. Is that a per department initiative? Is it something that some departments would record and others don't? Or?
We don't record it for the Cabinet Office or the Premier's department. I couldn't say whether other departments record that information, but typically people give that information on commencement of a role.
Yeah.
And usually it's sort of part of your onboarding process, and you usually just tick a box whether you identify as having a disability, not the type of disability.
So it's not asking you for whether or not any accommodations need to be made.
Sorry, that would be a different section where we would ask the employee whether they required any adjustments, and you might glean through that process. For example, if they said they needed access to visual aids, you might glean what type of disability they may have through that process. But it's more an accessibility question.
Okay. I understand, just now that we're talking about accessibility, I understand that Accessible New South Wales has been leading progress on Easy Read to get everything, all government documents in Easy Read by the end of 2025. I think I've said government documents. I don't think it's quite that that broad, but that target of Easy Read by 2025, I understand that Accessible New South Wales was leading that. Where does Accessible New South Wales sit? Because I understand their funding has been only guaranteed to the end of June.
I'm
Do you
sorry, I don't know
know?
the answer to that. It might be communities and justice, or it might be customer service.
Okay, might come back to that.
But we've certainly, it's becoming increasingly common practice for documents and online materials that are published by the government to go through an accessibility test before they're published.
Yeah. Okay. I'll follow that up once I work out where Accessible New South Wales sits. That's all from me at this point.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. We'll now return to questions from the opposition. The government doesn't have questions?
No.
Thank you. Ms Boyd, if in fact advisors in the Premier's office knew that the local small commitments allocation grant master list included projects that were not nominated prior to the election, while leading officers in the Premier's department to believe that they were eligible for consideration under the LSCA grants program, do you consider that these advisors may have breached their obligations to behave honestly and with integrity?
It's a big if.
Well,
I don't know that it's appropriate for me to speculate about those sorts of scenarios. I don't have any facts to indicate that that's what's
I'll put
occurred.
it to you in a different way. If someone has prepared a false document,
I'm not aware of the facts, and there's no evidence before me that that's occurred.
Point of order, Chair. We're seeing Mr Tudor Hope engage in a series of hypotheticals, which Ms Boyd has already indicated isn't appropriate to answer. So if you could redirect Mr Tudor Hope's line of questioning.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. Hypotheticals are outside the standing orders, so I'd ask the member to ask them.
well, just to the point of order, if I'm asking her about a policy position, is that not something within her knowledge?
Yes,
Thank you.
But that
So
wasn't a
would it be
policy.
the
That
policy-
was
would it be the
a
policy-
hypothetical. So
Would it be the policy of your office that if someone prepared a document which contained material which they knew to be incorrect, would that in fact fit within behaving
hypothetical.
dishonestly and with integrity?
Look, I again would say I haven't got any information before me to indicate that that has occurred, but what I will say is that all staff in ministers' offices are bound by the Officeholder Staff Code of Conduct, and their ethical obligations are set out in that code.
And in fact, if an officer in the Premier's office prepared a document of the type that I have described to you,
Point of order, Chair.
I didn't even finish his question.
Well, it's all of these are completely hypothetical.
well, I won't uphold that point of order because he hadn't quite concluded.
well, in
but
fact, I have put exactly the same propositions this morning, so it's not hypothetical in that sense.
It
You
is
were here this
hypothetical.
morning
You
and
asked
heard
once
the
or
evidence
twice.
which was given this morning in relation to the preparation of the documents relating to the local small business grants applications, did you not?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, and you were here when it was suggested that the grants in respect of Castle Hill and Kellyville were in fact prepared and were not election commitments. You were there for that evidence, were you not?
I'm not sure that admission was made. I think there was, my recollection is that there was not a conclusive answer as to the provenance of that particular document.
Well, we've just heard the provenance of it.
Well, in terms of the dates and other information in it. So I would just defer to Ms Marr and suggest that, she's taken that on notice and will revert.
Well, well, just tell me this. What role does the Cabinet Office play in ensuring compliance with the Grants Administration Guide other than what, including the legal requirements in relation to the grants office?
So the governance team within the Cabinet Office is responsible for the creation of the guide, I suppose, and we provide advice to agencies on the administration of the guide, but individual public officials are responsible for compliance with the guide, which is issued under a Premier's memo and is a legal requirement under the Government Sector Finance Act.
Correct. And I think previously we've talked about the difference between a grants program which is a one-off or ad hoc grants under the guide. Is that right? There are different rules put in place.
Yes, that's correct.
And this includes a requirement that where a method other than a competitive merit-based selection process is to be used, including one-off and ad hoc grants, officials must document why that method will be used and outline the risk mitigation strategies. This must be approved by the responsible minister or head of agency or delegate. That's correct, isn't it? That's contained in the...
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Yep.
to me.
Should this documentation be prepared and approved before the processing of applications for grants under the one-off program commences? One-off or ad hoc?
I'm not sure if the guide is definitive about that, but I believe the last time we were here, the Minister did answer questions about that and did confirm that he had approved the ad hoc one-off.
Well, did your office have any role in ensuring that that process is complied with?
I think it's difficult in circumstances where election commitments that are grants are made, because obviously they're made by a political party that is not in government and so can't, comply with those requirements of the guide in that context. But of course, upon forming government and then the program being rolled out, the steps are followed.
So how many one-off or ad hoc grant programs have been carried out to date by the current government?
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I wouldn't.
Could you take that on notice?
I don't know that we record in a central way the number of grant programs. I mean, they're obviously publicly available, and that's a core requirement of the guide that all grants programs are transparent and public. So I would just direct you to the grants.
Wouldn't it go through your office to check off?
No, we don't. We assist agencies with compliance, but we don't undertake that for them. They are responsible for the administration of grant programs within their portfolios.
Well, there's documentation which is required to be prepared pursuant to clause 6.15. Is that documentation sought in relation to each case?
Not by the Cabinet Office. No, we would, agencies are responsible for compliance with government policies within the programs that they administer.
So each agency would be required to ensure that that process has been followed?
Yes, yes, they would.
Well, in respect of the small commitments allocation program, I note that Julie Carland from the Cabinet Office asked Alison Morgan from LSCA program on the 6th of September 23, several weeks after the LSCA program had been rolled out from the 1st of August 2023, whether you have separately obtained approval for the use of a method other than a competitive merit-based process as required in the guide. That's 6.1.5.
Yes, she's doing an excellent job there in probing the grants administration team within the Premier's Department as to whether or not they've considered that requirement in the guide. Correct. And I understand a brief was subsequently prepared to check off on that.
In fact, she says this: I presume you have separately obtained that approval for the use of a method other than a competitive merit-based process. So to your knowledge, had such approval been obtained prior to the 6th of September 2023?
No, I think that's why she was asking, and then it subsequently was obtained. And the guide is not definitive about when you're required to seek that approval, just that it be sought. So my understanding is that was covered off. Is that correct, Kate?
Well,
that's right.
The Special Minister of State, of course, says this, that in answer to a Legislative Council question on notice 1601, if you need to refer to it, that he only approved a brief in relation to the 6.15 requirements on the 28th of September 23, the same day he approved the brief approving the first 46 projects under the LSCA program. So does this align with your understanding of how the timeline ought to operate?
I think it's the guide. As I said, the guide is not definitive about when you seek that approval. Obviously, it's envisaged that that would be your first decision about what kind of grant program you're running. But I think the circumstances here are quite unique in that
you wouldn't be approving grants without that document, would you?
Well, and I believe the approval of the style of the program and the decision on the first grants were made on the same day, so that it wasn't an afterthought. It was done at the time the first round of grants was approved.
But effectively on the same day, I seek to get put in place a document which says that you need to approval to a separately obtained approval for the use of a method other than a competitive merit-based program is required under the guide, that's 6.15. Surely that involves an examination of why that process is appropriate.
Yes, and I think that's what the brief covered.
Well, what effectively you're saying is an appropriate process. I use appropriate reservedly, but that the requirement to comply with the Grants Administration Guide by the program, they were inviting applications, assessing them as one-off ad hoc grants from the 1st of August to 28th of September, including making recommendations to the Minister. So this is the people who are actually, I think, in Ms Ma's province, making recommendations to the Minister before the required ministerial approval to use that approach was obtained.
Look, I think arguably when the Minister approved the grant guidelines, which was many months before September, those guidelines make clear that this is a one-off ad hoc grant program. So arguably there's an implied approval of the process in that initial decision. But I think for abundant caution, the team submitted a separate brief to the Minister in September just to cover it off for the avoidance of doubt.
So you can have implied approvals pursuant to clause 6.1.5.
Well, I mean, the grant guidelines clearly state that this is a one-off ad hoc program, and the Minister approved those guidelines some months before that. So I think it's a matter of form over substance that you're raising, if I'm honest, Mr. Tudor.
No, I'm always happy to be corrected by you. I just... the clause doesn't seem to me to envisage the provision of an implied approval process that you're now suggesting seems to be in place that the Minister can rely on.
Well,
and in fact, what he has done, in fact, is on the 28th of September gone back and say, I need a document. And I need a document to...
No, I think the Cabinet Office's view was that there should be a document, and that is appropriate. I think that what they have done, in my view, is
your
do
view
their
is
best
that there
to
isn't an
comply.
implied process.
Well, I think it just removes any doubt about whether the Minister has given that approval by having a clear standalone brief that documents that. So I think that they've done a great job there to fully document each mandatory component of the guide.
I think they've retrospectively sought to do it. Isn't that another interpretation?
No, I think it's knowing that you would be very interested in the matter, Mr. Tudhope. I think they've dotted their I's and crossed their T's.
So is there a brief relating to this?
I believe there is, and it was referred to in evidence at our last hearing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's
was that brief produced?
I think the Special Minister produced it, Mr. Tudhope. I think.
Well,
I can check.
Well, you can check because we have looked.
Okay.
And it isn't there.
Sure.
So if there is a brief,
Yep.
it is purported to be produced, but it's not there.
I just want to reiterate what Ms. Boyd has flagged is that that final brief, it certainly was, I guess, rounding out the process from our point of view, and we're grateful to our colleagues in the Cabinet Office for ensuring that we got that final piece of documentation.
But
from an administrator's
if
perspective.
it exists in the documents which are purportedly produced pursuant to Standing Order 52, if you can identify the document, I would be obliged to you, because I would submit to you that it doesn't exist in relation to the documents which have been produced. And in fact, Alison Morgan provided an email to the Minister Graham's Chief of Staff on the 18th of September, and Ms Morgan says she dropped off a hard copy for approval. So the document exists, but we just haven't seen it.
Happy to take that on notice.
Ms Boyd, there have been a lot less Standing Order 52 applications, haven't there, than under the previous?
It doesn't feel like it.
Shame. We'll work on it
It's a
for you,
shame.
Kate.
We're actually trying to convince others of the great benefit of Standing Order 52s, of which you are an expert. So, in your vast experience in relation to dealing with Standing Order 52s, you have dealt with many, many claims for privilege relating to documents which have been produced.
I have.
And in fact, there are probably, in the previous government, for which I have some knowledge, we have been enormously in your debt for privilege which has been claimed, but subsequently. But what I want to put to you is this, is that from that knowledge, you must know by now that some of the claims for privilege are in fact spurious.
I would strongly disagree with that. I think it's my professional obligation as a legal practitioner to identify where information or documents are subject to a legal claim for privilege. Whether the arbiter agrees with that is not within my control, but it is my professional duty to, the state is my client, and that is my duty to identify and articulate where a legal claim for privilege exists.
Well, you would celebrate the times that you are successful, would you not?
No, I wouldn't say it's a matter of celebration. It's just my professional duty.
But they're so few and far between.
I think that's regrettable, and I think there are serious issues with the approach that the House takes to privilege, and that is not a new revelation. The previous Department of Premier and Cabinet has made extensive submissions on this point to the House in its various inquiries on the matter. But
I'm well aware. But the fact of the matter is, you must know by now the attitude which has been taken by the independent arbiter in relation to the significant number of claims for privilege which are made by departments and which you sign off on in relation to it. You must know in advance what his attitude to that claim is.
I'll just clarify, I don't sign off on the claims for privilege. Yeah, the ministers and agencies who are returning the documents sign off on those claims. I understand very well the arbiter's decisions, but I am always hopeful that the arbiter will take the approach that his job is to give the House a legal opinion about whether a legal claim for privilege exists, and that the House will then do its function of deciding whether or not, having regard to the arbiter's view, the documents should be made public. So we are ever hopeful that dynamic will happen, and so we continue to bring to the House's attention where we believe that documents contain information that should be reserved for members only.
There are claims made and which are rejected on a regular basis in relation to a particular document which I questioned the Premier on earlier, a spreadsheet. This spreadsheet here, a claim for privilege was made in relation to this document. There was a claim for privilege. The document is expected to contain confidential information. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the claim on that specific document, but I understand that some privilege claims were made over documents relating to this grants program on the basis that to reveal that information would preempt the outcome of the independent assessment process, which I do think is an important consideration for the House in deciding whether or not to make public these documents. It's an extraordinary power that the House has to call for state papers, and the publication of them shouldn't be taken lightly by the House, and the House should have available to it advice from public servants on the risks.
Well, this was a document which collated claims which had been made as part of an election program.
I'm not familiar with the particular claim.
The claim for privilege said that it is expected to contain confidential information. What was the confidential information which you said would say that this document, you can have a look at it if you like.
Look, I'm not sure if it was even a Cabinet Office document. I doubt that it was. So I'm not sure of what the claim was, but we can take that on notice and look at that.
Well, in fact, the arbiter made this observation in relation to that claim for privilege. He says this, to put it mildly, this submission is entirely devoid of reality and harmful to the cogency of the executive submission as a whole.
Well, he's totally entitled to his opinion, and we are not unfamiliar with Mr. Mason's views on these matters. But I would just say again that it's a matter for the House to decide whether or not, having regard to the claims that are made by the executive, it should go ahead and publish those documents. If the House, wants to publish a privileged document, the House is entitled to make that order. But we make the claims for the benefit of the House and to inform the House about the risks of publication. And so I would never shy away from that responsibility, regardless of how colourful the arbiter's criticisms of us might be on that front.
Well, I take it you read all the arbiter's reports?
I have where they're relevant to the Cabinet Office, but I can't say I've read all of them for every agency because they're voluminous.
Yep, well, they are voluminous, but effectively the proposition I'm putting you to assist the work that the House does, isn't there a position where we would adopt a position in relation to claims for privilege which acknowledges the voluminous number of claims which have been made and the arbiter's almost unerring attitude towards those claims for privilege?
If the arbiter's views were that that the document did not fall within a legally recognised category of privilege, then potentially, but that is not what the arbiter is saying. He's making a decision about whether it's in the public interest to publish documents, which is really the House's function in our view. So I don't see that our practice would necessarily change. We will always bring it to the House's attention if we feel a document falls within a legally recognised category of privilege.
Thank you, Ms Boyd.
Can I have a go?
Yes, Ms Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just have two issues that I want to raise. I might be through you, Mr Draper, but I'm happy to be directed otherwise. The first one just relates to, you've no doubt aware, but previously there was a contract for media summaries that went out to members of all sides in the House. My understanding is that it used to be provided by whoever the Premier's Department media unit had that contract with. It was Meltwater, I think it's now Sentia. And there was an issue at the end of last year where it stopped quite abruptly for crossbench and opposition members, and there's just not been a lot of clarity in terms of why that has happened. The Parliamentary Library, to their credit, have tried very hard to give us a resource in the interim, but we have been given some information by Mark Webb from Parliamentary Services that indicate that there were discussions with the Premier's Department media team about those contractual arrangements, and that historically members receiving that, it shouldn't have happened. But the issue that we have is we've now got a shortfall where, as elected members of Parliament, we're not getting a curated media summary, and that's very challenging, particularly when you don't live in the city. Is there any information that anyone can provide about what's actually happened there, why there was no notice, and if there's any way that we can look to rectify this for opposition and crossbench members particularly?
Yeah, look, I will defer to Ms Marsh. She'll have more information on that than I will have, but certainly when there's a changeover in those contract arrangements, the scope of those contracts often gets reviewed and clarified, and there's all the often those transitions are a bit bumpy, and that was the case for some of us as well, receiving some of those services. But Ms Marr might be able to help me.
Yeah,
thank you.
Ms Mitchell, yeah, so this is an interesting issue that's come to light, and we're still trying to unpack it a little bit.
Okay.
My understanding is that the previous contract under Meltwater was managed through the Parliamentary Services team, and so the Premier's Department nor DPC in the old form ever actually managed that contract that you're talking about. So we're a little bit confused as well as to why there was a perception that under the Meltwater contract that the Parliamentary Services team provided, that members were actually getting the same service as the government-owned one, if you like. So we're still trying to get to the bottom of it as well.
Okay.
But in our understanding is, and my advice is, that they're two entirely different contracts.
Right.
And that,
it's just that
and
historically
DPC,
everyone's always gotten the same, is the short answer.
So that's why it's a little bit odd. We're not quite sure.
Yeah. So is there any time frame in terms of coming up with some sort of resolution? Obviously, we will ask these questions of DPS, but from our perspective, particularly as members, it is very, very challenging when something like that literally stops overnight.
Yeah, I understand.
And it's been like that for months, and I'm not sure. I think government members are probably still getting it. You might not be, but
we got it.
Yeah, so it's very noticeable around the building, is what I would say, and so any resolution, I think, is would be timely.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that the team that manages the media monitoring and government departments has not done anything to switch off any services to members. We were never actually providing it, and so that's why it's a little bit odd.
Could you? And I'm happy for you to take on notice. As I said, some information seemed to indicate that the Parliamentary Library had discussions with the media team. If there's anything you can provide to us on notice, just about why this has happened, and most importantly, as I said, a resolution, because it's and maybe that's better directed to DPS.
And we have written to the presiding officer as well, just to update from our perspective, but understand next steps are important as well. So
did either presiding officer proactively reach out to your department?
I think one has. I'll just double check.
That's
for
fine.
you, but
if you could provide on notice,
yeah,
that would be great.
we've been approached.
Seems like new members didn't get it ever. As
I said, all members
Yeah,
used
but
to
we
it for
never
years and
got
years
it.
and years, and so it's an interesting
Intuitively,
thing.
you would have thought, though, Ms. Marr, that if a media monitoring service is available at the moment to potentially ministers and government members, and I take on notice that some government members are suggesting they don't know what we're talking about, but if intuitively you would say, well, it wouldn't be very difficult to make the same service available to everyone. There might be
there's a legacy
extra cost involved. That might be the only issue that I could conceive of, but intuitively adding names to an email list is not that difficult.
I'll have to take that on notice with regard to procurement rules, etc.
Yeah, because I mean, to my colleagues, but if you're curating the same content, it's interesting that there's not a way that it can be more broadly distributed.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I'm just looking at my notes, my colleagues might know better in this regard, but the procurement framework governs procurement by and for government, so there might be some limitation around that. But I understand. It must have been odd that it got switched off, and we've learnt more in the background. That's
and look, I think it's also more to, and as I said, full credit to the Parliamentary Library who have been trying to provide an interim, but it doesn't cover everything, and it's not ideal, but it's sort of, we can't quite work out where the problem has come, but also who's got the ability to fix it. So hopefully if everyone is speaking, we'll get a resolution and we can get some kind of media content back. Thank you for that, Ms. Marr. Now, I have another question, and it may well be directed to you as well, but I just wanted to go to the issue of information that's available on department websites and I guess the political nature or content of those. It's my understanding that that should be apolitical as a general rule. The reason that I'm asking is I've actually had a few community people raise with me just some inconsistencies with different departments and how that information is being put up on the website. So there were a couple from education. There was one for transport where it's not made particularly clear that a media release is coming from a minister. Now, I understand they will have a political angle, but there are some, and I've got a couple of examples here where, there's an education one that literally starts with the failure of the former government to plan and deliver school infrastructure in the state's fastest growing communities has been laid bare. Now, I would argue that that is not the truth, but also that that's quite a political statement when you go on a department website to see. And I had a bit of a look, and some agencies do it quite well, where they make it very clear that what's government, what's ministerial, others not so well. And is there any kind of process to look at how that information is put out to the public, and can that be improved so it's very clear what is coming from a minister and has a political bent to it, and what is actually factual from an agency?
So the provision of information on government websites is overseen by the Department of Customer Service. So they run the newsouthwales.gov.au, and they're working towards a streamlined, one website model, if you like.
Sure.
So I can't. I think probably best to direct your questions to them, and then where there's still agencies with sort of legacy independent websites or their own websites, as far as the content that goes up on those websites, they would have their own rules governing that. There should be rules governing that.
Because if ministerial releases go up, that's fine, but as long as they're clearly marked as to what they are and it's not confusing. But that's DCS.
Yeah. I don't know whether colleagues have a different or additional information, but Department of Customer Service. Yeah.
No, that's right.
So and they set it for all other agencies as well? So
that's right. Yeah, they have a good whole of government lens on the sort of digital and web content across government.
I'll save it for them.
But I think that is good practice, as you say, to distinguish it. Usually there's a section saying ministerial.
Yes.
And that's been long-standing practice.
Some do, but some don't. And that's, as I said, I had a brief look across a few. Education skills was one, transport was another, where things are mixed in, and to the average punter who might go on to look for some information, it's just not really clear, well, what's coming from a department and what's coming from a ministerial perspective. And I do think that distinction is important on public websites. But I will take that up with customer service. So thank you. That's all I have.
And then returning then perhaps to both you, Ms Boyd and Mr Draper, the Public Service Commission reported that 133 senior executives were employed at the previous Department of Premier and Cabinet as at the 30th of June 2023. What's the current breakdown between Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office?
I think we have about 64.
64 in
the Cabinet Office.
Cabinet Office.
And I'll just grab my number. You got it there? Yeah. That's total numbers. You're after executive.
Senior executives.
Senior executives, yeah. I do have that here somewhere, Mr. Chair. Premier's Department, we have 44.
So 64.
Did you say just for senior executives?
The Cabinet Office.
No, I'm talking about the Premier's Department.
So the total between the two of you is 64 and...
That's just off the top of my head, but now I can't find it, so maybe we should take it on notice and get you accurate.
I have a lower number than that. I have 32, but
Is that too high? That
think
sounds too high.
it's not.
Can I take that on notice? We've got 207 altogether, FTE, but as to the breakdown between SES and non, I'll have to take that on notice or find it.
I do have some numbers here, which might help. So 64 was the number at 30th of June for the combined group.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but the number now is, whether I have as of 31st of December, is 32.9 for Premier's Department. Sorry, Cabinet Office, and 44 for the Premier's Department.
So the figure of 133 and then includes now a reduction in that number, has it?
Not sure where the 133
Well,
is.
the Public Service Commission reported, as at the 30th of June 2023, that there were 133 senior executives at Premier and Cabinet, as at 30th of June 2023.
Ah, yes. That's probably right. That would include a number of agencies outside our departments that would be have been regarded as within that cluster, as they were called that time.
Like Parliamentary Council's Office and other similar agencies.
So then, taking into account, they must now fit within one or other of your. They're not working independently. They must fit either within the Cabinet Office or the Premier's Office.
Yeah, I don't know if I have those numbers with me for that. That includes those other agencies. There
So-
have been movements of them in between different parts as well.
But they're not departmental employees, no. Those other portfolio agencies, such as...
Yeah, but they fit within the office of, say, either Premier or Cabinet, do they not?
No, they don't.
They're
They don't,
related to one of those departments, but
So
they're not
you
within
say
it.
when the Public Service Commission reports 133 senior executives at Premier and Cabinet as at 30th June, that's wrong.
No, we're saying that there was a concept of clusters at that point.
Yep.
And where they were been reporting using those groupings that existed at that time.
So in that case, it would be hard to get an accurate figure about reduction in numbers in Premier and Cabinet if in fact the so-called declustering involves them moving away from the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you if your question it relates to what was formerly the Department of Premier and Cabinet, now the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department, we can give you numbers around that. If you're interested in broader executive numbers across a number of agencies,
Well, that might be to get it more specific, so that we're comparing apples with apples. Is that the combined departments and now the separate departments, the number of senior executives.
Yeah, they're the numbers I gave you a little bit earlier.
The 44
64
and
as of June, and then I think it was 32.9 and 44.
There is a requirement now, of course, of reducing those numbers by 15%.
Across the whole government sector.
Across the... and the deadline for getting to that point is, I think, March 2027. Is that right? 1st of March 2027.
Look, the deadlines are going to be set in the course of decision making by government, but you know, it was a commitment that was made, and like most of these commitments, they would expect to be met within the term of Parliament that was prior to that election.
Yep. So the actual date is a bit fluid, is it? What do you know?
It's not fluid. It will be. It'll be determined by government. We'll be seeking approval for how we meet that commitment, so there'll be a firm deadline. And I can assure you there'll be expectations, particularly from the Treasurer, that there are we're able to progressively show how we're meeting that deadline. But we've only just received, as you know, the updated executive numbers for the whole of the government sector. So we're with the working with the Public Service Commission to determine the scale of the reductions that are required and how they'll be allocated across the whole government sector.
One of the things, Mr. Draper, or I just want to, and these are questions you may want to take on notice rather than, I don't expect you necessarily to have an answer. To date, are you aware how much has already been allocated for the local small commitments program allocation? Has actually been approved or some?
No.
I
thought you were following
can't
up
tell
on
you
the
a
public
number.
service question. You threw me for a second.
I can't give you a dollar figure, Mr. Tudhope, but I can say 174 organisations have received their grant money.
So how many, Miss Mark? Could you just repeat?
174. Yeah.
And you'll be able to give me a dollar figure?
I can find that out for you, yeah. I mean, they're all available on the website. I don't expect you to go and tally it up, but yeah.
Thank you. So there will be a significant number potentially rolled over to 24-25. Is that what I understand by that?
24-25. I guess that's right. I feel like last time I should have prepared this answer because last time you asked me how long you thought it would take, and I didn't know then. So can I take that on notice? I should have.
In respect of the treaty consultation, how much has been allocated already in relation to that consultation?
There's funding of $5 million.
I know the funding model. How much has been allocated already?
Well, we haven't started that process yet.
Okay, so zero has been.
I don't know if there's been zero expenditure because we have engaged some advisors to assist with setting up the process. So we're setting up a panel. We've got to recruit treaty commissioners, all of those. So I wouldn't say it's zero, but we're certainly at the beginning.
It's early
of the process.
days.
Yeah.
When does it begin and when does it end? You know.
I think we're expecting to go through a process of setting out the terms of reference for treaty commissioners, engaging on the question of the readiness of the Aboriginal communities to participate in the consultations, all of those sort of preliminary matters we would expect to happen in the first half of this year.
Right. First half of
this year.
This year. So
that's the preliminary work.
Before the first of July.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be exactly the 1st of July, but mid-year we would expect to have treaty commissioners selected and a number of matters sorted.
And the terms of reference for that
or at least the
consultancy
draft,
would be settled by then?
The commissioners themselves may have some input into the terms of reference.
In relation to the Stolen Generations Keeping Places program, you're aware of how much has been expended in relation to that program?
I don't have those numbers with me, but
you might take that on note
sure.
Today. Also, can you provide to me details of the spend that has been made in relation to by the Premier's Department on advertising?
Do you have that one with you? I don't have that with me.
Let me just get.
You can take it on notice.
Yeah, it's pretty minimal, I think.
If we've got it with us, we can give it to you now.
I've only got our Australia Day advertising budget, which is 170,000 and 110 on social media for Australia Day. Would have to take on notice the rest. That's pretty much the extent of our advertising.
On consultants?
Again, I'll take that one on notice.
On travel? Same. I'm happy for you. And legal and labour hire expenses. So if you in relation to each of those categories, if you could provide me with a breakdown. Just in respect of each of those things, do you provide quarterly reports to the Minister for Finance in respect of that?
Well, some categories there's an interest in the way that all government agencies are, for example, consultants and labour hire. There's certainly an interest in those. That process would occur not by each department necessarily reporting to the Minister for Finance, but there'll be updates through the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet on those matters, and obviously we don't.
And I think there's some suggestion you should be making savings in relation to that expenditure, is there not?
Yeah, there's government's commitments around those, yeah.
Can I just ask you this, and you may have some specific knowledge of this, Mr. Driver. If in fact the government receives an unsolicited proposal, when is it first acknowledged as an unsolicited proposal on the website for unsolicited proposals?
Usually, there's a number of stages in unsolicited proposals. In fact, there can be discussions about what becomes unsolicited proposals well before any formal process commences. In fact, we, in a way, prefer that because we want to make sure that when people are coming to us and they're going through all the trouble of preparing a proposal, that they know whether there's some, firstly, what the government's going to require, but secondly, whether it would be seen favourably. Is it in line with the government's ambitions and priorities? So that's the case. A formal publication is usually done at the commencement of stage 2.
And stage 2 involves what?
I
know it's in the document.
Yeah, so there's a stage 1 assessment is an initial assessment on whether the proposal as it's lodged meets the various criteria under the unsolicited proposals guidelines. If there's a recommendation that it meets those guidelines, that those criteria sufficiently, a recommendation is made to Cabinet on whether that should proceed to stage 2. And if it is approved by Cabinet to proceed to stage 2, that's when it will be published.
I just have one more question to Ms. Maher.
Sure.
Ms. Maher, can I just take you back to the Castle Hill document which is in front of you? If you look at the very last line of that document,
Hang on.
it's the second page. No, I think you've gone to the last page.
Oh, no, it says Castle Hill.
Oh, sorry, I'll be
That's okay. No, you're right.
Yeah, good. If you go to the last line, it says there, New South Wales to deliver up 25,000 to local councils across the electorate towards upgrades of playgrounds and parks. You see that?
Yep.
So would that indicate to you that all the other proposals were in fact not within the parks and playgrounds allocation, but in fact were election commitments?
I'll just refer to my earlier answer and take on notice that we're
Thank you.
going to find out more details. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Well, thank you to the witnesses.
Sorry, excuse me, Chair. Could I
Yes.
just add to a previous answer?
Certainly.
Our diligent colleagues have let me know that Accessibility New South Wales is in the Department of Customer Service. So I know Ms Boyd has left, but just for the Hansard,
Great.
Customer Service.
Thank you. Thanks for that answer. Thank you to you all for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions you've taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thanks very much for your attendance, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're reconvening at 3:45. For making the time today to give evidence to this hearing into the expenditure in the areas of Premier and Cabinet. We will have to swear in Mr. Lamb and Ms. Ward, who did not appear at the initial hearing. So could both of you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. Chris Lamb, Deputy Commissioner at the Public Service Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Michelle Ward, Executive Director, Corporate Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. All other witnesses have been sworn, so we'll now commence with questions from the opposition.
So I could start with you, Ms. Lowe. There's been some controversy recently in relation to the obligations of public servants relating to disclosures. Can you explain to us what are the obligations of public servants in respect of disclosure? You may recall that the story relating to an allegation that a public servant bought a property and had not disclosed that property, and for the purposes of potentially, in circumstances where she had access to planning information.
Look, I don't have the details of that
I'm not asking
case,
about
but in terms
I'm not
of
specifically about that case, but generally, what are the obligations for public servants to disclose asset holdings, relationships, and the like?
Yeah, so under the Code of Conduct, senior public servants or all public servants are required to make private interest declarations at a minimum. That should be annually, but if there are changes throughout the year, that declaration should be updated.
So that's not real-time updating, is it?
As close as possible, I think, to real time. If somebody's circumstances change, I think as soon as practicable, they should provide an updated declaration.
And what does that declaration look like? What are the things which a public servant is required to disclose?
Look, it would very much depend on their role, but I think a general principle it would be that it's best to disclose as much as possible so that any private interests that might be relevant are on the record and are known. But it definitely would depend on the role. I probably over-disclose in my case because I think it's important to set that example, but in individual cases it would depend on what decision-making responsibilities a person has, what is their remit, for example. So if they're making decisions around planning, it might be in relation to their own holdings or their own interests.
Is there a guideline in relation to this?
Look, there's the Code of Conduct, and the Public Service Commission does provide some guidance around compliance with the Code of Conduct, and it's all on our website.
And is there a particular form which should be used?
Yeah, there's a standard form that's used. Some agencies might tailor that for their own context, but basically it's, similar information would be captured, similar types of information would be captured in the different forms.
So talking about types of information may well be financial or property holding information, but then potentially relationship information?
Correct. So yes, relationships, particularly if there's somebody in your, family that might have dealings with a public, with a government agency, you would note that. So I have personally done that, where my partner had as his client a government sector agency. I declared that relationship.
Yep. So once that declaration, who checks it?
So if the senior executive is within the department, they would provide that to the secretary or the head of the department. If the person is a secretary, they would provide it to the secretary of the Premier's department. The secretary of the Premier's department provides his private interest declaration to me, and I provide mine to him, which is then passed on to the Premier. So it depends on which role you sit in.
Are they then just kept in a drawer?
No, when I receive them, I look through them, and there's actually a section for an acknowledgement. And then if you are of the view that you need to have a follow-up conversation, that can happen.
that can happen. But in terms of making sure that disclosures are being made in potentially real time, is there anyone who has that role?
Look, that would depend on how governance teams are set up, and it would depend on the circumstances. So, for example, if there is a procurement process in place, people at that point would probably make disclosures again in relation to that particular procurement. So it would depend on the situation.
Obviously, the potential in relation to a policy as radical potentially as the current housing policy, would it be your advice that that gives rise to greater scrutiny in relation to ensuring people are complying with their obligations to disclose?
I think people should comply at all times to the highest standard required.
I'm glad that you gave that answer, but it becomes enlivened, does it not, in circumstances where there is a radical change in policy which may give rise to the circumstances which it does in respect of the government's current approach to housing?
Look, I think it's incumbent on all of us, if we're faced with providing advice or making decisions or influencing a decision, we need to keep front of mind whether we do have a conflict that we need to manage. It might be an actual conflict, a potential one or a perceived one. So there's an ongoing obligation there to keep front of mind in whatever we might be doing. It could be a briefing process or a decision-making process. I think that's part of keeping our core value of integrity at the forefront of everything we do.
The specific issue which I started with by asking you about is referred to another agency at this table. Is it the case that potentially, Mr. Hatzitzkos, that recommendations would be made in relation to the manner in which disclosures would be made?
I'm not sure the context in which the question arises.
Well, having heard the answer just given by...
Well, I'm aware of the context that you asked the previous witness, but I'm not sure the context in which you're asking me.
Well, as a matter of prudence and practice, is it something that your agency would be giving advice to in terms of making sure that there is transparency in relation to ensuring that public servants are providing real-time disclosures?
We don't give advice of that nature unless requested. On a general level like that.
But potentially as part of a report you might make recommendations.
If the context requires us to, yes.
Ms. Lowe, the 2023 data which is available, it disclosed that there were 4,265 senior executives as at the 30th of June 2023. Is that a figure which accords with your understanding?
Sorry, can you restate that figure for me?
4,265. Is that the base number?
So are you saying that's a senior executive number?
Yes.
4,265 is an FTE number at June 2023.
Correct. That's correct?
That's correct.
So is that the base number if the government had a policy in respect of a 15% reduction in relation to the target for the number of senior executives to be reduced by? Is that the number that the government will be using?
So as you appreciate, there's been a 9.4% increase in FTE between June 2022 and June 2023. The Premier's Department and the PSC, as Mr Draper mentioned before, are doing some further work to look at what this means for the implementation of the government election commitment.
Well, what do you understand that work to encompass?
Look, we're doing
what the base figure would be.
The government will make decisions around that. We are doing some further work, including some further analysis, and we'll be providing some advice to government.
Well, I'm interested in how you get to a position where you can measure the performance of the government. When will we understand whether the government is reaching its targets or not.
I understand your question.
Okay, good.
So as I said, some further work is being done given there's been an increase in the number of senior executives from 2022 to 2023. Obviously, we are very keen to ensure that in implementing that election commitment, that we do so in a sustainable way, in a way that ensures that service delivery isn't impacted adversely and that the government can deliver on its priorities. And we're also very keen to make sure that the approach to implementation is based on the most recent set of data. The approach will ultimately be a decision for government, but we're providing advice to enable that decision to be made.
Well, do you have a date when you anticipate, or the government anticipate, when you anticipate that figure would be reached by?
I can't specify a date, although I can say that the advice that Premier's Department and the PSC are working on, we will be in a position pretty shortly to provide that advice.
Right. Well, when you say pretty shortly, what does that look like?
Well, not months, a lot sooner than that.
In an answer to a question on notice from estimates, you gave us an average of 203 senior executives per year resigning, retiring or dying in each year from 2014 to 22. I hope the number dying is not a great number of those positions, but what's the figure for 2022?
I think we need to take that one on notice, I'm sorry.
And for 2023?
We can do the same.
I think you may well have already answered this question, but is it what you were telling us today is that 9,000 additional, that there was a 9% increase in senior executives between 2022 and 2023, is that?
9.4%.
9.4% increase.
Yes.
So
in FTE.
In real numbers, how many is that?
Uh, 199 in the public service.
And can you, by department, list where those senior executives have been employed?
Yes, I can. It might be, I can read out every single
Can
portfolio.
you take that on notice?
Yeah, I can take that on notice, but we've got a table we can provide you.
With where the additional senior executives have been employed?
Yes, by portfolio.
And by date?
So it's a census, so we collect the data in June of each year. What that data does not tell us is which month those public servants are employed in. That information you could only obtain from the agencies themselves.
Well, given that the Parliamentary Budget Office costed the Labor's policy, or the government's policy, on the assumption that the cut in senior executives will commence from the 1st of April 2023 and will be achieved by a recruitment freeze, except in exceptional circumstances. What do you perceive the exceptional circumstances would be?
So the approach that's being taken is to prioritise natural attrition and mobility for senior executives, particularly those senior executives that are impacted by the cuts or by machinery of government changes or other restructures. And terminations will be the last resort.
Well, the engagement of people in exceptional circumstances, do we know what they are?
So, can you give me a bit more context, please?
Well, the cut will be, in the sense that will commence from the first and will be achieved by a recruitment freeze, except in exceptional circumstances. So the except in exceptional circumstances means that people will be engaged.
Yes,
or alternatively, I should rephrase it. The exceptional circumstances may mean that they will be dismissed.
So I take it that you're reading this out of the
Yep.
PBO modelling. I don't have that in front of me, and it's been a while since I've looked at it. I mean, we obviously did provide information to assist the PBO at the time. I can only reiterate that the approach is to prioritise natural attrition and mobility.
Yep.
And if neither of those things can be achieved and the role is still needed, then we look at other sources of recruitment.
Thank you. Mr. Hatziskos, we heard some evidence this morning in relation to investigations which have been taking place in relation to a member in this place. What is the timing you would say is appropriate to provide an answer in respect of whether a person has been cleared of an allegation which has been made against them?
Well, I'm not going to give you a response to that. All I can say is what I've said publicly. I think in response to...
Can you just put the microphone a bit closer?
I'm not going to give you a response directly in relation to that. The Commission, as you would be aware, has commenced a preliminary investigation in relation to that matter, and it's advanced. But I'm not in a position to be able to give you a time frame.
Well, you must have, I suppose, some performance indicators about when you would, in fact, respond. If the person was to be cleared of an allegation, you must have some performance indicators which would indicate that there is a specific time when you would give that indication in relation to your investigation.
We do have performance indicators, and they're in our annual report.
Well, I haven't got the annual report in front of me. What's the performance indicator?
It varies according to the investigation as to whether it's complex or not.
So a complex matter would take how long? As a key performance indicator, would you say a reasonable expectation of coming at least to a preliminary view about whether it should go further?
I'd have to give you the details of... We do have the benchmarks in relation to preliminary matters when they go into a full investigation. But bear in mind that even when the matter goes to a full investigation, it can still result in the matter going no further.
Yeah, I accept that entirely. But if in fact...
there are many variables to investigations. It depends upon cooperation, if we get cooperation, or if we have to use coercive powers or not. It depends on the complexity of the issues that we are looking at. Sometimes we need to get legal advice in relation to aspects of it which may be problematic. So there's a number of variables that come to play which impact on the time of investigation. If you want me to give you the performance measures, I can get them out of the annual report. I'll just need to look at them.
Well,
there's nothing extraordinary in this particular matter, by the way.
I'm not asking you to comment on a particular matter. I'm just asking you to.
Well, you were earlier.
Well, maybe. What I'm putting to you is that there are, in fact, some performance indicators which a reasonable person would say, surely the matter has been done by now. Would you agree with that as a matter of public perception?
I'm not aware that any performance indicators in this particular case have been violated in any significant degree, if that's what you're asking me.
Well, no, I'm not asking you about a specific matter, but I'm just asking you about a policy where generally people would have...
There are some performance measures, yes.
Yeah, and benchmarks...
And we can give them to you.
Sorry?
And we can give them to you, and I think last year we met our performance indicators.
Okay. Last year at an ICAC committee hearing, on the 11th, you told the committee that as to where we go with the independent funding model, I'm not quite sure what the new government has in mind. They haven't told us at this point in time.
Yes.
Have you got any update in relation to that?
I do.
Can you share that with us?
Yes. We've been informed that the government is moving to what they call a budget management model, which was outlined to us in a letter from the Special Minister of State on the 24th of October of 2023. The letter's not marked as confidential, so I'm happy to supply you with a copy of it.
Thank you.
And that outlines the budget model moving forward. Now, I don't think that's the end of it. I think there are other matters that we've been asked to respond to, and we will be doing that in due course. I haven't responded yet.
So excuse my ignorance, but how do you understand a budget management model as operating?
Well, it's outlined in this letter. You want me to read it? I was going to just
No, I'm happy that you're happy to give me a copy.
Well, what
Yeah, we'll go to cross.
the previous government had proposed was that there'd be a Treasurer's Directive. And that Treasurer's Directive would outline how the integrity agencies would interact with the Expenditure Review Committee of the Cabinet to determine budget bids. And it involved a process whereby there would be a dialogue, for want of a better word, and we would have access to advice as to what was being proposed by Treasury, and we would have an opportunity to respond to that before a decision was ultimately made. We were also advised that we would be exempt from efficiency dividends, and there's a variety of other matters that are referred to in this correspondence. What happened, however, is that we were all asked, I think as all integrity agencies, what our views were about the model. We all responded. The Treasurer's Directive was, we thought, finalised, except that it was not signed off before the previous government went to the election. So that was the end of that process, and now we have the budget management model, which the new government has proposed to deal with our budget proposals. I think I'm not inaccurately paraphrasing what the situation is.
Well,
so we've gone from a Treasurer's Directive to a budget management model.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's now time for questions from Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to all of you for your attendance. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Schmidt, if I can. I think I've asked you about this at almost every estimate. Previously, you've confirmed that the New South Wales Electoral Commission is severely underfunded, I think would be the words I'd use, compared to, for example, the Victorian Electoral Commission, particularly in relation to community engagement, whereas you've only got one ongoing staff member funded for stakeholder and community engagement, responsible for the management of disability and called reference groups, and outreach partnerships and the development of voter education. Victoria has 11 permanent staff and 20 to 25 casual staff. Has the Labor government made any progress in helping to close that funding gap?
Yeah, Ms. Boyd, thank you very much for that question. It's a matter to my heart, as you will appreciate. And we are an outlier, particularly in that area, but across the board in our baseline funding. Under the previous government, and this has continued under the current government, as part of some of the budgetary changes which Mr. Hatzis has talked about, we were asked to bring forward a rebaselining proposal to government, and we're working on that now. In fact, it will be submitted as part of the budget round for the coming budget.
Okay. We
We put in the first phase of that last year, which was really to get some funding to continue with that work. Of particular importance, we identified, I think it was 35 critical roles, which were accepted, that had to be funded. Unfortunately, as part of that funding arrangement, they were funded up until only the 31st of December this year.
Okay.
I, of course, hope that this issue is going to be addressed as part of the budget round. But to give you, I have to give you the scope of the challenge the Commission faces. As at the 31st of December this year, a total of 140 staff, it's about 30% of the BAU staff of the organisation, funding expires. And that is a reflection of the episodic funding that I've talked for a number of years about it before various committees. It was unfortunate that as part of the budget process last year, that having accepted that those 35 roles were critical, that there wasn't ongoing funding. I have to believe, I cannot believe that the current government or the former government would let us get past that cliff at the end of the year and not fund those positions. The question will be, and this is the intent of the business case that we've put up, to have a stabilised, ongoing funding regime for those staff. You've talked about community outreach. That's a glaring example where we have a statutory responsibility under the legislation. There would be an expectation in the community that we would be providing those services. If we don't have the funding, we can't provide the services. And I don't have the luxury of stopping work in other areas, which are also underfunded, to carry out and bolster that work. We have historically been funded to be inefficient. And that must come to an end. And at this stage, I genuinely believe that is going to be addressed. And just one final note on that, we are still subject to, even though we're now exempt from efficiency dividends going forward, new efficiency dividends and some of the other measures, savings measures, which are being applied across government, but the integrity agencies have been carved out. We are still subject to an historical built-in efficiency dividend, which must be applied to staff. So there's an inherent conflict there. On the one hand, you're saying you're underfunded and haven't got additional staff, but so you'll get more money for more staff, but then you'll have to cut back because of the impact of an efficiency dividend.
Can you explain that to me? So how does that work? So I always thought of the efficiency dividend as saying, for this financial year, you have to have found 3% of, cost cutting or whatever it happens to be. How can you be carved out but still have that?
I might get Mr. Phillips to explain the mechanics of it.
The efficiency dividends have been applied in the past and they've been projected out over the forward estimates. So they're locked into our budget each year. This year, it's 2.66 million, which is the efficiency dividend. The government is committed to imposing no new efficiency dividends on the integrity agencies and the Electoral Commission, but those that have been applied in the past, relevant to our agency, will remain. And so they remain in our books.
So they carry forward.
And they're indexed slightly. I'll give you an example. This year it's 2.66 million. Next year it's 2.7 odd million. And it just continues up. So we've had to permanently reduce our labour expense cap in the past to meet that efficiency dividend, and they're permanent reductions in our ongoing workforce.
Right.
So.
And if I could just, just to conclude, so there's the full picture on that one. The former Premier, in correspondence, indicated that we had asked for that historical efficiency dividend to be removed, but the decision was that that issue should be re-prosecuted as part of this rebaselining case.
Okay,
so I'm hoping
my
that
next
will be
question.
resolved.
So the rebaselining should hopefully get rid of that historical.
Yes, and if I could just have one more minute of your time for the completeness for the committee's understanding of the budget situation, because the Parliament has a very important role in understanding how we operate as an integrity agency. It's a three-legged stool, our budget bids this year. So we have the rebaselining, which is the staffing, but also some other core funding for operational expenditure, recurrent expenditure. We have the digital modernisation, which is, again, many of you have heard me on many occasions talked about the ageing and creaking computer systems which we run our elections on, which it cannot be sustained into the future. So there's a business case to address that, and there's a cyber security business case which is going through the Digital Restart Fund. It's a three-legged stool. There's no point in having digital modernisation unless you have the staff to run it. And if you have a digital modernisation, then we should be able to, if not save significant amounts of money, even out the expenditure by converting from contractors to ongoing staff for the operation of modern systems going forward. If you don't get the cyber security money from DRF, which we're confident we will get, then you can't make your new digital modernised IT systems safe. And in the rebaselining business case, there's also an amount of money to cover the recurrent costs of cybersecurity, because that's a recurrent cost, whereas DRF deals with capital costs. So these things are interrelated, and it would be nonsensical to fund in part one of the three or two of the three or chop and change because the stool will fall over. The final business case is the technology-assisted voting, the iVote business case, which if you wish to talk about, I'll talk about later. I don't want to take up any more time.
Thank you. I do wish to talk about that. I understand, so getting this independent and verifiable method for blind and low vision voters to be able to cast their vote. I do remember from previous estimates talking about everything that needs to happen before we can get to that. We've had I understand it's like maybe 2027 state election is where we're targeting, is that right? Are we on track to do that, or only if we get this funding?
We need the funding.
Yeah.
So the state of play at the moment is that I undertook the review last year, which is now public, recommending the reintroduction or exploring the market to see if we could find a suitable system for targeting blind and low vision electors. We would need money to do that in advance of the budget process, where we have put or are putting a business case in. We have gone out to market for a request for information, which I think is just closed, so that we will be ready, assuming that the funding is approved, so that we have that lead time between now and 2027 to advance that.
Great. And the bit in the middle that you talked about, so we had the staff, the technology-assisted voting, and then in the middle you're talking about the digital modernisation and cybersecurity piece.
Yes.
Will that also lead to the election disclosures website being upgraded? Is that part of that? Are there plans?
That is being funded at the moment.
Yep.
It's been done in tranches.
Okay.
I might pass to Ms McCallum, who's can perhaps talk about where we're up to with the functionality of the funding and disclosure portal.
Yes, thank you. We have been upgrading or introducing online disclosures and registration system over a number of years now. So we're actually into the final phase of what that project has been funded to provide. So in relation to your question about digital modernisation, it's not specifically part of the scope of that program, additional functionality. We're actually coming to the end of the funded project for the funding and disclosures online.
Okay, understood. Thank you. One more for you, Mr. Schmidt. You'll see, I'm sure you're aware that disability advocates have been pushing for a quiet hour concept, and they've done a trial of that in Victoria. Is that something that you are looking into, and could we see a trial for this coming local government election?
We are examining that. I have had representations in relation to that. We've been looking at the Victorian report, and we, as I said, we are currently reviewing the Victorian evaluation, and we are considering whether and what we might do, but that would be for the 2027 state general election.
Okay.
But it is a growing issue, I think, across electoral commissions, that particular challenge.
Yeah. Okay. Can I keep
Thank you,
going?
Commissioner. You've got another 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you.
Questions from the opposition?
After.
After. Or do you want to do your 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Keep going now?
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Can I come to... I might go to the LEC if I can.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you all a go. Something that I get a lot of representations about in my office, because I hold the domestic and family violence prevention portfolio, is in relation to police attitudes and police perpetrators of domestic violence. And I note in and I'll also be coming to you, Ms Crawford, about this issue as well, but when it comes to sort of looking at the annual report from the LEC, there's a lot of discussion about police attitudes to or maybe failures to report DV, some problems around particular officers in relation to their attitudes. Do you think that the LEC needs more powers in relation to handling issues of sort of internal, I guess, domestic violence perpetrators in the police?
I don't think it's necessarily an issue of more powers. The topic which you've raised was the subject of a specific report by the Commission last year, which looked at domestic violence issues, including by police perpetrators. we keep a close eye in our assessment of complaints process of how these matters are dealt with. And there is a process and an ongoing process where there is, on my perception at least, a serious approach taken with certainly repeat domestic violence perpetrators who are police officers. The Section 181D Police Act power is utilised fairly regularly in those cases. We have powers to not just investigate ourselves, which is relatively sparingly used. There are limits to what we can do by way of direct investigation. But we can monitor police investigations, go back to police with either directions or requests of different sorts. And my present view is that I think the police organisationally are taking a fairly serious view of this. So insofar as any additional power for our commission, it would have to be identified what particular power would be under consideration and with what hope in mind would be achieved by it.
Can we talk about two, I guess, specific examples then? So if we have, in the situation where 181D process, my understanding, and it's rudimentary, so I apologise, but is that although the LEC can investigate the matter, when it comes to the action taken in relation to that matter, it's up to the police commissioner. Do you think that the LEC itself should have any more direct power over determining what happens with a particular police officer who has been investigated?
That is to exercise a type of disciplinary function. Is that what you mean by that?
I guess, or maybe to more, is there anything more you can do? When we look at the police commissioner's role, it is in many ways a political role. And they are being tasked with working out what to do with every serving member who has an issue that's been brought up. So they are in an incredibly difficult position when they get this report saying this person has done the wrong thing. It's now up to you. And I do not know because I'm not them, but I suspect they get lobbied quite heavily by different people to take different actions. Do you see any benefit in some of that discretion, if not being removed from the commissioner, being perhaps more tightly constrained through the LEC being given more power?
One has to go back to the Wood Royal Commission, I think. Justice Wood made very clear that there had to be a system where the buck stopped with the Commissioner of Police. External civilian oversight agencies have had a somewhat checkered history in the police context in this state. That's not to say that our present commission is subject to that comment. But the idea of passing that type of function to a separate body creates problems in itself. And so Justice Wood's rationale, in my view, remains sound. The Commissioner of Police, when exercising those functions, has a process, and I've certainly witnessed some meetings of this sort, where there is in the end a process of discussion around a table, not with the Commissioner present, but with other senior officers present, recommendations made and talked through. It's a fairly structured but quite effective process as I've seen it in operation. So far as the Commission's concerned, if there is a report written by the Commission that recommends consideration of disciplinary action, under our Act, the Commissioner has to deal with and respond to that recommendation promptly under Section 146 of the Commission's Act. If the Commission does not consider that what has been taken is reasonable and proportionate, the Commission can go back to the Commissioner of Police. If there is still a dispute, there is then a referral to the Minister for Police, with the end result that the Commission can write a Section 138 report. Now, all of that, of course, may take some time, but it means that there is ongoing pressure on the police to address matters in what may be considered an appropriate way if there was concern about the disciplinary outcome in a particular matter.
That's incredibly useful. Thank you for that.
That I should emphasise is only where we've written a report.
Yes.
But there are opportunities to go back even in circumstances where we haven't written a report as part of our oversight function of what the police are doing, and to raise questions about the adequacy.
Is any of that public, that process though?
I think it's public in the annual report in summary form at least. There are practical limits to how many reports and documentations of these things we can undertake. But if I could say this, that if you have a situation, for example, where the police take the view in a particular situation, it should be dealt with by advice and guidance, or perhaps a formal warning from the commander. If the Commission takes the view that that is not adequate, we can go back. Now, we can't override what they do. We can't tell them you've got to take 181D action, for example, but we can engage with them and often achieve a variation in the approach.
The other example we get a lot of representations about in my office is where you have a serving police officer who is in one station or command who is the alleged perpetrator of a domestic family violence offence, who is then being investigated by somebody within their own command. I understand at the moment it's up to the discretion of and I'm not going to get the terminology right, but I understand the head of the command, the sergeant or whoever in that command, as to whether or not that matter will be investigated by the alleged perpetrator's own friends and colleagues, or whether it will be outsourced to a different station or command. Is there any role for the LEC in stepping in to provide a more independent process there, rather than having police sort of investigate themselves?
The report on domestic violence that we wrote last year took this issue up and said that for a number of reasons, including the perception of bias, it is preferable to have a different police district carrying out the investigation. The police didn't accept that recommendation as such, but put in certain riders of the type that you've referred to. It remains our position that it should be a separate district that conducts the investigation, not just to ensure that there is a proper investigation, but that there is a perception of a proper investigation. And that does happen from time to time. It does go to other areas. Sometimes it goes to the Professional Standards Command itself, which is separate again. We have no power to direct what happens. In an extreme case, I suppose, the Commission could take over the investigation and investigate itself, but that is a large step to take, given the challenges when you become the primary investigator for something like that.
Thank you. It's very useful to have that on the record.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Now to questions from the opposition.
Thank you. I'll just go back to you, Mr. Hatziskos.
Before you do, can I just respond to your earlier question about benchmarks?
Yes, thank you.
There are a range of benchmarks. They're found in our annual report on pages 36 and 37. So I won't give you them all because you can read them for yourself, but 80% of preliminary investigations to be completed within 120 days. And then depending on the timing, if it's a pre or post-July 2020 matter, there are different benchmarks, but post-July 2020, the target is 70% completion within 485 days for a standard matter, and 70% within 730 days if it's a complex matter.
730
days if it's a complex matter.
More than 2 years.
That's 2 years for a complex matter. And as I said, there are different benchmarks if it's before that time.
And that's the preliminary.
No. The preliminary is 80% within 120 days.
Yep.
The full investigation is 70% within 485 days if it's a standard matter, post July 2020,
Yep.
and 70% within 730 days if it's a complex matter. And then we report against all the benchmarks. I won't give you the pre-2020 figures, but you can see those on page 37 of our,
thank you for that.
of our report.
What is the, and I'm sure that your letter, or the letter from the Special Minister of State explains this, but what do you see as the major difference between the budget management model and the Treasury model which was put to you by the previous government?
Well, one's a Treasurer's directive, and obviously there's a level of codification. The other is a decision of the Expenditure Review Committee as to how it proposes to proceed moving forward.
Which is potentially the old system which applied.
Well, it takes aspects, I think, of the Treasurer's directive and it adopts it as a process moving forward. But it's not a codified model in the same way as the Treasurer's directive
model,
which does have the Treasurer's directive, I think, has some statutory force in certain contexts.
I would have thought you would have been more comfortable with a Treasurer's directive
I would.
model.
But we didn't get that out of the previous government. And I'm not sure if you were positioned to sign off on it because you were the Finance Minister, but you didn't do so.
I don't think it was my decision.
Oh, well, maybe. You could have had some influence. I should have rung you.
You should have.
But we didn't get it. And my preference is that we have a Treasurer's directive.
Because an ERC approval model potentially is subject to the vagaries of other competing interests.
Well, it is, but bear in mind that the ICAC submitted 2 reports to the Parliament under Section 75 of the ICAC Act.
That was your predecessor had done.
That's correct, proposing a different model to that which either the present government or the previous government have embraced.
Yeah. You want an independent model.
Well,
independent funding model.
That's correct. But everyone calls their models independent.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by them.
So could I just ask the other agencies, is the budget management model which now applies across the board? I think the Commissioner, the ICAC Commissioner indicated that he thought that his model applied to all agencies. Is that correct?
I'm unaware of the model. I haven't received.
You haven't received.
I haven't received that correspondence. No.
If I could, Mr. Tunhab, how the Commissioner has described it is my understanding. I hadn't heard the term budget model, but we did receive a letter to say this is how the budget process would work, and perhaps I would just offer that as set out in that letter, it is an improvement on previous arrangements in that at very least it provides greater transparency for the funding ultimately provided to independent officers, but it doesn't go quite as far as the recommendations in the report that I did on the funding of integrity bodies.
The letter I should indicate does say that this is the budget management model for integrity agencies.
So you assume that it applies?
So I just assumed that it meant that everyone was involved.
Yeah. It I think, extends to us, although we haven't received a letter yet, but we've been informed.
Well, you've
this
just
is
been
the
told.
case. So I think the title of the letter received by the ICAC suggests it covers all of us.
Well, putting that to one side for a moment, Commissioner, I'm talking at the ICAC Commissioner, everyone's a Commissioner here, it appears. Is it your understanding that the obligations to comply with requirements in relation to unsolicited proposals, which, if breached, may constitute serious corrupt conduct?
Well,
in the same way as a breach of the ministerial code of conduct?
Whether something can be classed as corrupt conduct depends upon whether it meets the requirements of sections 8 and 9 of the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act. One aspect of section 9 is it has to constitute, I presume you're talking about a minister, are you? Or?
Well, there are obligations in relation to the manner in which the government will treat unsolicited proposals.
But are we talking about ministers? Are we talking about public servants? I mean, it's all very nebulous with respect.
I think we're talking about the Premier.
I'm talking about the obligation to be impartial, the obligation to
well,
put in...
They're requirements of section 8.
Yes.
But in addition to section 8, the conduct has to not be excluded under section 9. And then you have to go further. The conduct itself has to be serious corrupt conduct before it
reaches the threshold of being...
That's right. For it to be corrupt conduct. So it's very difficult to, with a few
well, I don't want to have to...
choice phrases that you've given me to throw them at me and to give you a definitive view as to whether it's corrupt conduct or not. I'm sure you as a lawyer can read the Act
I can.
And form an assessment.
If there is an obligation, and I'll put this to you, for a proponent not to approach a minister during the course of an unsolicited proposal, and an approach was made to a minister during the course of that unsolicited proposal, prima facie would that appear to be serious corrupt conduct?
Look, with respect, that information is not very helpful. If you're able to give me some more information, perhaps you could write to me.
I will
explain the circumstances,
I will do exactly that. Can I ask you some questions over the Auditor General? I don't want you to feel as though you've wasted your time in coming here.
It would never be a waste of time. It is actually my last time, though, that I will be here. So
is that right?
Just for you. So I'm
is that
happy
new?
for you
Is
to
that
ask.
news that you're breaking?
No. My term ends in several weeks. So ask away.
Well, then, unfortunately, I haven't had many opportunities of attending on estimates with you, Auditor General, but I wish you well. Last year, the government abandoned the Thoroughbred Racing Bill after several amendments were made to that bill, one of which was to include oversight of Racing New South Wales by the Auditor General. The inclusion of that provision was referred to by the Premier as a poison pill. Do you consider oversight by your organisation as a poison pill for organisations that are subject to your oversight?
Well, I can only speak, I won't speak to that specific, which I read in the newspaper, so we had no direct involvement in that proposal. But no, I think that the assurance provided by the Auditor General is absolutely critical to the proper workings of government. So in that case, it may have been perhaps an extension that perhaps would go further than the current arrangements for the Auditor General. But generally speaking, of course, I think that the assurance we provide is absolutely critical to government, and hopefully the Parliament and governments will continue to make best use of the assurance we provide.
And in fact, it'd give the public increased confidence, would it not, that in the event that your office was overseeing the manner in which revenue generated through the betting agencies was and passed on to Racing New South Wales was being spent, would give them greater confidence in the operation of Racing New South Wales?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics that you're referencing. They're not a controlled body. They're not a controlled body of the state, so I'm not the statutory auditor of that body.
Yeah, but by statute, you could have they could have been brought into.
Yeah, that's a matter for the government.
In relation to this is probably available on your website, but are there how many current reviews are currently being pursued by your office?
Reviews? Do you mean audits?
Audits.
Yeah. So every year, my office would conduct over 1,000 financial audit assurance audits or reviews, if you want to use that term. And additionally, annually, we usually do around about between 17 and 20 performance audits in any 1 year.
And the number of staff that you currently have?
Approximately, it's just over 320, yeah. Mostly financial auditors, given the statutory requirement to undertake a financial audit on every controlled entity of the state.
Thank you. Well, we tried to add to your burden unsuccessfully. To you, Electoral Commission, Commissioner, are you aware of the current proposal by the government in relation to the de-amalgamations bill, which is currently before the Parliament?
Yes, I'm aware of that bill. In fact, there are two bills, I think.
Two bills?
Yes.
Well, one by the Greens member and one by the government. Is that not the case? Were you consulted by the Minister for Local Government before that bill was introduced?
Yes, we were given an opportunity to make some comments on the bill.
And one of the, well, have you provided advice potentially in relation to the cost of conducting a referendum?
No. We would have to do the costings at the time a referendum was being run. There are so many permutations in that. Is the referendum being run as part of, say, the local government elections being held in September? Is it a standalone event? I think the regulation-making power in the government's bill is broad enough to deal with the administration of the referendum. So one of the questions would be, because at the moment when it comes to running local government elections, there's a split in costs between the government, which we call the core costs, the general operating our systems, etc., for the Commission, and then the more direct costs, which the councils pay. So the figures would vary depending on whether that current arrangement would also apply to the referendum, the actual conduct of it, not all the business case and other work which goes before a referendum, or not. And that's something which I haven't had discussions with the government on.
What would be the ballpark figure for running a referendum?
I wouldn't be able to give you that offhand. I can
say it was a standalone one as opposed to...
I can come back to you on notice and say, because we do that already with councils when we have our contractual arrangements with councils. Quite often they don't know whether they want to have a referendum at the time of the election. They have to let us know by a certain time this year, and then we give them a cost for that additional bit of work. So I can give you what that would be for just a standard referendum as part of the local government elections if the current arrangements apply. And I'll try and give you some figures then if we just had to do a standalone. But having in mind, if you look at the, if you want to get a feel for it, if you're talking about an undivided council, which is the best example, because it would presumably be a whole of council election, the cost between running an election for a vacancy, to fill a vacancy for an entire council, compared to a referendum would not be greatly different, because you'd have the same number of electors, you would have to have the same number of polling places, the same number of venues. The counting would be easier because it's a yes-no situation. So depending on the size of the council, the figures will vary, but I will come back on notice and try and give a flavour of that.
Well, if in fact, this probably is self-evident, but there would be increased costs, would they not, for suspending a local government election due to one of these referendums, assuming you had to not have the local government election but have a referendum, and this is a bit of the import of the bill, you would suspend the local government election for the purposes of having a referendum in its place, and then subsequently, having had the referendum, then proceed to a local government election at a later date, depending on the outcome of that local of that referendum. What would be the increased cost of actually doing that as a two-step process?
Again, the variables are huge.
Yeah.
There is a time, you've outlined quite well the stages in the process, but the cost of running a referendum for a council with a couple of electors, a couple of thousand electors, as distinct from, say, the Central Coast or one of the major metropolitan ones, the costs vary dramatically because of the scale of the operation. So it would be, I can't give you a standard cost, as it were, for running it, but there would be incremental costs, as you say. There would be the cost of holding the referendum, depending whatever model the funding model is going to be for that, and then the cost of the standalone election or elections if the amalgamation was successful, or a single election if the de-amalgamation didn't take place.
And I take it that there is a financial benefit in having all local government elections run on the same day, is there?
There's certainly efficiencies of scale which come into that, but again, if there is a vacancy in an undivided council in the course of the subsequent 3 or so years after an election, we basically have to run the election event again. So it's not unheard of for councils, if they haven't adopted the count back option, which enables you to rely on the votes cast at the previous election, there are significant costs incurred by councils when they have a standalone election to fill a vacancy. So yes, there can be significant costs for doing that.
Can I? You would have heard me ask questions to the Public Service Commissioner earlier about the ongoing disclosures required of public servants. Do you monitor disclosures by people working for your agency?
Indeed, we have an internal mechanism for people to pecuniary interest disclosures, change of circumstances, people taking on work outside the Commission. I approve of those personally to see if there's a conflict of interest in those circumstances. So we do have a regime in place.
Yep. So can I ask the other agencies about the same sort of process?
We have a similar arrangement.
Yeah, we have a similar arrangement. It's also part of our vetting process, so no one can join the Commission without having been comprehensively vetted, and that includes pecuniary interests, asset holdings, a very comprehensive outline, and that is monitored regularly, and that's the responsibility of myself and our governance and risk area.
And is that a real-time monitoring as well? So an employee would be required, if in fact they were involved in a financial transaction? Does that include change in personal circumstances?
It does.
So they would have to notify if they changed their boyfriend, girlfriend or partner?
Not depending on the circumstances, but not as a routine. But if they were involved in an activity that required that, that's something that would probably occur. If there was a procurement activity or something of that nature, yes, there would be a requirement to declare any interests, either of a relationship nature or a pecuniary interest.
But do you do that, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, do you do that in respect of either of investigations that are may be underway, that there is no conflict of interest in relation to those investigations?
If there's an investigation underway and someone has a conflict of interest, they would come forward and identify that, and then they'd be excluded.
And how do you determine whether they have or have not, if they elect not to?
Well, there's a requirement in the Code of Conduct that they identify, and a decision is made. Usually their first port of call is to their executive director, and that's minuted and person's excluded.
There could be a circumstances, of course, where someone becomes aware of a conflict during the course of an investigation.
That can happen, and
like I know this person, or I know.
And that's immediately notified usually to the Executive Director, and the issue is resolved.
And I ask the Lead Commissioner, do you have a similar process?
Processes are the same, so we also have very vigorous vetting that all of our staff have to go through. The Code of Conduct also covers off on declaring any conflict of interest as it arises. We do an annual review every year, but also staff are aware that if something changes, they have to report to me, and they report to me as that happens.
Yeah. And I suppose I've better for completeness.
Thank you. Yes, we have a very similar comprehensive regime, annual declarations, and then regular updates as people start to undertake a particular audit. If there's any potential or perceived conflicts, we also publish a register of conflicts
and gifts and benefits
and the like. So that's all on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. So coming to you now, Ms Crawford, and I will put on the record I am sad that you are that your term is coming to an end, and thank you for all of the great work that you have done. Just looking back at that 2022 report produced in relation to the police responses to domestic and family violence, in that report there was a reference to the quite antiquated COPS system and the need to pretty urgently update it to what they were calling the IPOS system. In that report in 2022, you talked about that being at least 4 years away before they would have that capability under IPOS. As we now know, the contracts have successively fallen through since 2013 to upgrade the system to IPOS. And as at the last time I asked about this, there was nobody actually appointed to do that work yet. Have you been involved at all in any sort of procurement audit or anything else around that IPOS system? And is it something that's come across the Auditor General Office?
Not specific to that system. Perhaps the only work that we did that again looked particularly or specifically at the COPS system was in relation to the firearms registry, which was some time ago. We are running I'd like to call it a series, but a number of audits that are looking at legacy systems. For example, yesterday we tabled a report on the drives system, which again has been in operation for many, many years. People in my office call it a clunky old system, which I get very offended by because I had a role in establishing that system back in the day. And I think that the COPS system would be, it's a matter for a future Auditor General, but would probably be on our list to have a look at.
Thank you. You also noted in that report that there was limited data collection and reporting when it came to the sort of front of office officers, I don't know, front of house officers. Well, no, sorry, I'm really not up on
the workforce
on the terminology. Thank you. When it comes to sort of exactly how much work they were doing, so in relation to domestic and family violence matters, so we knew how many specialist officers we had, but when it came to the amount of work that the average police officer was doing, it was not.
It was a devolved system of accountability,
right,
and not centralised. That was one of our findings in that report.
So, yeah, okay, and also that the training was not necessarily mandatory, even for the specialist.
I think again, I can't remember the actual terminology either, but new recruits all received a certain amount of training. But then as they, been around for a while or progressed, and more senior levels, that was what we were calling out.
Okay. Just in the interest of time, I'll move on to the recent release of the State Finances audit. I note in there that the number of errors has increased quite significantly since the last report, and I've been tracking that over time. There was also quite a lot of delays. I remember a couple of years back there was in one of these reports there was real concerns raised about the culture in Treasury and its relationship with the Audit Office. Despite the errors in here, not in your report, but in the information that was provided to you, has that culture improved, or can you comment on sort of whether those problems from a couple of years back are still existing?
I'll say a few words and then perhaps pass to my deputy, Ian Goodwin. I think the working relationship with Treasury is very strong. So we working very effectively together and more broadly across the sector. But I think we're all playing a little bit of catch up, perhaps. Perhaps some of the impacts of COVID is just playing out a little bit in some ways. So, but in terms of errors or I'll pass to Ian.
Thanks. Thank you, Margaret. So to your question about the working relationship with New South Wales Treasury, which is an incredibly important relationship, that is definitely a relationship where it has improved on a range of fronts. So you might recall and I'll get to the issue, the nature of the errors, but we raised an extreme risk finding a few years ago around the fact that information was not being provided. That finding has now been removed, so we no longer have that finding, and we've closed that finding. In fact, I would say it's a very open relationship. There's a lot of consultation at the officer level to officer level, and there are, as your General said, a number of catch-up issues that we're working through, and they are complex. But the observation I would offer is that the level of engagement, the level of communication, and the level of transparency is very good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
The nature of the errors, though, are largely around application of accounting standards, and often can be quite complex.
And involve judgments.
Okay. Okay, that's useful to know. And I see that the Tahi analysis is stable for now. I understand that the new government is in the process of changing and restructuring Tahi. Do you have any sort of, now that it's been a big part of the work that you've done over the last little while, do you have any residual concerns about where that is going, or can we now sort of put a pin in that?
Oh, I think we can put a pin
in
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, no, I think, there's still work to be done.
Yeah.
But I guess from just an accounting and auditing perspective, the accounting is following the policy. And so I don't have any residual concerns. There is more work to be done, but it's progressing well.
Yeah, so the nature of the issue about how the cash contribution being treated as an equity investment, that is Treasury has now treated that as a grant expense. And as you've foreshadowed, the government is doing a review of Tahi. There are still some complex matters that we will need to work through with Tahi and with Treasury around the asset valuation, because the nature of how you value those assets will change, and that is just a degree of complexity. But those issues have already been foreshadowed, they are understood and are being worked through.
Great, thank you. Okay, I will move on to ICAC, if that's okay. Two main questions. The first one is in relation to lobbyists and lobbyist passes. This is something that I'll be taking up in the legislature estimates as well, and something that I've been following for a little while. In New South Wales, there's no obligation to disclose lobbyists and give lobbyists just have a black pass in the same way that I understand special constables do, and old members and whoever. And there's no requirement here to actually make it publicly, public information as to who has those passes.
You talk about the Parliament.
Yeah, Parliament passes. So this is, passes that have just been given to lobbyists and they're walking around the halls. So I'm just curious as to what, I know that this is a focus in the federal Parliament at the moment. They're really looking into this. Does that concern you from a corruption, democracy, integrity perspective? Any comments?
It's not a matter that I'm aware has been raised previously. There are other aspects of lobbying that concern me more than that one, I have to say.
Yeah,
and I've been public about it.
Yeah.
But I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure what the Parliament's position is in relation to that.
Okay, thank you. The other one that strikes me as odd is, and this came in as a Treasurer's direction, and I think I'm pretty sure I raised this at a previous estimates as well, in relation to the giving of gifts of government property. So if you remember this Treasurer's direction, which was basically anything under $10,000 didn't need to be disclosed. And so, for example, maybe a laptop or something that the department didn't need anymore could be gifted without oversight. We raised concerns at the time that had been raised to $10,000. We thought that was a bit extreme.
Someone wrote to us about that issue.
Yeah.
We were consulted about the policy and we indicated we didn't have an issue with it.
Okay. So it doesn't concern you that... Okay. That was... So $10,000, is that in line with other... Because I know, it's
Look,
now...
it's a while since I looked at the issue, but I do recall the matter having been raised.
Yeah.
I think it may have been by one of your colleagues, and we did correspond with you about it. And I do recall that at the time that particular directive was contemplated, there was consultation with the Commission about it.
Okay.
But I don't want to go into the specifics of it because it's been a while since I looked at it.
Thank you. Okay, I will come to you, Ms. Lowe, now, if I can. I was asking questions about the sort of a percentage of people employed who identify as having disability in the public sector and how we were tracking on that. I know that some departments are doing better than others. Yes. Are we recording in any way the difference? I know that you are recording the numbers of people who are requiring adjustments, I believe, but is there any data you can give us on people with intellectual disability, people with physical disability, what that sort of cohort looks like?
Not at a sector level. That data isn't collected. Within departments where people have sought adjustments, they would probably have that data held somewhere.
Yeah. Do you have any insight into... It's hard to understand how we can intervene to encourage and facilitate more departments increasing the percentage of people with disability that they're employing if we don't understand, I guess, whether there are any sort of biases in the types of people that they're hiring, or, it would be useful to have that information. Is there any...
Yeah, thank you for your question, and and I'm grateful that you're keeping the spotlight on the issue because it is an important issue. I did hear the response that Samara Dobbins gave you in the earlier session, so I might just expand on what she said and then talk about some of the things that are being done. There really is a shared responsibility for increasing disability employment, and in the GSE Act, Government Sector Employment Act, I am responsible for leading the strategic development and management of the sector, including in relation to equity and diversity strategies. And secretaries and agency heads are responsible for workforce diversity within their departments and agencies because they exercise those employer functions and can put in place workforce strategies and workforce plans to increase diversity. This area has been a strong focus for Secretaries Board for some time. Samara referred to a 2022 disability review, so that review was done to really identify where we're at and what more we can do. Yep. She listed a number, I think there were 8 recommendations that came out of that review. All of those recommendations have been endorsed by the Secretaries Board, and Secretaries Board have set up a governance structure to drive implementation of those recommendations. There's a steering committee that oversees the driving of those recommendations, and I jointly chair that with Murat Dizdar, the Education Secretary, and we include people with lived experience from each of those portfolios on the steering committee as well, and there are some other committees as well that provide input to the work being done. Now, each secretary has responsibility for driving one or more of those recommendations, sometimes in partnership with me. At the PSC, we are finalising a model workplace adjustments policy, which I intend to issue this year to the sector, so that every single agency will have a workplace adjustment policy in place that that's consistent in terms of meeting minimum standards. Complementing that, the Department of Customer Service is working on a digital workplace adjustment passport, so that when people move jobs, they don't have to retell their story and make it a lot easier. I know that last estimates session you did ask me about the percentage. The workforce profile percentage has gone up in 2023 just a little bit. I know that we have a lot more work to do. The PMES percentage is 6.7%, and my view is that that is a more accurate figure because we ask people every year and the response rate to the PMES is much higher. As Ms Dobbins said, people are often asked about their disability as they enter a new role, and that's often the only time it's updated on the HR system. So I don't think that data is as accurate. I think the more accurate figure is actually the PMES figure.
It's interesting though, because one of the barriers to employing people with disability is when an employer has to make an adjustment. And so I think within the disability community it's felt that you may not necessarily disclose your disability when you're being employed unless you need an adjustment of some kind. So I think in terms of getting over those barriers and creating a more inclusive workplace as leaders for the rest of society, if we were looking at those adjustment numbers, are we getting more people in who are asking for adjustments and providing those adjustments?
So I wouldn't have that figure at a central level. I think the reason why I want to issue a direction to mandate that every agency have an adjustment policy is so that there is a consistent standard across the sector, and that we move to a position where people are able to speak about, needing an adjustment, and it really should be an if not, why not basis. So, we shouldn't even be talking about reasonable. I know that that's a term that's used legally, but if somebody needs an adjustment to do the job, we should be able to provide that. And we should make it easier for people. So I've heard stories about people moving from agencies and they have been purchased a piece of equipment in the agency they're in, but they're not allowed to take it to the next agency when they change jobs, and I think that they should be hurdles that we can overcome as a sector.
So that direction you'll put out this year?
I will.
And then compliance will be straight away by the
I will give
departments?
people a period of time to implement and make sure that their processes are aligned, that they have a policy in place that aligns with the model policy, and that they have any processes in place that they need to put in place.
So in estimates this time next year, we should have begun to see an improvement in those numbers?
I would certainly hope so. Whether I can report on, which agencies have seen an increase in requests for adjustments, I'm not sure I can do that. But what I will be able to report on is the workforce profile data and the PMES again. And we've actually seen year-on-year increase in the PMES. Workforce profile, it's kind of bounced around that 2.5%, 2.6%.
If I was to ask each department for that adjustments data, would they be able to provide it? Is there something that they record?
I think you'd need to ask them. It depends whether they centrally collect that data, for example, in a HR area, or whether in the branches each managers are sort of maintaining that information themselves.
Thank you. Just in the time I've got left, the appointment standards for boards and committees in the New South Wales public sector, those guidelines were issued by the PSC in 2013. They were last updated in 2015. I think in the intervening time we've learnt a lot about interpretations of conflict of interest and sort of increased our sort of modern understandings of probity, particularly on the back of some of the recent work of this Parliament. When will those guidelines be updated?
Look, I'm happy to take that on notice and take a look at it. I think if they're a bit old, it's reasonable to see whether they're fit for purpose still. And look, I would do that in consultation, I think, with Premier's Department and Cabinet Office, because they maintain part of the systems that are used for board and committee appointments.
I think the ICAC released a guidance, I don't know if that was 22 or 21, but it wasn't that long ago, that also talked about conflicts of interest. And
We've also released one this year.
Sorry?
We've also released one this year.
And also one this year. So bringing that in and updating on that basis.
So I might just take this opportunity to mention that we are in the middle of a substantive review of the Model Code of Conduct for the sector, which will be released this year. So I might sort of sequence things in a particular order. Yeah.
All right. I'll come back to you in a future estimates on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You don't have any more questions, Ms. Boyd?
No, I'm done.
Okay, well, I think that concludes questions with no questions from the government. So, to all of you, thank you very much for your attendance. In particular, thank you, Ms. Crawford, for your service to the state. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions you may have taken on notice and any supplementary questions. So thank you very much again, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.